Please welcome to the stage the co-host of Web Summit Vancouver, Web Summit's very own, Casey Lau.
Woo! All right. Good morning and bom dia to day one of Web Summit 2024 here in beautiful Lisbon, Portugal. We are inside the 12,000-seater Mio Arena center stage where we have some amazing talks on the future. On the future of tech, of course, the aftermath of the US presidential election, and of course, AI, and more AI. And with more than 70,000 attendees from 130 countries joining us this week, it's definitely the biggest Web Summit yet. My name is Casey Lau, and I've been the Web Summit Lisbon co-host every year since our first one here in 2016. I flew all the way here from Hong Kong, but I don't know about you guys, but I needed to check my calendar to find out if it's 2016 or 2024 because of what happened last week in the US. I remember Web Summit 2016 quite vividly as the results of the US election happened during Web Summit that year. We thought it was better to move the event 1 week after the election results this time, as that year had some explosive reactions across the stages here. The two hottest topics this week will be, of course, AI and Donald Trump's second term and how it will affect tech around the world, especially with people like Elon Musk in supporting roles. What our ensuring future holds is open to a lot of discussion, and that is what Web Summit is all about. Speaking of the future, over the next 3 days, you will hear from the world's leading futurists in tech, venture, and entrepreneurship. On center stage and across Web Summit, you will hear about Gen AI, FinTech, robotics, climate tech, the European Union, China, and of course the US. Day one is always the most exciting as everyone is pumped for Web Summit and has the most energy, and you will feel it here on center stage with talks from Alibaba, Qualcomm, Microsoft, Meta, Novo Nordisk, and more. Everything you need to know about the next 3 days is in the Web Summit app. You can create your own schedule and connect with other attendees. The big new feature, if you were here last night that Patty was talking about, is we launched the Meetups and Communities feature. And judging for the amount of people joining these, it's an incredibly valuable addition. Navigating 70,000 people in an event is very hard to do, especially when you want to find your tribe and find like-minded people either from your home country or in the vertical you're working in. So using the Web Summit app to find and connect with these people is easier than ever. All right, meetups are not just delegated to the evening. They will be happening throughout the event, both during the day and in the evening, across the city as part of Night Summit. Invites to these meetups are based off your profile information, so make sure it's up to date. Today, I can see, actually I was looking at it earlier today, I can see that there are meetups for content creators at 11:30 a.m., space tech startups are meeting at 12 noon, and Irish startups are meeting up at 1 p.m. And then tonight, I'll be at a health tech mixer at 8 p.m. and a marketing Mavericks mixer. But I found out they're at the same time. So it looks like I'll be running around Barrio Alto tonight, but I hope to bump into all of you as well. Wherever you're into, there will be a meetup for it this week. All right, that's enough. Who is ready for Web Summit Lisbon Day 1? Oh, I don't know if there's any Brazilians in the audience, but let's do it again. Who is ready for Web Summit Lisbon? All right, in the immortal words of fellow Canadians, Deadpool and Wolverine, let's fucking go! All right, our first talk, with AI models growing exponentially larger in size and the soaring compute costs, the desire for more curated and thoughtfully trained language models is on the rise. In our first talk, the co-founder of Hugging Face will break down this discrepancy in supply and demand and share his team's work on Small LM, a new family of models that emphasizes data, quality over size. Get ready to hug your faces with AI goodness in conversation with Zach Seward of the New York Times. Please welcome the co-founder and chief science officer of Hugging Face, Thomas Wolf.
AI, a transformative force, shaping our world, revolutionizing our lives, solving challenges, or creating problems, answering questions, raising concern, a catalyst for change. The power of AI.
Tom, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Zach.
Now, I think it's incredible that Web Summit has chosen to kick off with what I would call a pretty nerdy topic, but let's not assume everyone knows what we're talking about here when we talk about small models and specifically small LM, the Hugging Face family of models. Could you just explain it to start off?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's a very new trend. For a long time, we had the discussion, bigger models, right, are better for everyone, and you would get used to call this API. What we discovered, I think, over the past few months, is that small models can also work really well. They can do a lot of the tasks we thought only large models could do. And there's a lot of advantages to using them. You can have them, if you think about it, it's kind of a game changer. You can have them running on your laptop. You can have them running even on your smartphone. And in the future, you can have running them basically, I see them running in almost every tool or appliance that we have, right? Just like today, our fridge is connected to the internet. It's probable that our fridge would have an AI model running in the future, and it's going to be a small model.
All right, well, I want to come back to what my fridge is going to look like. But as you said, the narrative out there in the AI world more broadly is more compute, more data, bigger models with 400 billion parameters and more. I think there's been one model out recently with over 1 trillion parameters. You're talking about models that are orders of magnitude smaller. Why should we even be caring about that?
Because I think for a lot of very interesting tasks that we could automate with AI, we don't need to have a model that can solve the Riemann conjecture or general relativity, right? There's a lot of tasks that are very useful to run through an AI model, like data wrangling, like simple image processing, recognizing, maybe describing images, speech. All of this model, what we discovered that they don't need to be 1 trillion parameter. And they can even be quite general. So the model we released a couple of weeks ago, but we are not the only one. I mean, almost every open source company, at least, has been releasing smaller and smaller model this year. And what we discovered is that, for instance, the performance of a model, a Llama 1B model, so 1 billion parameters of this year, is equivalent, if not better, than the performance of a 10 billion parameters model of last year. So you have a 10 times smaller model that can reach roughly similar performance.
So what's going on in the training and model development that's allowing Meta, in that case, to get their models smaller and maintain performance, and obviously Hugging Face doing something similar?
I think a lot of the knowledge we discovered for large language model can actually be translated to smaller models. So we train them for much longer. We train them on very specific data sets that are, I mean, specific but still huge, but that are adapts for these smaller models. Slightly simpler, with some form of adaptation that's tailored for this model. And for some reason, it hasn't been pushed too much by closed source company or the leading closed source company, I think because they don't really want you to have the model running on your laptop for some reason.
Well, right. It's a proprietary model.
Exactly.
Your definition, or I'll let you define it. How does Hugging Face define open source when it comes to AI models?
Oh yeah, it's a big question. Also because open source is this very loaded word.
Yes.
I think it's a full spectrum. So I'm not an open source absolutist. Like I don't think everything should be open, and also I don't think open source models should not be regulated at all. But I think what is interesting is as you start giving the weights. So we usually call that open weights model, which means you give the weights, but maybe you don't give all the training code or all the training data information. Just doing this act allow a lot of new application, like a lot of this application around adapting a model for your specific use case. For instance, fine-tuning a model, as I was saying, embedding it in a smartphone. All of these start to be possible when you give the weights. So I think it's a first step that really unlock a lot of potential. And then there is this idea of sharing more around what data you use to train or what code you use to train. And I think this is very interesting in terms of what I call open science, which means basically not considering our AI research as closed island, but basically as a whole community endeavor, a bit like physics research is, where we communicate our discoveries so that other team can also make new discovery on top of it. But I don't think every team has to do open science, though that's what we do at Hugging
But
Face.
you're among the only ones
Yeah.
being that open. So in terms of, so small LM is both open weight and open data in terms of the data that was used to train it. Talk a little bit about that data set. What are the core elements used to train a small model like this one?
So the pre-training phase is quite similar to a large model. The main difference is that we have kind of a physical law that explains what is the optimal size of the model in the training data sets. And with small LM, we go way beyond this optimal. We go 67 times to 200 times longer. So we would take a model that's what we call overtrained, but for a huge amount of time. So it's not especially efficient at training time in terms of optimizing performance versus size, but it allows you to get this model that are much smaller. So when you start to use them, when you are at inference time, then you get all the benefits of a smaller model. Yeah.
And just to drive it home, like if you want to go find small LM on your phone right now, you could run it right on the browser.
Yeah.
It's that small. It might eat up a little bit of your data plan, but it's so you talked about advantages like privacy, speed, lower cost. Am I missing any?
One example is I take often because I really believe it's going to be big next year is robotics. We want to deploy models in robots that are smarter, so we can start having robots that are not only on assembly lines, but also in the wild, like small robots working on stage here, maybe helping us a little bit. You need a low latency for that. You cannot wait 2 seconds like GPT that your robots understand what's happening. And the only way we can do that is through small language models. So it's going to unlock application of AI we don't even have today.
Well, I buy that the models need to be running on the edge, on device, for that to be possible, and I assume that's going to be true for autonomous vehicles and so forth. But why do they have to be small models?
It's just a question of compute time.
Speed of inference.
Speed,
okay.
yeah. I think we'll have these two trends progressing. On the one hand, we'll have this huge frontier model that will keep getting bigger because the ultimate goal is to do things that human cannot do, right? Like new scientific discoveries, this type of thing. This will keep being very large model. But it is the whole long tail of AI application, which I think is huge, will be, according to me, AI basically being embedded a bit everywhere. Like we have today, the internet is embedded everywhere in our life, right? It's not like we have one place where you have the internet. It's like a lot of small applications everywhere that are useful to call a taxi, like to know, okay, which restaurant I should go to. And we'll have a lot of AI models that are like this. They're not Einstein level, but they can do a lot of very useful tasks, almost at a human level, and they can understand what we say. And this will be all powered by small model, more or less specialized, some like chatbot generalized, some very specialized on one task, but I will cover a full spectrum.
Yeah, let's probe that vision of a future where me as a user, correct me if I'm wrong, you're saying maybe I have a bunch of small models running on my laptop and apparently in my fridge too. I could imagine that being quite difficult to manage. One reason people turn to just throw every challenge at GPT 4.0, even if it's very simple, is it's one place to go and you don't have to think about the models. How are we going to get from the pretty nascent, nerdy area we're in now to that vision?
Yes, I can go even more in the nerdy stuff, but you have some interesting thing about this small model. You can have like adapters, which are very tiny neural net that you put inside the small model. So the small model itself, we call it small, but it's like 1 gigabyte. So it's like it's our CD-ROM in the past, yeah. And you have even smaller model that you add into it and that specialize it. And so basically, these are called QLoRa. It's a bit like putting a hat for a specific task that you're going to do. I put my cooking hat on, and I'm a cook. And so small model is you with a couple of hats in your bag. And this is one way to do that. So on your phone, you will have one small model, a couple of hats that I can put on, summarization. Now I'm a translator. And this is one way to do that, yeah.
That's very interesting. And is your hope that, by creating this, or at least nurturing the open source ecosystem around AI development, that you'll see the community build those solutions, those hats?
Sure. That's what we see already. So a lot of these models that are shared on Hugging Face, our platform to share models, what we see is that there is whole families of models being built on top of them. So you can see on Hugging Face is quite nice. You can see a graph where you see the base model, and you have a graph with all the models that the community fine-tuned for specific application. And it can range from, like, some of these models have several thousands of derivative models that have been built, trained on specific legal data sets, medical data sets, like all of this. So you see already this family growing. And the nice thing is, because these models are pretty small as well, they're accessible for many companies it's possible to fine-tune them on, like, decent hardware. You don't need, like, a 100,000 GPU data center,
right,
which is great. And there is a future where you don't even need GPU anymore, and you can have just your regular computer network in a company that can be used to fine-tune this model and adapt them for your use case.
Pretty much everything you're saying, it flies in the face of the broader narrative out there. As I said before, more compute, more data, bigger models. But there are starting to be some doubts about that dynamic. There was a report in The Information that just this weekend that OpenAI and other major foundational model providers are seeing some plateauing of that they did not expect as they developed their latest models. Do you buy that? Does that ring true to you?
Yeah, it could be. I mean, there are definitely rumors. It's pretty clear that we've roughly exhausted the whole internet as training data, which seemed endless in the beginning, but there is actually just like a couple tens trillion tokens, at least of valuable quality data. So there was this trend of synthetic data set. We've decided that you can use the language model to generate good quality data, and we see that's why we use them, right? They generate things that we estimate are pretty good, and the web is actually starting to look more and more like a synthetic data set. But probably what we've discovered, at least in our experiments at Hugging Face, we did a lot of experiments on synthetic data set at the beginning of the year, was that it's quite useful for specific fields. So, for instance, in math, in code, you can generate good quality synthetic data that you can use to improve your model performance. Another area where it works really well is you have a specific use case in your company. You have a couple of documents, that illustrate your use case. You can generate very quickly a synthetic data set to train a model to adapt it on your specific domain. But what I think we don't really see is this very general improvement where a model would generate data that is of so good quality that by training a new model on top of it, you could climb the general scale of intelligence, where your model, generates some Einstein-level science, and then the next model generates some post-Einstein-level science. I don't think we really observed that in the end, yeah.
Yeah, that theory never made sense to me, so it
a lot of people hope for that, yeah.
But you are using some synthetic data for small LM, right?
Yeah, it's extremely useful for specific field, and in particular for code or math, right. It's really, really useful.
So one of the data sets used to train it is essentially synthetic textbooks. So correct me if I'm wrong, but there were original textbooks that Mistral, in this case, used to train its large language models. and which made it very good at producing synthetic textbooks that are accurate but originally presented. And that data is now being used to train not only small LLM, but other models?
So that was the original idea, and that's how we started a couple of months ago, or 6 months ago. We started with this idea of generating synthetic textbooks. So you asked GPT to generate, something on physics or biology for this level. What we discovered, though, is by carefully filtering the web and actually being more careful, you can even reach better quality. So we scaled back quite our effort on this.
Filter how?
So you filter it with a language model. Basically, you take every web page and you ask a GPT, is it good quality data? Which makes sense in the end.
And so the filtering for quality defined as accurate?
Education content, for instance. You can explain very clearly, I want something that's educative, that's clear, that's unambiguous, and you ask a GPT, or in our case, Llama, I think, to generate basically some scores for each page of the web. And the language model is quite good at unearthing the data that's good for itself as training data.
Got it. So a lot of what you're talking about, to me, feels like the building blocks of the agentic AI future that has become the latest buzzword. And that is like your notion of putting on a different hat for each specific use case.
Yeah.
What's missing for on the consumer side that would make that really accessible? So that my fridge actually could switch hats depending on the context.
Honestly, it's almost there, I think. There's just like integration work. I think we're really, this year and next year, we start to see that we move from this stage of really fundamental research on LLM to this year of basically thinking how we really integrate them. So for instance, in the case of the fridge or this small LLM, a lot of the case what we want is give them a couple of tools so that they can actually not do everything themselves, but then call a tool that will do specific things. For the fridge, would be like a tool, like an API call, order back milk when I don't have milk anymore in my fridge.
Right.
And that's something we worked, and a lot of people work, which is this small language model. You want to give them a couple of tools that just make them like we human can use tool. And then the question is, which tool, how you integrate, and that's mostly engineering work. Yeah.
Were we talking about like a registry of small models, maybe that other small models can access when necessary?
Yeah, or just a registry of action they can do in the world. I think maybe more interested is this dream idea of an AI, like using everything we use and maybe being agentic and this. But I think much more useful is you define a set of tools that's very interesting for your task, and you train your AI so it know how to use these couple of tools in your kitchen or your appliance somehow, And that's where I think we're going to go.
Great. Well, Tom, this is super fascinating. I look forward to maybe not a small model in my refrigerator, but certainly a lot of small models on my laptop and phone in the future. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Zach.
Okay.
Alibaba.com operates in a highly competitive and rapidly changing e-commerce landscape. Yesterday, November 11th, or 11/11, is Alibaba celebrated Singles Day in China. If you don't know what it is, it's the single largest online shopping day in the world, or it was. I learned it's even longer than one day now. The importance of global trade is high on Alibaba's mind. But what happens now if President Trump raises tariffs on China-produced products, and how will it affect SMEs and us, the consumer? For our first keynote of the day, our next speaker will talk about how AI can move beyond chatbots and connect small businesses to supply chains around the world. Please welcome to center stage Alibaba.com's president, Kuo Zhang.
Hello. Hello, Web Summit, and hello, Lisbon. This is the second time I'm here. Very exciting. So in the last session, you hear about the future of AI. So in this session, and after 1.5 years of exploration, we want to share with you what we think is the future of global business with AI. My name is Kuo Zhang, the president of Alibaba.com. We are here at Web Summit because we believe technology can democratize opportunities, especially for the small and the medium-sized business. This June, I was invited to Geneva to attend a WTO SME summit. Mrs. Ababi, an Ethiopian coffee startup owner, was invited to the event as a key speaker since she is a star entrepreneur. But unfortunately, she did not make it in person because she cannot get a visa. This is one of the smallest challenges for her in daily basis. It is hard to imagine other infrastructure issues faced by SMEs in developing countries. However, Mrs. Ababi was not held back. She is actively doing global trade with Alibaba.com. This is exactly what we are dedicated to. Make it easy for SMEs to participate in global trade, leveraging technology. Make it easy to do business anywhere. We now connect more than 50 million SMEs, buyers and suppliers across more than 200 countries, ensuring even the smallest business have access to the global market. We offer digital solutions for nearly every facet of global trade, from offering an extensive range of products to delivering logistic solutions and financial services, and after-sales support as well. Every year, over 20 million orders were protected by our B2B escrow payment system. We call it trade assurance. Online transactions on Alibaba.com now exceed $50 billion US. Last year, we introduced our explorations in AI, especially our AI tools for sellers here on this stage. Today, I'm thrilled to let you know that the AI tool for sellers now have served more than 60,000 businesses worldwide. Impressively, within the top 20 countries using this tool, half of them are SMEs in developing countries, such as Pakistan, Vietnam, and Bangladesh. Over 7 million products were posted by these AI tools, and these AI-optimized products resulted in increase of payment conversion rate by 52%. 20 million buyer inquiries were responded by the help of AI tools. It improves the conversion rate by 26%. AI proved itself to be very successful on seller side. Then what next? We believe there is a huge potential to optimize the entire sourcing process. Why? Because global trade is a very complex process and has a lot of moving parts. Just look at this graph. It takes 28 steps from searching for products to finally compare the transactions. Sounds daunting, right? In this process, find the right supplier and doing custom clearance has expertise barrier. Negotiating with different suppliers and comparing offers from prices is complex and repetitive. Logistics, foreign exchange are highly dynamic. AI is the perfect technology to solve these challenges. Additionally, global trade is a huge market. The United Nations projects global trade in 2024 could exceed $30 trillion US. It is worth exploring. Then the question becomes how AI can help global trade to make new breakthroughs. Let's travel back in time. The traditional way of doing global trade is hiring experts and agencies. Hiring someone with expertise sounds simple, but the downside is that person's connections and resources is also limited, and not everyone can afford it. In the age of internet, digital solutions break the barriers of physical world. More SMEs could access the unlimited network of global supply chain. But what comes along is information overload. SMEs need to spend more time to verify, compare, and make decisions. When we enter the AI era, it can quickly scale knowledge and solutions, and everyone could become a pro. In this page, I'm talking about the most important question. So what's the difference between the applications in AI era and internet era? First, we think it's data and information. Google currently indexes about 5% of the world's information. With AI, a large amount of industry knowledge and information will be digitized and digested. AI will unleash the power of 80% of the world's information. And in future, 80% of new data will be generated with AI. Second is interaction. AI technology enables machines to understand and respond to people in natural language and allows multimodal inputs such as words, voice, images, and all types of files. Traditional search engine focusing on giving you millions of search results in a matter of milliseconds. Yet users still need to spend time to dig in. AI application focusing on helping you make sound business decisions and getting things done carefully. It is a balance between time and accuracy. Third is the redistribution of value. Democratizing AI will increase efficiency and generate more value. As a result, there will be a redistribution of value towards more SMEs. All of this is no longer a hypothesis. It is a reality. To help SMEs to become a pro in global trade, we want to introduce 3 inventions: an AI-powered B2B search engine, an AI-powered B2B wiki, and an end-to-end e-commerce platform. And all 3 together create Axio. Let's meet the world's first AI-powered B2B sourcing engine, aiming to transform the global trade market. So, what will global trade look like with Axio? Let's see a demo.
It's already skiing season in Europe, but if someone wants to build a ski resort in the hot desert, what should they do? Let's type in our need. I'm creating a ski area in a desert. How can you help me? Axio will deduce which categories are most in demand in this scenario, according to the relevance and importance of the procurement needs. For a resort like this, we might need some snow first. The AI will generate the core categories of that product type based on industry knowledge, further guiding us through the selection process. Let's build an indoor resort. Based on Axio's industry know-how, the snowfield area is the primary decision factor when choosing a snowmaking machine. Axio provides more advanced product recommendations based on size, snow output, and power. We can further refine the size requirements to select the most appropriate items. If we are interested in a product, we can find an AI-generated page tailored to our specific queries and sourcing intentions. Axio Page. The Wiki Style page offers an AI summary by integrating and reconstructing verified knowledge from various sources. This ensures that we receive accurate, comprehensive, and decision-oriented product information. We can subscribe it to stay updated on important changes, such as industry know-how and trending product updates. We can use Axio Agent throughout the journey. It automatically analyzes and retrieves information from the Axio page, helping us get the information we need through conversational interaction. For complex questions such as shipping costs and delivery times, Axio Agent will provide an estimate based on real-time data and industry expertise. Now we're ready to make a professional request. In just 3 months, we'll be able to receive the snowmaking machines to Dubai and start building our ski resort in the desert. Isn't that amazing?
Isn't it amazing? If you have a clear idea of what you are looking for, Axio can quickly summarize industry knowledge and actively guide you step by step through the search process. Easy, right? What if you have an open-ended questions? For example, looking for business ideas. Let's see how Axio can help you to explore.
Simply give Axio a general request, such as, I'm looking for innovative inspiration for Christmas. By analyzing key factors such as social trends, profit margins, search volume, retail sales, and niche scores, Axio generates hundreds of creative ideas tailored to your needs. By using natural language, you can easily customize your selection plan based on your specific preferences. If you're looking for inspiration or deeper insights into a particular category, the Axio page offers comprehensive market analysis, provides you with valuable data and trends that can spark new ideas. On Axio page, you can dive into detailed sales trends, customer personas, and real customer reviews to gain a thorough understanding of the market, so you can make informed sourcing decisions with confidence. You can also source similar products for more options. Once you've found the perfect option, Axio will automatically send out a price inquiry and request for quotation.
When startups of 100 different items, how do you do that? In general, it takes weeks. Now, let's see what we can do through Axio.
For buyers with clear requirements who are looking for suppliers, the process is even easier. Simply upload your sourcing Excel file, and Axio will automatically analyze it and search the internet to identify potential suppliers that match your specific requirement. Once the analysis is complete, you'll be presented with a list of suitable suppliers. From there, you can easily send requests directly to the suppliers who best meet your needs.
With Axio, you can effortlessly search through various of file types, such as CSV, BOM list, or a CAD file. SMEs no longer need to search for resources. It will proactively come to you. In Latin, Axio means summon. With Axio, you can summon expertise, information, manufacturers, and products as you wish right away. This brand new search engine is set to index all B2B suppliers around the world. It can better interpret buyers' sourcing intentions. It's like having a sourcing guide who understands what you truly want. So let me summarize what Axio is. It is an AI-powered B2B search engine. It disrupts the interactions in B2B trade as we know today. It is conversational, allow people to communicate in natural language. It connects you to suppliers from all over the world. Axio Page, a dynamic B2B wiki. It reconstructs B2B product information. Every SKU will have its dedicated wiki page, presented in a clear and objective way. It will keep you up to date for this product from suppliers' information all around the world. This allows SMEs to easily make better business decisions. Last but not the least, Axio Agent. It can help SMEs to follow up on inquiries, payments, after-sales support by leveraging the global trade financial logistic infrastructure built by Alibaba.com over the past decades. Every SME will feel like they have a professional sourcing agent, sourcing like a pro. The content we are presenting today represents only 10% of our overall concept. There will be more to come. We invite you to visit axio.ai or axio.com, accio.com, and try it out. Beta version is open for use today. This is only the beginning. With Axio, we are taking a giant leap toward the future. We are not just building a tool. We are building a platform for the next generation of entrepreneurs to turn business ideas to real products. So let's get to work and make it easy to do business anywhere. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you for that cheer over there. Thank you. According to PitchBook, in 2021, there were 310 IPOs in the US. There were only 37 in the first half of this year. Acquisitions and acqui-hires are other off-ramps for startups, but we need to assess the possibilities and see what the market is like for startups looking to exit, and fingers crossed companies like Stripe, Databricks, or Shein might go IPO next year. To discuss the big topic for startups looking to exit from IPOs to acqui-hires, please welcome in conversation with Susan Lee from Fox Business, the CEO of Data Sniper, Vidya Peters, the CMO of Carta, Nicole Baer, and the co-founder of Metropolis, Courtney Fukuda.
Hello! much for joining us so early here at Web Summit on the opening day. I'm so thrilled to be here because I get to speak to a wonderful panel of powerful, smart, female entrepreneurs and executives, and we're so happy to be able to meet all of you. So, if you see us throughout the venues, throughout the next few days, please come up and say hi. I'm sure we would love to take some questions and have conversations. But I don't really need to introduce this wonderful panel of female executives and founders, so let's just get into it, because we have a new political paradigm shift in the US after the recent election. We know that stock markets around the world have now hit record highs, and that means that animal spirits, that means capital markets have reopened for the first time in 3 years, and we are so excited, especially in the tech community. So why don't we start with an overview of the health of venture capital, fundraising, especially for tech startups that need the cash. And Nicole Baer of Carta, which we know is the largest cap table company in the world, you have all the data that was just released, and you're telling me that things are looking a lot better than they have in the last 2 to 3 years.
They are looking better. Early stage companies are seeing higher valuations. Later stage companies are seeing more deal flow, more deal count. So these are very good indicators. Series C valuations are also up. A little bit of middling news that down rounds are still prevalent. We saw 20% of rounds that were raised last quarter were down rounds, which is sort of a knife in the heart of a startup.
Look, I mean, that's kind of been the trend for the last 2 to 3 years. This is the reality of the situation when you have 23-year high interest rates. But you're telling me that Series D, the more mature companies, you're raising more money, first of all. And finally, you're telling me in the next 2 years, we could see a normalization when it comes to the IPO market of these big companies finally going public.
Yes, there's definitely a few that we're all sort of hoping will happen on the horizon, like Stripe. I think the MC mentioned Stripe. We're all focused on Stripe. So, a couple of IPOs will create a huge unlock for the market. If we continue to see this warming up in the later stage companies, the right macroecon conditions, we could see an IPO market come back.
Yeah, and Courtney, by the way, Courtney Fukuda of Metropolis runs, right now, it's looking at a $2 billion company valuation, but that could go up because you're discussing a round of fundraising. For a company like you that feels like you should reach a higher level of valuation, what do you think about the capital raising market right now?
Yeah, I think it's been really interesting. I think just stepping back really quickly, Metropolis, we are an artificial intelligence company that operates parking garages. We create a seamless drive-in, drive-out experience. And when we built our technology, what we recognized was we didn't necessarily build a faster fly motion for go-to-market. What we had built was a more efficient and profitable operating system. And so for us, our growth strategy has always been a little bit different than traditional venture companies. We've grown inorganically through acquisition. Most recently, as you just mentioned, in May, we closed our Series C. It was a $1.8 billion transaction to take private a public parking operator to make us the largest parking operator in North America. And I think that strategy is actually potentially going to be a bit of a paradigm shift for how technology companies grow. I think rather than focusing on pure revenue growth, we're thinking about fundamental cash flow dynamics, making sure there's EBITDA growth, and I think combining old world operations with new technology.
Meaning automotive driving,
or just like legacy businesses that have been operating. The company we took private has existed for 100 years, operating the way that they have with a lot of human labor, a lot of kind of structural dynamics that really haven't shifted, and very little adoption of technology.
Tell me about it. I live in New York, and anybody that lives in America right now trying to park a car, it's not the most fun experience.
It's frustrating and inefficient.
Hopefully you can change that at some point. But Vidya, as an American now in Amsterdam, you run $1 billion AI data company, and you recently also just said that you raise money, not that you needed it, but it's probably better to raise money before you actually do. So tell me about the ease of raising capital right now.
Susan, I think you're absolutely right. If you need to raise a round, it's probably too late. If you're thinking about raising a round and starting to meet investors, it's too late. The fundamentals of raising is you want to raise it when you don't have to. If you smell desperate, it will come across to the investors, and that really affects your ability to raise a successful round. So a couple of things. The fundamentals of the health of the business are more important than ever. The market is very choosy, very picky, so not only do you have to demonstrate market leadership and high growth rate, but you have to show that you're profitable and doing it sustainably, and that you actually don't need the funds, ironically. And the second thing I would say is, if you plan to raise a round, start building those relationships now. It's already a matter of time because people are not investing in businesses, they're also investing in you as the founder, as the executive. And so it's important that you're building those relationships, planting those seeds well in advance of when you will need that. The last message I will share is European founders and CEOs tend to limit themselves to the European fundraising market. It's a small market. It tends to be a little bit more risk averse. The important part is to cast that net wide and to really build relationships across the globe, whether it's with Tiger Global in Asia or with venture capital investors in the US. You want to be able to speak to as many investors as possible, not only to raise the awareness of your firm, but to really increase the chances of getting the highest quality investors on your
Just
cap
to pick
table.
up on that video, because we are talking to a largely European audience, and given that your company is based in Amsterdam, and we're coming from North America, where the utilization of capital markets and fundraising is pretty well known. But you're saying for European companies, they don't understand the value of liquidity and cap raising. Is that correct?
That's absolutely right. And I think the important part is to ensure that you're not being shy about going knocking on those doors, asking for those introductions, and having those conversations well before you need them. And you will find that there is a very large appetite, whether it's with American investors or Asian investors, to diversify their portfolio and to invest in European startups and companies. And so the onus really is on you to get out there and to build those relationships. And I would also encourage you to not be shy to ask for introductions of other CEOs and founders that have those investors already on the cap table. Investors love to meet with founders. Their entire job, if you think about it, is like a sales job. It's a BDR, it's an outbound motion. And so the more leads they get,
and
the better.
And are you saying that European companies don't know how to tell their story best compared to, say, North America or elsewhere?
Europeans tend to be a little bit more conservative in how they tell their story, and it's unfortunate. You should just watch the American peers. They may actually oversell it a bit, and that works in their favor. And so please don't be shy in having those conversations.
Don't be shy.
Making those pitch decks, running them by a few people, getting input, getting feedback, and putting yourself out there.
Yeah, well, if you can learn something from the election, don't be shy. You want your message out there, and that apparently is a winning message. But let me just ask you about policies, because obviously we do live in this new reality where there will be a Republican, likely sweep of Washington, D.C. that will come into office in January. How does that change the way maybe you look at business, especially for you, Courtney? We were talking about this because there could be no tax on tips. There could be higher tariffs when it comes to technology coming from China. So that must affect your business.
Sure. I think, of course, on the margin, policy matters. However, I would say fundamentally, the success of a business really relies on the core fundamentals of the business, and so we are focusing on developing a best-in-class product that consumers want, that real estate owners want, to make sure that we grow the business sustainably. I think to your point, we have a workforce of 20,000 employees who are working in parking garages, largely relying on tips for valet operations. If taxes are removed from tips, that's very helpful to our workforce. On the flip side, we source a number of our hardware technology from China and overseas, and if there are tariffs, that will affect kind of our CapEx budget,
right,
of
but
course.
If you could sum it up for us, do you feel good heading into the next 4 years then?
I think we do.
Positive?
we definitely feel positive. It's hard to know exactly what policies will go into place, and so we're really focused on the fundamentals of our business and making sure that we understand the macro environment and make sure that we protect our employees, we protect our consumers, and make sure that we can deliver the product that we've built.
Yeah, so I actually want to talk about positivity, Nicole, because you surprised me today when you told me that the latest Carta statistics show that there were actually over 100 M&A.
170.
I can't believe
yeah, yeah.
Because we talk about how capital markets have been locked up and how companies have been, they've been reluctant to spend, whether it's in going out to buy companies because of the regulatory environment, but 180 acquisitions.
Yes, just in the last quarter.
Do you think that increases now that we have a new administration coming in?
Potentially. I think it's also just a way for VCs to have some exits to return money to their limited partners. So without having IPOs, M&A is a great way to do that. So I think we'll see that continue until the IPO market.
Yeah, and what about acqui-hires? Because we know that Microsoft basically bought Inflection because they took all the staff with them. Because of the locked up capital markets, do you think that that's a trend that will continue and accelerate?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially since we're seeing hiring is very flat right now. So our last report that we released on Friday showed that hiring is the flattest it's been since January 2020. So it's quite flat, but acqui-hires are a way of, sort of acquiring like the best talent fairly quickly and getting usually some tech on the sides of that too.
Yeah, but because you're the largest cap raising financial table in the markets, I'm just wondering when you talk to these companies and these startups, what is it feeling? Like if you can, is it upbeat? Are they still cautious?
I mean, there's definitely some cautiousness. Companies are going much longer in between rounds of financing, so sort of the general guideline used to be 18 to 24 months in between rounds. Now it's more like, I think you were saying, two or 3 years in between, so they're stretching their funding out for longer. Typically, they're not getting to Series D until about 9 years after they incorporate. In 2019, that was 7 years.
Wow.
So they're really doing a lot with less over a period of time, and I think that's actually a great thing for startups to have that discipline. But there's also then, sort of the rub is they have to return something back to their employees who are waiting for longer for some sort of an exit, and that's where we're seeing tender offers and secondaries come into play.
Yeah, I actually wanted to talk to Vidya about secondaries because didn't you recently do one just to get some money back to investors, LPs, and employees?
Yes, we raised a round earlier this year in our Series B that valued us at $1 billion. And at that moment, we also did a small secondary for employees. If IPOs are further out and you're going to wait longer between funding rounds, it's super important to use your funding rounds as a little event to give your employees a sweet taste of what the upside could look like. This is particularly important in Europe, where I think people don't fully understand the value of equity. Equity tends to be a smaller portion of the compensation package, and there just tends to be a lesser understanding and awareness of how that compensation ties. And so this was hugely successful and meaningful for our employees. We gave back almost $12 million back to employees, and it allowed them to put a down payment on a house or buy their first car, and it gave them a little sense of what it was to be part of a scale-up building something bigger.
Yeah, and just in terms of people needing their money back, because you've seen a lot of secondary sales because the IPO markets have been locked up for so long. I'm just wondering, in terms of investors, do you feel that there is less of a voice or a shout to get their cash out of your company because either they need to pay for something or somebody?
I think it's super important that you're very thoughtful on the investors you bring to your cap table to understand which fund they're investing out of and what their time horizon is. Because what's really critical is when they put the money down that they're not looking for returns 12 to 24 months out. That is just unrealistic in a scale-up environment. And we've been very lucky to have founders to have investors put in their money with a much longer time frame. That way you're getting partners for the longer term. It's not about the money, it's really about the strategic partners you're bringing to the cap table. What you don't want to be is a slot machine for your investors.
Right, and Courtney, I'm sure you echo that as well. I'm just wondering though, from your perspective, have you done a secondary share sale?
We have not done a company-wide secondary, but to Vidya's point, I think being exceptionally careful with who we choose as our investors, they're actually I think many startup founders think of the IPO as the gold standard for an exit and have their sights set on an IPO. Our investors have been very patient and have, in fact, encouraged us to really focus on being private for longer. It might be a more efficient way to create value for the company. And then if and when an IPO comes down the road, it's because the market is appropriate for that, and it's the right exit strategy for our company.
Right, but is that basically the mentality now of startups? Is that you want to stay private for longer? As Nicole pointed out, it's a 9-year horizon before you even think about an IPO exit.
I don't think it's a fundamental rule, but I think if we looked at 2021, when the IPO markets were significantly more robust than perhaps it is today, a number of companies were going public that didn't really have a sustainable financial structure, right? They were growth at all costs, spending a ton of money on organic sales and marketing, and not necessarily focusing on profitability and EBITDA. I think that will shift significantly, and the companies that can go public will have more sustainable capital structures, and I think that's been the focus of startups today, is making sure that...
But for you, Metropolis, I'm just curious specifically what you may be thinking for your eventual exit.
For sure, for sure. I mean, we certainly think about a potential IPO in a few years from now. That's one option. It's not the only option, but it is part of the reason that we looked to acquire a legacy business that was very profitable and very cash flowing, because we could combine our technology, grow that EBITDA profile more sustainably, and then if and when we do seek a public exit, I think we'll be in a good position to create significantly more value at that time.
Yeah, and Nicole, I just wanted to ask you as well, because I was having these conversations with big venture capital firms, and it seems that a lot of them have been able, especially the gold branded ones, have been able to raise a fair amount of money the last few years, despite the fact that they complain about high interest rates, the highest in 23 years.
Yeah.
But they've deployed that money very quickly as well.
Yeah, it depends on the size of the firm. Yeah, definitely when you see like the very high end, the Andreessens, et cetera, of the world. But a lot of venture capital firms are actually just sitting on their capital. They haven't actually deployed it. So we see that compared to, for example, prior years where you would expect that within 2 years you would have deployed about 60% of your capital for any fund that you raised. We saw this year that the 2022 vintage year for funds have only deployed about 40% of their capital. So they're also being more cautious, especially sort of for more like the mid-tier venture as opposed to the largest venture firms.
And it makes you wonder, why am I paying them all these management fees? It's going to sit on my cash when I can be earning that 5% in these treasury bills. But they've also told me that, look, this boom in AI, which we know where most, like 80% of the money has gone in the past 2 years, that's looking a little bit frothy. So they're looking for new ways to deploy. I'm just wondering what sector trends you're seeing from the Carta view.
Security, infrastructure, those things continue to be important. Go-to-market is another area too. So yeah, there's some balancing out of AI, but you see AI sprinkled in almost everything.
Of course, right? You have to say the word AI in order to raise money these days. So security, infrastructure, AI are the hot deployment sectors still. And go ahead.
No, that's exactly right.
And just to bring it back to AI, because Vidya obviously operates a data AI company for audit and finance. I'm just wondering though, do you, just in terms of the AI technology, is it more of a toy, or does it actually do anything for anyone?
For higher regulatory standards, higher scrutiny, and a ton of mistakes and errors.
What's your revenue growth? Do you mind if I just ask?
We actually just won the #1 fastest growing company in the Netherlands for the 2nd year in a row.
So double digits, 20%?
The last 5 years have been 6,500%.
Wow, okay, that was a larger number than I anticipated. Okay, so we are in the last minutes of our conversation, so I quickly just why don't you give me a sentence, each of you, in terms of what you see for the next year out for the liquidity and the cap markets, quickly.
All right. An intelligent
It's everything the future was meant to be, all at your command. It's everything the future was meant to be, all at your command. Tap into your imagination and turn your ideas into stunning cinematic masterpieces in seconds. Get closer to winning. Extend your reality. Transform your experiences and slip into something more comfortable, more personalized, and more powerful. This is the future. And it's right on time.
Muito obrigado. Para os que falam português, os portugueses brasileiros, como eu sou brasileiro, bom dia a todos. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you all. I'm very, very happy to be here at Web Summit, especially because we are at a time in technology that we've seen an incredible amount of change. I have hopefully something interesting to tell you today. I'm going to do my best to tell you in 20 minutes, but let me just get started with it. So, first of all, Qualcomm. If you don't know about Qualcomm, Qualcomm is the home of Snapdragon. If you heard about Snapdragon processor, if you have an Android phone powered by Snapdragon, it's because you're very cool. Thank you very much. That is the home of Snapdragon. You probably see our technology in your phone, in wearables. You see it in tablets, now in the PC with the Copilot Plus PC, which is one of the biggest change in Windows since Windows 95. You see it in the car as you think about cars becoming digital, as the processor behind a lot of these screens, and you see us as we think about the future of spatial computing, virtual reality, mixed reality, augmented reality. So that's what Qualcomm does. It's one of the largest fabless semiconductor company, and it is, as I said, the home of Snapdragon. Our mission is to enable intelligent computing everywhere. We are now seeing a change in how we think about computing. I think we went to the cycle of having everything connected, and that's one of the things we do with a cellular technology, with Wi-Fi technology. Then we have everything with a high-level OS and processing, but now we're going to the next change of computing, which is enabled by how we'll do the computing of artificial intelligence. We're creating within Snapdragon the ability to run a lot of large language models, large visual models, into the processor that is in your hand, in your PC, that works alongside the cloud. And one of the things I'm going to tell you today, it's probably something different that you hear about what AI is going to do, especially where AI is going to do for the devices that we carry and use every day. So you heard about AI, you heard about Gen AI, you heard about ChatGPT. I'm not going to tell you about that. However, AI is developing in a different way, not only in the cloud, as you know, but also on the devices at the edge. It's transforming a lot of the experiences. It's not about one or the other. It's not about one better than the other, but they're actually developing in parallel. And when AI is developing on the edge, which is the devices that you carry, it's developing with different set of aspects. For example, on-device really extends the capability of AI from a performance and efficiency standpoint. It's right there, so it is immediate. It has very low latency. It's reliable. It's personalized, and that's an important thing about what I'm going to tell you later in the presentation. But it's personalized. AI gets fine-tuned to you. It's private because the data stays on the device, and it also has a different dynamics on cost. I think you see an incredible amount of investment going into the data center. As a matter of fact, training and generation of AI is moving to where the energy is and where you find low-cost energy. That's why you see so much activity now, for example, in the Middle East for the data center. But what we do at Qualcomm, we're moving AI where the humans are. It's where you actually see in front of you a computer that you're going to use. And the interesting thing, it has a different dynamic of cost when you run AI, especially Gen AI models, in the devices at the edge, because that's your computer. You know, the cost, you don't have to rent any computing to do that. And that's going to work alongside with the edge. So I went kind of fast in the first part because of what I want to tell you in this presentation is a different important use of Gen AI. And that's how we're going to see one of the biggest transformation that is going to happen with the devices at the edge. So I'll tell a little bit of story. By being with Qualcomm, I joined Qualcomm as an engineer in 1995, and I've been fortunate enough in my career to see every single generation of wireless communication, from 2G to 3G, 4G, 5G, hopefully by 2028 and 29, 6G. And every time we see a generation of wireless, we saw a big change, especially when you think about personal computing and UI. I won't go back all the way to 2G, but I'm going to start at 4G to give you an idea. When 4G happened, and one of the things that we did as a company, usually we invest in technology about 10 years before it gets to maturity. We created broadband with 4G technology going to a cell phone. And when the broadband get connected to the cell phone need to become a computer, need to become a personal computer. So what created the smartphone revolution, and I think right now is probably for every single one of you in the audience is your most inseparable device. What created that revolution from a technology standpoint, you saw the intersection of three things. Broadband coming into a mobile phone. You had the mobile phone becoming a computer, the ability to run a high-level OS and applications. And then you have the number 3, which is the change in the user experience, especially with touch, the ability to touch a screen. Those three things came together, and you saw the transformation of a feature phone into a smartphone, and I think you know exactly what those things can do today. So as we think about 5G technology, which is now ability to have a low latency, high performance, and then you see the evolution of UI, we are going to see the next big change in computing and how do we experience computing. And I think that is what I'm going to show you, hopefully a glimpse of the future with the next couple slides. So with that in mind, when we were in the 4G era, there was a construct that got created, and now we're very familiar with it. I think we almost take it for granted, but the construct was the OS, the App Store, and the app. Before 4G and smartphones, we didn't talk much in apps. We talk about programs. So we're going to have a program running the computer. Now we talk about there's an app. We're going to have an app, which is the experience. When we think about the role of AI as the new user interface, we're going to see a whole new construct. At the beginning, it's difficult to see it, but hopefully I'll make it easier for you to see it, because especially for developers, it's a new paradigm shift that creates a whole new opportunity to create value, create new experiences, and I think many companies are going to actually be created on that change. So Gen AI is the new user interface because now the humans can speak to the computer using human language. So, or another way to say that, computers now understands how to communicate with us in the same language. So if you look at the dynamic, the apps that we have today, and that's kind of the world that we live in, and you see apps in your phone, in your PC, is really going to change to AI-first type of experiences. And that's going to happen in all the different devices when you think about the role of you now interacting with the device with human language. So I like to do this by telling you an example. I love to use this example because a banking app is something that everybody has it. And you have different ones in different countries, different regions, different bank, you have a banking app. So if you're a developer of the banking app, you probably imagine how to design the screen of the app in the way the most people will like it. Everybody's going to have the same. And you're going to have the screen, and it's going to have a menu, and it's going to tell you how much is your balance in your checkings account, what are your last 5 transactions, so you're familiar with it. But now, with AI, change. In the same way that the app has your credentials and go talk to the bank cloud and then render that information for you. When we think about AI as the user interface, the construct of an app starts to change. For example, you're just going to ask, and you don't have to start the app. You're just going to ask. Think about a horizontal function now. You just ask, what are my last 3 transactions? And the app is going to tell you, this is the last 3 transactions. What is my progress on my savings? And it's going to tell you that. And that's how you interact with the banking future AI-first experience in that way. But now, you think about that going a little different. You're in a shopping app. You want to buy something. You want to use your debit card. And you want to know, do you have balance on it? You just ask, and then it will say, yes, you do. You'll say, okay, I want to go purchase. Even more interesting, when you start thinking about the concept of what we call multimodal AI, that you can combine a large visual model with a large language model. And I can show an interesting example of that. You can have a bill, like we get a bill. You just point the phone, take a photo, point the camera, and you just tell the bank, pay this bill. And the bank will pay the bill and will notify you when it's done. So this is a different construct. It's not how we think about an application today, and we're just at the beginning of this transaction. Let me keep going and show you a different example. So this person wants to basically go out with his mom to celebrate her birthday. So he goes to 3 different apps. He texts his mother and try to set up an appointment. Then he goes to the calendar app, and then he go into the restaurant and he will make a reservation, okay? And there's more things as we go along this journey. So how this is going to change when you think about now the role of a Gen AI as the front end of an application and experience. So the first thing is, as you start texting, think about that everything you write on a text, and that's your data, it's private, it's in your device. Everything you type could be a prompt to a model. So the model will say, I understand you want to make a dinner reservation. And then you tell it what you want. And then it will pick a restaurant, make a suggestion, and then make a reservation for you. So that's the change. You should start thinking about apps as functions. They become horizontal. They go across different things that you do. Now, you go to your computer. And then the AI knows you have that appointment, will send you a reminder, will tell you about when you have to leave, and then you go to your car. And we're incredibly excited. I think Snapdragon Digital Cockpit is now the platform of choice of all automakers. I think we're working with every single brand of car OEMs in the world. And one of the exciting things is the car became a computing space. So in those screens of the car, I cannot think of a better example when you are behind the wheel to use natural language to communicate with the computer. And as you are in your car, the AI will take an action within your navigation. And even you can continue by purchasing something, as an example. So we're just at the beginning of this very big transition. I think it's incredibly exciting. And from a company like Qualcomm, it changes how we think about computer. So the way to think about computers right now and how you think about those systems, including the future of your phone, is you're going to have a lot of different inputs, because now the computer can understand the word around it. And whether you talk with voice, as audio, when you still touch, you text, what you see, a photograph, sensors, including your position, that goes to agents. And those AI agents And they're going to be in all the computing devices. I think what's happening at the edge, as I said, as data center moves to where the energy is, I think AI at the edge stays where the human is. And those agents are going to interact with a lot of your personal data and the data that's relevant for the computer. That then the computing machine is going through this process. They're going to run a lot of different models, whether it's a large language model, a large visual model, and many more. That's going to be run on a computer. There's a lot of parallel computing happening on the device, and that happens all the time. And then with that, that connects to experiences. It's a whole new approach to how we think about the use of computers and how we define experience now with an AI front end, putting that as a very powerful, I think, human interface. It is also going to change the construct, how you think about those platforms. You know, today we have this contract, so you have a platform, you have an OS, and you have an app store, and you have an app. You're going to have a multitude of different agents. You're going to have agents for a certain set of applications. You're going to have agents for different countries. There's so many countries now developing large language models. And that is going to create a whole new cycle. So we're incredibly excited about this. I think that's one of the least understood capabilities of Gen AI, and we see a very bright future for innovation, especially how we think about not only the mobile market, I think, but the PC market, how we think about wearables, how we think about the future of spatial computing. Spatial computing, I like to tell the story because when we started developing with Meta, the Ray-Ban glasses, and we thought that the original use case would be you're going to have a Ray-Ban smart glasses, and you're going to take pictures, you're going to find a moment, and you're going to post that on Instagram. But then something happened. Llama, as a large language model, got to the device. Now, with the glass see, you see. What you hear, the device will hear. And then you started to see the use cases coming right in front of us. And I think that's the future also of spatial computing. So that's what we're going to see the cycle. And I'm just going to finish my presentation. For anybody that is interested in thinking about developing AI-first experiences, we're going to make it very easy for you. We're developing a whole platform that enable access to those models, and we built the foundation technologies to do it across all the different devices that you find Snapdragon. You actually can develop once and have that experience go across, you know, wearables, phones, tablets, PCs, glasses, and even cars. We make that available and open to everyone with the AI Hub. In the AI Hub, you find a collection of models. There are over 100 different models from all the biggest companies in the world, foundational models, open source models across different devices. You can find the AI Hub on Hugging Face, on GitHub, and then you have the ability to pick your model, bring your own model if you want to, and start thinking about what are those experiences that is really going to define the future of computing. This is the message I had to deliver to all of you. As I said, we're incredibly excited about this future. We're pushing the boundaries of what's possible with Snapdragon for the era of Gen AI and AI at the edge. And we're really focused on enabling intelligent computing everywhere. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to all of you. Muito obrigado.
right. The next talk is about making shit that people love. How many of you are using an Aura ring to track your sleep? Lots of people using Aura? Maybe not. I recently got the new all-black Apple Watch Ultra 2. Tracks everything, tracks my sleep, tracks walking, things like that. I'm sure some of you love your Tesla if you own one, or your BYD. Others love their high-end laptop that does everything except cook your breakfast. How do these gadgets get designed, and how do they become so popular? To divulge the secret sauce about making shit that people love, please welcome The Guardian's Dan Milmo in conversation with the Global Vice President of AI Solutions and Services at Lenovo, Linda Yao, the CEO of Aura, Tom Hale, and the Chief Software Officer at Mercedes-Benz, Magnus Osberg.
Morning, everyone. This is a very popular session, unsurprisingly, making stuff that people love. We've got a style guide policy on The Guardian with some of the words in that title. We've got a fantastic panel to discuss this subject, making products that people love. I thought a way to introduce them would be to go from left to right, but also just mention some of the quotes that these experts and executives have given on this subject in recent times. So first of all, Tom Hale, the CEO of Aura, he said recently, it's about doing good for the people of this planet. Magnus Osberg, the Chief Software Officer at Mercedes-Benz, who said recently, the customer needs to not have any concerns or questions. And lastly, Linda Yao, the Global VP of AI Solutions at Lenovo, who said, customers and colleagues are eager to use AI to become more efficient, more disruptive, and even more sustainable. Now hopefully we're going to touch on all those points in the very short time that we've got, so let's go. The first question, just to make sure we're clear on copyright here, sort of belongs to Tom. We were discussing before our chat what we should be talking about, and he came up with a great idea. So let's sort of start with where the journey begins with a new product. Do you agree with Steve Jobs' famous quote, which is, figure out what customers want before they do? So, do you listen to customers first or just include them somewhere along the way?
You have to do both, obviously, but it's really important when you're creating a new category like we were with the Smart Ring to have some really strongly felt beliefs and to bring those to customers. You'd be stupid not to listen to customers, so you got to do it.
Sure. What were those beliefs?
For us, it was the importance of not having a screen, not being something that interrupts you, and that makes sense for something that tracks you during your sleep. And then fundamentally believing that something that didn't look like technology, that looked like jewelry, would be really appealing to people.
Okay, and just went from there.
Yeah.
And here you are.
Yeah.
Great. Magnus.
Well, making stuff that people love, it comes from passion. So I'm going to make a quote from our chief designer, Gordon Wagoner. It's all about creating that passion, that appeal, and you need to have an idea about how to create that appeal, but then how to fill that experience later on with content that requires more analytic and technical approach to it.
Sure, but prior to that, analytics, you use the word passion. It's like, is it a feel? Is there more of a sort of emotional?
It's definitely an emotion, definitely appeal. You need to want to have a Mercedes-Benz. You gotta just want to grab it and want to have it.
Okay, great. Linda.
In addition to the passion and appeal, I think one of the beauties of providing solutions and services is the fact that the best innovations are co-developed with our customers. So by definition, that has to start with their requirement, their desire, their passion, and then together we evolve that into something better. So absolutely, customers at the center.
Okay, so with the second question too, that we can start with you, Linda, on that answer. Just getting to know, nonetheless, what the customer wants. What are the data points that you use? I mean, you all are very sophisticated companies now. How do you identify what the customer wants? How can you tell the audience what they should focus on in terms of knowing whether their product is going to fly or not in the eyes of the customer?
Absolutely. Especially in this environment, ROI, or return on investment, is so important to all C-suite members. And when we look at the adoption of new and emerging technologies like AI, like the Gen AI revolution, that becomes even more important. So what customers are looking for are those business outcomes. No longer are they buying necessarily a piece of technology equipment. Right? They are often looking for how this technology, how these products can help them get to the business outcomes or the personal outcomes that they most desire. And that is really how we make the products and solutions that people love.
And how do you reassure them that with a product as a technology as nascent as AI?
We do it at Lenovo by using Lenovo to power our own operations. And what we mean by that is we've battle tested and we have run many, many POCs and trials inside of Lenovo using this latest technology. That means that we have the right lessons learned, that means we have the right battle scars, and that expertise is part of what organizations and enterprises value the most. The fact that we've been through it at least once and likely multiple times and figured out a recipe that actually works.
We were just talking about the whole idea of dog fooding, which is making your employees be the users of your product. We wanted to clarify that. We don't actually want people to eat their own dog food. No. We'd like you actually to drink your own champagne, which is what we call it. But it's such a critical way, again, going back to both passion and getting feedback early in a product cycle, is to get your employees using it. And if you're using something that's new, that's untested, it's even more important because you don't even know what to look for.
Okay, Magnus, yeah, I mean, I guess in your world, I mean, how easy is it to gauge that feedback from customers in time for a product that is mass-produced? Very, it's a luxury product. How do you keep on top of what the customer needs and what their feedback is in such a competitive environment?
Excellent question. So at Mercedes-Benz, we're breaking with the tradition of having a mass-produced product that fits all, right, and separating the physical product that you have to love with the digital product. Right. That is what we call Mercedes-Benz operating system. It's a ship-to-cloud architecture, and we got about 10 million vehicles connected right now. Right. So what we're doing is we're using the data lake that generated from these vehicles together with the DevOps systems that we put in place right now to really be able to pilot things in the market. Last year we were first OEM to go out with a ChatGPT beta program, and what we learned from this program is just enormously valuable, what people want to do, what they don't want to do, and how it all works together.
And this is, I think, really the beauty of AI and digital operations and digitization. It really helps us to personalize these products, to your point, so they're no longer mass-produced. You can have an individualized driver assistant, right? That's some of the work we're doing in the automotive industry as well. And it's just so amazing to make those products that people love individually for themselves.
Let's face it, software has already eaten the world. Like, it's not a coming future state, it is the state. And as a result, software is so malleable. Like, you can change your software up until the last minute, and you can get customer and user feedback or driver feedback or enterprise CEO feedback, and you can deploy that directly into the software in a matter of a couple of weeks. And that kind of flexibility, that's how you actually deliver something. I'm not going to say the profane word, deliver stuff that people love, is getting that feedback and adapting to it quickly.
Yeah, what's the lead time like then? I mean, on your products now, are you feeling like that's narrower than ever?
So the way we're changing our product development is that we have our development team that can prototype within 24 hours. But since we are in a regulated space, we have an object that moves through the world that needs to be safe, and Mercedes-Benz stands for safety. We're deploying every 3 months to a new experience. But separate from that, our beta program enables us to basically rapidly develop and test in real time. Because I believe that the entire user interface, you talked about no screen, in our world, complementing a screen with actually how we talk today, I believe is the human natural way of communicating, because a picture says more than 1,000 words. So if we can augment speaking to us like we do right now intuitively with something that can be graphically, visually presented, this is going to be the natural way going forward.
And I think this rapid prototyping and augmented communication, it is something that is helping our customers with something that they're requesting, which is speed to ROI. And it's for that reason that in our portfolio, we created offerings like the AI Fast Start, right? Precisely because these C-suite members, they want to see some proof points within one fiscal quarter. Before, that wouldn't have been possible. But now, with digitization and quality data, it is.
Okay, I don't want to put a downer on things, but obviously we were talking about safety backstage and AI. Obviously, AI, big buzzword for this summit and will be forevermore, but obviously an integral part of product development now. Can you talk to me about this nascent technology and how you manage risk in a competitive environment with the deployment of it? What tips you have for members in the audience about using it safely, addressing any risks?
It's very hard to test AI. This is probably the biggest challenge, and so actually I would challenge all the great startups in the audience that like we should be looking at ways to test and to validate AI. That's like a really big emerging opportunity. I think the other thing is that the reality is to deliver a great AI experience, you actually need multiple other AIs that are looking at the output, particularly with generative AI, looking at the output and trying to evaluate whether or not it's appropriate. You're trying to catch hallucinations as they're happening and stop them. I do think we're at the beginning of a really interesting arc in software where AI is just going to be how software is developed. It's not going to be a feature, it's not going to be a reason to buy, it's just going to be the way software ends up being presented to the user.
Okay. Magnus?
Well, for us, safety is the center core, and we use basically a classification system in order to say what is that safety critical when it comes to the object moving through time and space versus something which is more entertaining, where we can elaborate more and do more beta testing. But if in the pure safety space, we of course need to make sure that when we do autonomous driving, we're the first OEM to have a certified level 3 system, and that just got approved here for driving 95 kilometers an hour on the Autobahn. That one has to be through and through tested and validated and make sure there's no hiccups.
And just for the audience, is that internal testing standards, or is this submitted to the regulator?
Of course, to the regulator.
So that goes to the national regulator, they're on top of AI?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Linda, so the sort of safety issue around...
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to safety and security, honestly, I think awareness is the first step, and it's a lot of the battle. So understanding and being aware and cognizant and supportive of having AI guardrails, of adhering to the right policies, of studying your data domains and jurisdictions, that is super important. At Lenovo, we have a responsible AI committee. Many of you all in the audience probably have that as well, to cover things like bias and drift and data integrity. That is super important.
And that, to an extent, at the moment, in terms of where we are with AI regulation, that's on you or on the company a bit, because I keep on using the word nascent, but AI regulation is nascent, right? I mean, there aren't really any global guidelines. So is it incumbent on companies, startups, to look very closely at how AI interacts with law and regulation in their own country or in their own market, etc.? Because normally it's quite a patchwork process.
So at Lenovo, we operate in 180 markets globally. So we absolutely believe it is our responsibility to use AI securely, ethically, and responsibly. We appointed our chief AI officer, who is also our chief security officer for that reason, and he oversees our responsible AI committee.
Okay. It's the case study part of the session. Want to just, each of you, very quickly talk us through an example of stuff that people love that you have made, and that process starting with how you arrived at the idea and executed it. Tom?
Yeah, so I'll start actually to pull on the AI theme. We have something inside the product. It's in an early state, it's our Aura Labs. It's called the Aura Advisor, and it's effectively kind of a coach doctor who lives in your pocket on your phone and understands everything about you that the Ring and the biometrics that we track can do. So that's the product. When we first kind of instantiated it, the things that we started learning was what people didn't want. So anything that was less than a second response time was great, but anything over a second was bad. And from a customer experience standpoint, it meant that we wanted to put as much of the processing close to the edge as possible. The other thing people wanted is they wanted visuals. They wanted to be able to say, hey, what were my sleep trends? And show me a visual of my sleep trend. And so creating an image that went along with the Gen AI kind of chat experience was another one. It was really important to get reassurance. When we asked customers after having rolled this out to a group of users, we said, well, what features would you like to see? What would you like to see improved? And they said, well, the number one thing we'd like to see is, can you give us the ability to name it? And we were like, they want to name their chat buddy. They want to have a relationship with this thing. And we found that particularly among women who are suffering from, a sleep issue, they wanted to have support delivered to them by this AI experience they were having. So I think we're on the beginning of a really brave new world where the consumer expectations around software, which have been set over the past 10, 15 years by basically mobile apps, are shifting dramatically to these new interfaces. Alexa taught us that you could ask your Alexa for the music, the news, whatever, but actually getting advice that you really trust and count on, that is brand new, and we are in the brave new world of what's good.
Okay, thank you. Magnus.
Well, I'd like to piggyback on what you said here, that they want to chat about it, because our biggest learnings from our ChatGPT beta program that we did last year is that people just want to talk to it. They want to have a buddy in the car. And it's so refreshing to see that we are now being able to tailor this to the different markets. Our China customers, they buy a Mercedes for their first car, and they want it as chatty as possible. They want to really have it talk to you about everything, the automated driving, taking the right turn lane now. And with our customer base here in Europe is much older and more conservative. They just wanted to shut up. Right? So, and all of that is possible. But I would say that what I'm most proud of lately is the team that has really been breaking through where I said the autonomous driving, where we're now bringing out products, and next year we're bringing out a brand new product suite. But we're having now the possibility to give time back to the customer. So we did user studies and see that, of course, most amount of driving is done on highways. So we concentrated on the highways and really having true legal setup where you can actually let go and just sit like this in your car. You can watch a movie, you can play Tetris, you can be on internet, you can do what you want. This is true luxury, and that's what I'm really proud of the team being able to give this quality and this safety and give time back.
Sounds relaxing. I want to harken back to something that Tom said earlier around dog fooding or drinking our own champagne. One of the biggest innovations that we have internally is to be able to battle test things. And so, for example, we worked with our manufacturing leaders on how they could solve some of the bottlenecks that they had in quality inspection and the manufacturing process. And you'll love this, Magnus, right? We were able to, using computer vision and AI, to reduce some of the manufacturing bottlenecks by 50%, right? Reduce error rates and defects by 80% in quality inspection. And that is exactly the technology that we were able to take into the automotive industry with one of our flagship manufacturing customers there as well.
Okay, really quick fire. Sorry, we've got one more question.
Yeah.
I was going to be in trouble. Quick fire, what stuff will people be loving in 12 months' time? Just give us a product anywhere. It doesn't have to be in your sector. Go. Tom.
Well, I think people are going to be loving coaches and support delivered through AI.
Okay, Magnus.
They're going to be loving the brand new suite of MBUS-enabled products that we're coming out with, starting with the CLA in the spring next year.
Okay, Linda.
I think people will be really appreciating and impressed by the hyper-personalization that AI can bring. If you all think that AI knows you now, just wait.
Well, that'd be interesting. Okay, just remember, don't eat your own dog food, drink the champagne. That's a pro tip. Thank you to an amazing panel.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Look at this. Everybody's here now. All right, Microsoft has been a big part of shaping the future since the beginning. And now, with their massive investments into OpenAI, Copilot integration, Azure AI supercomputing, they are helping to envision the future of AI, emphasizing responsible innovation, ethical considerations, and the opportunities for AI to drive meaningful social impact. To tell us about the next great GPT, please welcome the Vice Chair and President of Microsoft, Brad Smith.
Every great leap begins with a spark, igniting potential. AI is the next great spark, reshaping the world, empowering us all. But success requires trust, inclusive growth, sustainability, and the protection of fundamental rights. A new era of progress is emerging, with opportunities for all. Elevating how we live, work, and grow together. Innovation isn't a destination. It's a journey of continuous improvement. 50 years in, our next chapter begins.
Good morning. It's always a thrill for me to be here at the Web Summit, to be here with all of you, this extraordinary startup community. And I think we come together at such an interesting time. That's why I want to talk today about what I'll describe to you as the next great GPT. And you'll see that we're all, in fact, part of it. I want to talk today about the course of technology, and I want to start by talking about it not in the way that technologists do, but economists. Because for economists, there are two types of products in the world. Most products are single-purpose tools. Like a smoke detector or a lawnmower, they do one thing, and they do that one thing very well. But there are every so often general-purpose technologies, GPTs, as economists have long referred to them, that literally change the world. They are technologies like electricity that can be used across the economy and impact every sector of society. Now, the truth is, there have been three huge industrial revolutions in the last 250 years, and they were all driven by GPTs. The first started in the United Kingdom, and it was steam and then especially ironworking that led to the first industrial societies. The second, starting in the 1880s, the second industrial revolution was built on electricity and machine tooling. And then the third industrial revolution, the story of our lives, has been about computerization. And everywhere one goes, when there is a new industrial revolution, people focus first and foremost on the leading edge, the latest chips, the leading AI models. They matter greatly. But history tells us that one thing matters more than who leads that first wave of innovation. It's not the innovation itself, but it's a second economic term, diffusion. It's the ability to take this technology and diffuse it across an economy, across a country, across a continent, in other words, to get people to adopt the technology broadly. And there's so much I think we can learn from the lessons of the past, including, say, the second industrial revolution, because what you see, for example, was where electricity went, prosperity followed. You see it in the United States. You see it in Portugal. You see it in every country for which there is data. Because electricity transformed the economy, its broad adoption fueled productivity and economic growth. And what was true in the second industrial revolution has been true in the third industrial revolution as well, the last 50 years, which coincidentally really is Microsoft's life on this planet, having been founded 50 years ago in April. But I'm not here to just look at the past. We have an opportunity to talk about the future. And as we come to the year 2025, it is the right time to start to talk about the second quarter of the 21st century and what we can do to help shape it in a better way. And we should all start by recognizing one thing, perhaps above all else in terms of our conversation this morning. AI is the next great GPT. It is the next great general purpose technology. Now, when you start with that as the founding of a conversation, it quickly leads to a couple of things that we also can learn from. They even have profound implications for us, because the first thing one realizes is that every GPT is built with a tech stack. It's because it connects with so many other types of technologies. This has always been true throughout history. And so if one had a time machine that could go back to the year 1878, if one could walk the streets of New York where Thomas Edison was just perfecting for the first time the light bulb, we would know what he did not the day he made that light bulb illuminate. That he wasn't just inventing a new product. He was embarking on building an entire tech stack, something that would require fuel for power plants, electrical grids for distribution, standardization, and ultimately appliances for manufacturers and users. We would know what he did not, that electricity was about to create an entire new economy. And we would be able to look back at hindsight and see what this meant, not just for Thomas Edison in New York and New Jersey, but what it meant for the world. In a way that speaks, I think, so strongly and directly to us today, the innovations that made electricity a driver, not just of productivity growth, but of improvement in people's lives, came fundamentally at the appliance layer. All the new appliances that were built, mostly by startups. You go to a country like Germany, you look at a company that was founded based on licensing Edison's patent. It was called AEG. And in the 20 years that followed, they created an electric kettle. They created an electric iron. They created an electric fan. Just imagine what that meant for people on a hot summer day. And they built a new economy in Germany. Fundamentally, this was the fuel that drove the great German Mittelstand forward. It built a prosperous age across Europe. But what I find then so interesting is we can come back to where we are today. We can come back to the year 2024 and we can walk into this arena this morning, and with this perspective, what we recognize is that we're not just individual companies building individual products. We are a new ecosystem building a new tech stack, an AI tech stack. And it starts, interestingly, like electricity with land and power, in this case for chips. Fundamentally, this AI tech stack has three big layers. The infrastructure layer, where the chips are used in data centers, the platform layer, and then the applications layer. And at Microsoft, what we're focused on is not just building products for each layer, but helping to support an ecosystem as a whole. So when we go to different countries in Europe, as I have this past year, and announced in the UK and Germany and France and Spain and Italy and beyond, that we are building infrastructure, AI data centers, we're not just building them for ourselves or our own services. We are building them for the ecosystem as a whole. We're building them for all of you, as perhaps more than anyone else. But we recognize that having infrastructure is indispensable, but it is not sufficient. That's why we're focused on the creation of a new platform layer that brings together foundation models like OpenAI, Mistral, many others, but creates a platform layer that combines models, data, and new platform-level software services. So that's what you see us bringing together, a new tool chain so that developers in startups and more broadly can make use of all of this technology to create your own applications. In some cases, you'll build on our Copilot and agents with Copilot Studio. In other cases, you won't, but you will still be able to use the infrastructure and all of these platform tools. Ultimately, this fourth industrial revolution is more like the second. You have to have this enormous investment of infrastructure, just like power plants. But when you do, you unleash innovation everywhere. And just like AEG became a household name in Germany, there are startups in this room that will become household names around the world. And that's why our fundamental mission in so many ways is, frankly, to enable your success. That's at the heart of our AI for Startups initiative, to provide access to compute, including free compute for startups with credits, access to services and to experts, and I think perhaps often most importantly, access to one of the great and largest enterprise sales forces in the world. I met with the CEO of a startup this morning. He said they had been in the Azure marketplace for only 3 months, but already had had 3 calls from Microsoft saying, hey, we have a customer that we think would be interested in your product. Let us go with you to sell to them. That is how we get the flywheel going. Because it takes a lot of money and more than a little courage to make the billions and billions of dollars of investments that we're making to build out this infrastructure, to build out this platform layer. But we know, whether it's our applications or yours, that is where the value is going to reside, that will enable and encourage and excite people to put all of this new technology to work. We have the opportunity together to build a whole new AI economy. But we have the opportunity, I think, to do even more than that. We can build the world's next industrial revolution. But as we do that, I think the other thing that unites so many of us is a belief that we can do this better than it has been done before. We can build a better industrial revolution than was done in the 3 revolutions that preceded us. How do we do that? Well, we commit ourselves to not only growing and doing well, but also doing good. And that means investing in trust, as this last panel just discussed. It means making security and privacy and safety and responsible AI priorities for each of us, so that the public can use what we create with confidence. It's not just the right thing to do. Frankly, if you want to grow a business, it's also the smart thing to do. That's why we're interested in working with others, with you, and with customers to ensure that AI is developed and deployed responsibly, securely, safely. And it's why part of our work as a community is to build out an AI governance regime for communities, for countries, for the world. Let's start with what we do as individual firms that will build on industry standards we create that will require national and international and even global policy. I think we also need to recognize that we need to do something in this industrial revolution that people didn't need to worry about before. We need to build an industrial revolution that is sensitive to the needs of the planet. We can't afford to just build data centers and consume electricity without regard for what it means for a local community or for a country or for planet Earth. We need to commit, as we are, to investing to add new sources of electricity to the grid, to invest in carbon-free energy for the grid, and to commit that when we need more electricity, if it means more investment, we will support those investments. We can afford it, and we will do it so that the electricity prices, the rates of our neighbors in these communities, do not rise. And there are days when difficult conversations are needed, as we found in the United States when we recently announced that we would spend the money to bring back online a nuclear power reactor at 3 Mile Island, one that had worked safely for 40 years but was decommissioned in 2019 because of economics, so that we can add 874 megawatts of electricity in Pennsylvania. This, too, is part of what we need to talk about. Different countries will want to look to different sources of energy, but we know one thing above all else, everywhere, countries need more electricity. And then ultimately, I think the real opportunity that gets so many of us up in the morning is this. We can use AI to help solve the world's problems. You all, in so many instances, were created to do something that the world needs to have done. And we've started to learn together at lightning speed what a difference AI can make. One example that I always think about the most is something that affects more than 500 million people on the planet. There are 574 million people that have diabetes. And that means that they can develop what's called diabetic retinopathy. It's blindness. It is easily detected by an ophthalmologist or eye doctor, but there's one big problem. There's 8.2 billion people on planet Earth and only 200,000 ophthalmologists. Most people will never meet one. AI isn't just a solution that can help, it is the only solution for most people that will ever help. Because partnering with a startup named Iris, we've helped them develop an AI-based application that can work on anyone who has a phone and a camera and an internet connection. And that application is 97% as good as an ophthalmologist in detecting diabetic retinopathy. When it's detected early, people's vision can be saved. Think of that. We are in the business of saving people's sight. And what's true there is true in so many other instances, healthcare, education, you name it, that is what you all are doing. But to be truly successful, we're going to have to do one thing that Thomas Edison never dreamed of doing. We need to bring AI to the world. To me, one of the most remarkable things about technology can be seen in this map, especially if the slide advances. This is a map of planet Earth in our current day. You see lights on around the world, but not equally on every continent. The reality is, 142 years after the first power plant started working in Lower Manhattan, we still live in a world where 770 million people lack access to electricity. It's 43% of the people who live in Africa. Think about that for a second. Electricity is probably the most important GPT ever invented. And 150 years after it was created, there are 750 million people who still cannot use it. This, I believe, is quite possibly the greatest technology tragedy in history. I think it is a sobering reminder of the importance of diffusing technology so it is accessible and affordable to everyone, everywhere. But I think more than that, it is an inspiration. It calls on us to think about how we can do better, to combine these massive infrastructure investments, this new platform layer, and all the applications that the world will create, and to resolve together that we will bring this around the world not in a century and a half, but in the decade ahead. If we can do that and we can do it together, we will get off to the start that we need to make sure that the second quarter of the 21st century truly advances not only opportunity for all of us, but builds a better world. Thank you very much.
All right, we hear a lot about the US and China and the EU as a whole when talking about the future, but what about specific countries in the EU like Germany? To discuss Germany's commitment to digital innovation and the vision for a progressive future, please welcome to the Web Summit center stage the Vice Chancellor of Germany, Robert Habeck.
So, good morning everyone from my side, and thanks for having me and inviting me. As far as I'm informed, I'm one of the few politicians who has the chance to speak here on this center stage to you. And I would say that's an honor. Thanks for having me. And it's also a burden, because as a politician, my job is to think about what you have heard all the time now in matter of power and interests. Well, that is my job. I'm not the engineer, I'm not the founder of a startup company. I'm part of the ones, and actually the ones nobody really likes, who has the job to create the framework and create the right framework, I would say. And I had the chance to listen to the last introduction speeches from Brett, and before that to the panel discussion. And if you have an ear what was said just some minutes ago, talk about developing shit that people love and then potential for all. And before I come to that, I'd like to talk about the shit that people fear and the shit that makes us being afraid in this sometimes complicated and maybe also sometimes dangerous world. I have to admit, I'm a German, and I speak as a German and as a European, both politician and citizen. So there might be some Europeans among you, and there might be some others, and you have also challenges, demands, maybe problems in your countries, US, India, Canada, wherever you're coming from. It's never easy in times like this. But to understand my point of view, I just have to say I'm speaking from a European perspective. And as a politician in this time, as a European politician, as the German Minister for Economic Affairs and Climate Action, before I come to the positive note and the job we together and you have to do in this world and in this time, I'd like to describe the big challenges from my point of view, the backdrop before which we have to read all the developments and also the political debates that sometimes are seeming to tear our societies apart. From my point of view, the biggest question of our time, the political problem, is bringing three dangers for freedom together. From my point of view, the story behind all the stories of our time is that freedom is under attack. From my point of view, it's under attack from outside. Therefore, I'm speaking as a European politician. War is back in Europe. Now, almost 3 years, Russia's aggression on Ukraine. Tomorrow, you have my colleague from Ukraine here on the stage, the second politician who has the honor to speak here to this audience, and he will tell you what it means to be a country under attack. But from my point of view, the war, Putin's war against Ukraine, is not about some rural areas in the east of Ukraine. It's about forbidding a country to make its own choice, forbidding the people of Ukraine to live their life in peace and in freedom. Putin cannot accept that Ukraine, a former Soviet Union country, is sharing the same rights we take for normal on their own soil. It's a war against democracy. It's a war against freedom. And you see who the allies are, and then you see that freedom is under attack from outside. Secondly, and I think you know what I'm talking about, it's under attack from inside. We see populistic movements everywhere in the liberal societies. In Europe, it has nothing to do who is in the government. It's in the north of Europe, it's in the south of Europe. It's in the founding countries of the European Union, it's in the East European countries who came to the Union in the past 20 years. This has nothing to do with the landscape or the compass. It has to do with the kind of debate we are discussing and how we are discussing it. Populism is not against one single issue. Migration, climate action, freedom of speech, whatever. It's about taking the problem, a real problem a society has, and then misuse it for their own purpose. It's about destroying the room for a democratic discussion, bringing people together, listening to each other, compromise, making new decisions, and then taking the next step. That is what democracy is about. And populistic politicians and infrastructures trying to destroy exactly this. Nobody in this room, no politician on the earth, only the dictators, no democratic politician can think that he or she has the only right answer. We have always to have in mind that others have different answers and different ideas. We have to understand that as a community, as a society, we need to come together. Populistic arguments or structures or politicians are about to disrupt this togetherness, tearing a society apart, using technique that we are not discussing, listening, understanding each other, but roaring at each other or being silenced. We need rooms for argumentation, and that is the assault, destroying these rooms for argumentation. That is freedom in the liberal democracy. So you see, secondly, I would argue that the challenges of our time is destroying these society room for democracy. You see, democracy is under attack also from inside. And thirdly, you have heard it, I am Minister for Climate Action in Germany. And I would say the third biggest challenge for freedom is global warming. And I'm fed up that the people who try to tackle global warming have to excuse themselves. It's not us to try to bring the global warming down to a scope that we, societies, can cope with it. It's the others who are burning fossil fuels, who are burning the world, that they are destroying the possibility of freedom for other people in the world. But the story behind all stories is that liberal democracy and freedom are not to be taken for granted. They are not in this time. Now, what has this to do with this conference and with the startup scene? First of all, you have heard, I'm a German politician, and we learned it the hard way. Trade, energy, infrastructure, technique are not neutral. Energy was used as a weapon. Trade is now used as a power instrument to use it to influence governments, maybe society. And technique has huge potential, as we have heard it, but it is also a possibility to misuse it. You know, social media, it's called social media, but I would argue sometimes it is unsocial, and it's not helping bringing people together and finding the best argument. You know what I'm talking about. So what I'm trying to say is, it's about the people. It's about people who make the difference. Don't think that an innovation, a technique, an energy form is good or bad in itself. It's about us who decide how we use it. Now, this brings me now to the startup scene. And you see, Startup Germany, I have written on my T-shirt, I had troubled in the last 3 years to hold Germany's economy stable, finding new supply chains after Putin cut off the gas. But my team, my government, we invested a lot in the potential of increasing the startup environment in Germany. It's great in your countries, it's fine in Portugal, but if you have some spare time, look what is happening in Germany, and if you see the guys running around with Startup Germany t-shirts, ask them and then collaborate and come to Germany as well. You are hardly invited. But the thing is something else. If you are a founder, if you have a startup company, you have made one decision. You believe in the future. You are willing to take a risk. If you are not willing to take a risk, you wouldn't be sitting here. If you are founding a company, you have always take the possibility in mind that everything is going to chatter. Of course, you believe that the good is coming out of it, but you're never sure. But as you are a founder, and that is startup companies as a society movement, you have made the decision not to shy back, not to be afraid, but to believe in the future and to shape this future. And therefore, bringing vibrant startup scenes to life, finding venture capital, increasing the bureaucracy burdens, decreasing the bureaucracy, sorry, you have enough problems to do, but bringing it down, making it easier to found, bringing people together is fine for business opportunities, and I wish you all the best. But as a politician, I say something else. This can be the core of a different attitude to cope with problems, to defend freedom, to be aware that people make the difference, and that with your invention, with your use of technique, you're making the society and the world a little bit better. Therefore, Startup Germany, but startup for me is not a description of an economic scene like a sector, industrial goods, German Mittelstand, and then be a startup. It's an imperative. Start up. That means don't sit and wait. It's not called sit and wait Congress or whatever. It means start up something. Get up, straighten your back, do something, believe in the future, shape the future, make a decision that you can make, that you can be the decision maker of the future. Therefore, I welcome this Web Summit, and it's a great honor to discuss it with you, but it's also a job we have to do, you have to do. You can, in a difficult world like this, where freedom is under attack, you can make a tremendous difference, and you can hold the line, you can draw the line between the ones who are shying back, are silenced, are afraid to believe in the future, and the ones who are only roaring and bringing the guilt only to others, not seeing that they are part of the disruption we are living through. Having said that, I have to explain to you, I have a delegation with me. And it's an all-female delegation of startup founders. I'm a Minister of Economic Affairs. So I don't know if it's true that never before a German Minister of Economic Affairs brought an all-female delegation to a conference, but as I know who have been the ministers before me, I think it's true. I think it's the first time that only women leaders are with a German minister underway to a conference going abroad. Well, this sends a political message. Obvious as you see, by sex, I'm a male. But in my heart, I'm a feminist. And not only because I think that injustice is always a problem to societies. And before you applaud, be aware that only 20% of the founders of startups are females. And the venture capital going to startup companies and the amount of going to female startup companies or startup companies with female leaders is only 1% to 2%. So if you're applauding for the sentence, injustice is a problem, you see we have a problem here, also in the startup scene. And my idea of bringing only female leaders to this conference is making this problem transparent. So there is a job we have to do. I just said that technique is not neutral. Not neutral means we, you, the politicians have to do better there. Not only because it is a question of justice. I mean, I guess that it's not in our biology that males are willing to increase more venture capital for their companies and not females. That is a political problem. That is a glass ceiling we are still having in the system. Also speaking from an economic perspective, this is the biggest potential for innovation, for growth, to bring the same amount of female leaders into the opportunity as their male comrades and colleagues founding companies, bringing startups alive. And we need this potential. We need it in Europe for new growth, the next revolution, as Brett just said, but we need it also, and that is the whole sentence, the whole idea of my speech, we need it for a more broader, wider, optimistic approach. The more startup companies we are having, the broader the scene is, the more vibrant the scene is, the better it is for our societies. We solve the problems of the future, you are solving the problems of the future, yes, but all together we are defending democracy and liberal democracy. Therefore, this female feministic problem is not a problem for the females, it's a problem for the males or for the society. So let's solve the problem, widen up the space, bring the people together, looking for justice also there, but insist that an optimistic approach, the willingness to look to a bright future, to bring it forward, is the driving force here in this conference and beyond that. Thank you very much. All the best. Take care.
the unthinkable.
Now we have the winning format.
Just want to see more cash.
The last 2 years has definitely been a very aggressive comedown.
Not all startups will succeed.
This idea that we should be living in an either way.
How do you break through the noise in the fight for funding?
Our next talk is all about a new approach to venture capital. Our next speakers have invested early into companies like Databricks, Grok, Anthropic, and CoreWeave. But big IPO paydays have dried up. Big tech themselves, like Microsoft and NVIDIA, have invested big into AI startups, pouring $6.6 billion into OpenAI alone. With all this uncertainty, is it time to take a new approach to venture capital? To take a deep dive into what's next for the world of VC, in conversation with Squawk Box's Karen Cho, please welcome General Partner at Race Capital, Edith Young, and founder and managing partner of G Squared, Larry Ashbrook.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for this special conversation. I'm pleased to get into this conversation with Edith and Larry. Edith, if I can pitch this to you, because at CNBC, we can see the changes in the landscape. We know that IPOs have been slower to come through. We know there are consequences right down through the pipeline. When it comes to your world, you've had big technology companies investing in startups. Private equity has crept in as well, so everybody's encroaching on your space, while there are very few exits. Talk to us about the landscape and what that means for VC.
Yeah, so I tried to explain this yesterday, and I'm going to try it on us today. You know, in the US, when you talk about presidential election, is the economy stupid? And in the VC world, it's really all about liquidity stupid. Means, like in the last couple of years, just not many IPOs, and it's been really cramming down, as Karen, you said that, from private equity or even sort of the vision fund of the world,
Or even I was listening to Larry Fink from BlackRock, now coming down to, to the private side. At the end of the day, for venture, it's really about liquidity. And what's really crazy is in the last few years, I know Larry invested in OpenAI. Think about it, OpenAI valuation is really determined by the big tech, the Microsoft of the world, which $156 billion. It literally priced out about 95.
156.5 billion.
Got it. All right. It literally priced out 95% of the VCs. So it's been really, really tough couple of years for most of the venture capital.
That feels like the same story with other companies that were created even last year that are so huge now thanks to these fundraising rounds. Tell us about where you sit in the landscape, Larry, and how you've been impacted by the same features around private equity and by big tech companies with large checks.
Yeah, I think you kind of have two different landscapes happening at the same time. You have the liquidity stupid, as Edith mentioned, and economy stupid aspect of it, where you have funds and founders, employees searching for liquidity because the IPO market is not happening. And then you have the funding rounds that are taking place of generational types of businesses. And being a part of the ecosystem at the same time on both spectrums is pretty interesting. I would say about your comment on liquidity stupid is I always tell our LPs, you can't eat MOIC. You can only eat DPI.
Yep.
So if you want to cook some dinner, you better sell some stock, and we'll buy it from you. Because our primary focus has been, since our founding in 2010, is providing liquidity for the ecosystem. And as companies have stayed private much longer, the average age of our portfolio today is about 14 years. So there's a major disconnect between the GP-LP relationship now. Edith's early stage investor, I don't know how she does it, great success, but picking that early is a challenge. But then having funds that are 10 years in length, it doesn't match up with the business's profiles today. And so by being a liquidity provider and helping companies transition that capital, cap table has been our mainstay from our founding, and I would say it's better today than ever. Everyone wants liquidity, regardless if it might be stupid or not. And we're there to help companies continue to stay private longer. And then the other side of it, yes, the funding rounds that you all write about and talk about and report on, yeah, it's a bit nuts. It is.
Which jumps out to me is you talk about the average age of companies being 14 years. I mean, some of the companies I've been talking to have been in existence for 12 months and are now worth billions and billions. And it feels like companies are getting that run rate faster than ever before, which is why private equity is so interested in the VC space. So how does this all change? Do you think PE is going to be a constant threat now to VC?
I think it is a couple force that's happening at the same time. First off, when you say about duration of your 14 years fund, I Googled this morning, the average duration of an American marriage is 8 years. So,
well, you can have a multiple of those.
Oh, okay, got it.
Years.
But having said that, the key thing for a VC, earlier VC to think about is, as you mentioned, Karen, about 12 months old now is worth billions of dollars, but at the end of the day, what really matters is exit. And what really sometimes troubled me is, Microsoft acquired Inflection AI. They raised billions of dollars, but yet they did a licensing deal. Essentially, Microsoft acquired basically the entire team, and the VCs who got in early end up maybe 1.5 or 2x return. That is not a venture return. So which means that...
What sort of return are you aiming for normally?
As an early stage investor, and we're very, very thankful, and in the case of Solana, which I was a seed investor, it literally thousands X. So 1 to 2X is not really something that we care about.
It's not worth getting out of bed for.
But at the same time, I do think, and I'd love to hear what you think, 2025, I do think the crazy $1 billion of investing in foundational model probably will be over. Love to hear your thoughts.
No, I think you're right.
But now, for earlier stage, what I'm excited about, in particular sitting here in Portugal, AI really should not be just a Silicon Valley story. Is you can literally have 10x developers with 10x, 100x productivities, or a marketer with 100x productivities, or a customer support with 100x productivities, and which means that the cost of creating a startup could be lower thanks to the amazing foundational model, and make the upstream application level startups now a lot cheaper to run. So I will still have a job, thank God, but really is because great investors have invested in the billion into the foundation.
Yeah, I think private equity coming in, we see them all the time in our space as a growth investor. I would say they're coming more and more into the space to find that growth in mature businesses. And the different models of venture growth and PE kind of start to merge at some point. And when you look at our portfolio, it's made up mostly of companies like that. And I think what PE sees is, as a growth venture investor, we're encouraging that reinvestment in growth, and we're encouraging, if the fundamentals of the business and the economics make sense, to go ahead and spend that money in the balance sheet to continue growth, and not necessarily focus on near-term profitability to be eventually, yes, valued off an EBITDA multiple or a gross profit multiple, but in the interim, to grow your business because you have a better mousetrap. PE, on the other hand, has been kind of lean management, focused on EBITDA multiples and growing businesses through acquisitions, and they start to merge as tech companies have stayed private as long as they're staying private, and it becomes more attractive for PE to come in at the growth stage now, and we're seeing them all the time. And then on the other side of it, in the AI craze, I would say, I think part of the 0 to billions in valuation has to do with the transformation that those companies are making in all of our other portfolio companies, and how they're making them better. And it's not necessarily about having computers run the world and no people working in a business. That fear-mongering, I don't think, is real. It's more about the efficiencies that they help create in really good business models, and doing more with less, which means the dollars you have, you can invest them in a right way to help with growth. And it's really, I think, in the first couple innings of this.
Yeah.
And only time will tell, but I agree, it's a bit scary, some of the numbers that they're throwing out there.
So let's talk about the opportunities, because everybody's talking about big companies in AI, and that's NVIDIA to OpenAI. It feels like there's a lot of noise around a handful of companies.
Yeah.
Do you see an opportunity like OpenAI today? Are there companies out there that could deliver the sort of returns that you've had from OpenAI?
Yeah, I mean, cybersecurity is another space that is fascinating. I think we were fortunate enough to be involved with Wiz, the cybersecurity business out of Israel, and what they've been able to achieve in a very little time is unprecedented, and oftentimes is overlooked by some of the logos we've been talking about. But 0 to 500 million in ARR in 4 years, that's pretty crazy. But yeah, I think that there's many logos like that aren't the ones in the press raising $5 billion in 2 weeks, that are in all of our portfolios, that are the stars of tomorrow today. And our job at G Squared is helping those companies stay private as long as they would like, helping retain employees through secondaries, helping early stage shareholders get that DPI so you can cook that dinner with the money you've made and not focus on MOIC, which, by the way, for years when we would say that to institutional LPs, they wouldn't invest in us because they were focused on TVPI and MOIC, and we've been steadfast in our North Star of a 2 to 3x DPI in a 7-year period. So obviously, growth stage is a different return profile than early stage, but the secondary component today is driving our ecosystem. Most of the rounds that are getting done are large secondary rounds to help the ecosystem survive in this liquidity drought.
Edith, I love this conversation and that it helps us look out on the horizon, and often we talk about what's hot, what's now, what's moving. When you look out further into the distance, is it only about AI, or do you see really strong sector plays out there where you can make money?
So for me, focus on earliest stage, we really focus on enterprise infrastructure. And so the key thing for us is not thinking about what's going to happen, not necessarily in terms of exit in 2 or 3 years. We're really long term. And I think for 2025, if, hey, President Trump can make a comeback, there's a few other industry I think is quite interesting. For sure, crypto is definitely making a comeback already.
Well, because now the U.S. is the crypto capital of the world,
Hey,
for what Donald Trump said.
Not quite yet. We're still a lot of regulatory
Tomorrow it's happening.
fixing.
He said it's happening
Depends
tomorrow.
on who's going to replace Gary Gensler. But having said that, I think a few other industries quite interesting to study, which is, I think hardware is making a comeback. We also invested in Grok. And then AI strategy is really an energy strategy.
Yeah.
I found it very fascinating, from Saudi Arabia to UAE, now buying GPU and fighting
Which is
for
why the pre-money
H200.
valuations are so high,
Yep.
because the infrastructure cost requires billions of dollars just to have a language model that works. So that's fundamentally different than we've ever seen in our lifetime. Bezos created Amazon with what would have been equivalent to like a crowdfunding page, right? And now continuing to invest in it.
Although what I'm excited about, if Bezos started today, it may not even take the same capital required, because now,
True.
thanks to the LLM. But what is really exciting for me to think about is AI. I have never seen an age where there's so much creation and destruction at the same time. I was just checking on the stock market check, which is the class notes and helping a lot of students cheating. Since the launch,
They're helping students cheat.
since the launch of ChatGPT, their stock price dropped 90%. I literally just checked, and now
Yeah.
about 190 million. Very, very sad. So there's a lot of opportunity pulling both sides.
I want to get into that disruption because there is a view now, as we talk about an incoming Trump administration again, that we do get a change in terms of regulation, whether that's from the SEC with Gary Gensler on crypto, whether it's the FTC and Lina Khan, whether we see a lighter approach. And keep in mind, we've had an FTC that's been going after antitrust and the size of big tech. If there is a lighter touch, does that protect the moat around large technology companies, making it harder to disrupt for some of the startups here today?
It is a great point. I think with the new administration coming in, as a VC, there's a handful of things that we care a lot about. And by the way, even if we don't care about, our founders who care about, from who is going to replace Lina Khan, who's going to replace Gary Gensler. M&A, IPO is a big thing for us. But on top of that, immigration policy. At Raise Capital, 60% of our founding partners are immigrants, and is really a driving force for Silicon Valley. It matters a lot. Tax, capital gain policy. I want our founders to be able to keep most of their gain. It's very, very important to us. Of course, crypto policy and AI policy. These are the 6 things I think all investors and all founders should pay attention to.
Larry, what do you think?
I think that just talking about AI and the impact, what I'm most excited about is the impact it's having on the rest of our portfolio. Not necessarily the ones that are the picks and shovels of AI in the CoreWeaves and the Lambda Labs, or the actual language models in Anthropic or OpenAI. Those are obviously amazing businesses, and congrats to the people running those and the investors who are helping them create that value for all of us. It's businesses like Fanatics, the licensing, merchandising, betting and memorabilia business that Michael Rubin has created, which is a really big business. And talk about PE crossing with growth venture, that's a great example of it. And how AI is enabling the customer experience to be so much better. And it's not elimination of people, it's helping really terrific tech workers become better and more efficient. And that's really, in our portfolio, running a concentrated equity portfolio of large kind of growth tech companies, that's where we're seeing the improvements for them. And so as new companies are created, and here there's a lot of startups, AI needs to be a part of your DNA. And talking about Chegg, we're consumer internet ed tech is one of the spaces we've had a lot of success in. Chegg is I think a result of not having a better mousetrap and really having another technology be able to displace it. And that's why you're seeing the pressure on the stock versus companies who are enabling their already better mousetrap to be better with AI. And that's where we see the real power inside of the portfolio happening with the applications.
If you don't have AI as part of your DNA, is it good enough to have crypto as part of your DNA?
I don't know. I mean, crypto, I guess I'm the dumbest one in the room. I had an opportunity when it was like at 5,000 to make a big investment. And we're very simple at G Squared. If we can't understand what's inside the black box and we can't fully wrap our hands around it, we don't do it. We talk about good process leads to the outcome. And that would have been,
you sound like an investor.
yeah, bad process would have led to a really good outcome, but I still don't know how it works. I'm still very confused by it all. But I'm the dumb one in the room, so.
It's all good. But I do echo one thing Larry just said. Similar to 2008 when iPhone first launched, mobile was the thing. Everybody is doing some sort of Uber for X. I think AI really is the new mobile. Every single business have a mobile app now, is a mobile company. Just like in the future, every single company, traditional, will have a AI part of it. It's just the way that you need.
And I think that's right. I think having the companies, as you're creating or doing something to say, I call ChatGPT Chuck. I challenge our analysts to be faster than Chuck. And Chuck's not always right, but Chuck gives you an answer like that on very complex problems, right? And using it in that way, just like when we invested in Uber and Airbnb and Snapchat and Pinterest and Coursera and Spotify, using it, hey, we're going to have a party, let's put the Spotify on, we're going to come to the arena, let's get an Uber. I think what you're saying is right. The AI movement, some companies will and have changed our lives, but will be with us in how we describe our everyday movements.
We've got about 40 seconds. Big question to tackle in that amount of time. But there is a view that ESG might take a back seat, that there's a new right that's emerged in technology on the back of the election. Does ESG matter in investing? 10 seconds. Edith.
ESG matter a lot. As I mentioned earlier, AI strategy is an energy strategy, so it's really front and center. But having said that, I think for venture, which is really usually 10 years long, ESG is so much longer than that, is really for government to support.
Yeah. Larry, 10 seconds.
Yeah, I think it's top of mind for all companies today. I think being a growth investor in tech, you want to make money in a way that doesn't harm the planet or harm people. But at the end of the day, for us, we're judged upon our returns.
Larry, Edith, thank you so much for your time, and thank you for joining us here at Web Summit.
Thanks, Edith.
Thank you so much.
Fun.
As a Canadian, and no doubt everyone here at Center Stage watching the news about the US election has been quite an experience, right? Sometimes it seems real, most of the time it does not. But the election has happened and Trump 2.0 has won. What does the election and a new US administration mean for the tech world in the US and around the world? To discuss what President Trump in office for the next 4 years will mean for tech, please welcome in conversation with someone who's familiar to all of you here at Web Summit, the CEO of National Public Radio in the US, Catherine Marr. Please welcome author and host of Pod Save the People, DeRay McKesson, and Emmy Award-winning actor who portrayed Toby Zegler on The West Wing, Richard Schiff.
Where do you want to be? All right. Ooh, we got a full house. All right. This is great. Y'all want to know what's going to happen, huh? So I want to set the context for this conversation a little bit, because as you know, all of these panels, all of our guests are invited well in advance, and certainly not necessarily around electoral outcomes. When this panel was set up, we did not know what the results were going to be of the US election. Now we have clarity. Donald Trump won, resounding victory. The Senate has gone Republican. There are still questions about which way the House of Representatives will go, but it also looks as though the Republicans will take the House. So we know a lot more now than we did when we set the panel up. The other piece is we were hoping to have somebody who represented a conservative, pro-Donald Trump voice on this panel. Nobody was willing to step up. I think that's a really interesting thing for us to say because it means that in some ways we're only having a conversation among ourselves. And as we look to the issue of polarization, whether in the United States or beyond, I'll reiterate something that I said on this stage last year, which is it's really important that we are having conversations, even difficult ones, with respect and listening to other voices. So, that stated, all right, guys, what happened? Tell me, what, either of you can take this. What made Trump so strong this year?
You know, I think that a lot of things happened. I think that Biden deciding to run and stepping out so late was not a great decision, I think, in so many ways. I also think that, you know, it's interesting to remember that Trump lied a lot and it got a lot of press. And what do you do when somebody just owns the earned media in such an incredible way? I also think that the media helped him a lot. There were not a lot of fact-checked interviews. That was really complicated. I think Kamala ran a great campaign for what she could do in less than 100 days, but I was surprised by the results.
Well, for me, we have to remember how conservative America actually is. And if you go back to other elections, we had, in 1960, had the handsomest, most charming candidate in our history at the beginning of the age of television, going against one of the least charming, ugliest candidates in our history. And without the help of the mafia in Illinois, John F. Kennedy does not win that election. That's how tight America is. That's why 1 or 2%, I was campaigning in Wisconsin, 3 votes per ward makes the difference as to whether Wisconsin goes blue or red. We are a very conservative country, especially since the 1964 Civil Rights and Voting Rights Act, which made the entire South go Republican along with the Christian right, as opposed to being Democrat. And so very little can turn an election. And so, you know, what could Kamala have done differently? Could the Democrats have? Yes. I personally think we should have had an open convention. Why? Because it would have made the best television. You know, the best television in my lifetime was the 1968 convention, open convention, after Robert Kennedy had been assassinated, and we had an open convention. It was disturbing, it was chaotic, but it was fascinating. And we would have captured a large American audience watching the drama of an open convention every night for hours and hours into the wee hours until a candidate was chosen. That would have propelled us, maybe. Who knows? We don't know what the actual reasons were, why some black men went over to Trump, why certain Latin men went over to Trump, why a lot of white women went over to Trump. I mean, there's a fault in the Democratic Party. There's a problem in the Democratic Party. We're schismed and we're split up and there's special interests, and we have to find a way to unite and to come together for a single centrist cause. Otherwise, we're going to lose again and again and again.
Now, I know that this is a matter of contention. Does the Democratic Party swing left? Does it go center? You mentioned the issue of polling and not the polling, percentages. One thing we were just discussing backstage is turnout. You had a perspective on why Democrats there was under turnout, and then Trump did better than expected, right, relative to polling. And I heard someone suggest the other day that forget polling, the new indicators are betting markets. So tell me a little bit, what do we know about why people came out, where they didn't come out, the way that this broke down, gender and race, big issue, but not exactly landing in places people expected?
Yeah, I think for all the talk about black men's support, remember that black men supported Kamala roughly the same rate that they supported Biden, which was true. There were other things that played into that, but when I think about the storytelling on the left, I think the storytelling is where we struggle a little bit. Yeah. When you poll people on the issues, we win. People want a higher minimum wage, they want health care, they want access to education, they want those things, but the storytelling, I think on the left is where we struggle. So I think about the Black Men's platform, it had crypto in it. I'm in communities every day. There are a lot of people I know who have no money to even think about crypto. You know, like that is not an issue that poor people are talking about. And I think that this issue of like, how do we talk to people and working class people and people of all classes, I think that's what the left has to figure out. But when we poll people on the issues, we win every single time on the issues. I will say, I don't know how you. What do you say to somebody who says they're killing the cats and dogs, they're eating the cats and dogs, or we're fighting about after-birth abortion? You're like, that's not even a thing. And I do think that complicates this when what is true becomes a contestable thing in the media day in and day out.
You mentioned policy. We are beginning to see the contours of a new administration. Trump has come forward and he said his campaign co-campaign manager is going to be his chief of staff. He's appointed a few folks for the EPA, or not appointed yet, but said that he's going to nominate a few folks for the EPA, for the State Department. Stephen Miller is going to be back as deputy chief of staff for policy issues. You'll remember him from the first administration. Elon Musk and Kennedy have both been promised roles, but we haven't seen them appointed yet. What do we know about where we're going from a policy perspective, especially when you start talking about these kitchen table issues, things that people are really voting on?
Well, the biggest thing for me is the elimination of the Department of Education. And if you go back to 2016, to me, Trump's most famous quote, which no one remembers, is, "I love my undereducated." I love my undereducated. He made that comment again and again at his rallies. I think the Republican Party has figured out since the 1980s and Ronald Reagan that if we keep America out of college, that they have a better chance to win elections. And that's a very scary prospect.
Yeah, I was talking to a young organizer the other day asking him, does he remember life before Obamacare? And he's like, no, I don't remember that. And I'm like, I remember that. I remember when people just could not get health care, when you could get denied health care for pre-existing conditions. So I think that, it'll be interesting to see his supporters impacted by these policy shifts. The end of the DOE means the end of FAFSA and government loans and IEPs. He wants to cut Head Start, which is the single biggest daycare provider in the United States. That will not just impact the communities that did not support him. That'll impact so many people.
I think we're going to lose a lot of federal help for local communities, right? Since a study came out in the 1980s during the Reagan administration, which was that at some point in the future, likely around 2030, white people in America will become a minority. And I think the Republican Party has figured out a way to stave that off, because if that were the case, at that point in time, Republicans would lose every election.
But that's not necessarily true, right? So Latinos broke for Trump this
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. So,
Okay.
the effort to make sure that things changed by now, that immigration was staved off, and that they went into the Latin community and tried to get those votes and so on and so forth. That's the part of the reason for the education issue and for so many other things. It's a reason why I think we need to go into the local arena for how are we going to stave off the lack of federal help and federal restrictions on rights is state legislators, town councils, mayorships, and so on. Democracy has to be reinvented on the local level, which is how America started, with small towns and a little population. To rediscover what it means to become involved and to protect your rights as a citizen.
You're a community organizer. You work with a lot of community organizers. What are you seeing people in local communities? How are they anticipating what's to come? How are they thinking about where they want to be focusing their energies to go forward?
Yeah, I don't think that we move to the center. I think we stay to the left. I think when we poll the issues, we win. I think that works. I also am nervous about people, especially in the media, being nervous about talking about race. That, one of the things that I think we've done a disservice to is that when people think about racism, they often only think about slurs or really overt things. That's sort of what racism has become. But I think racism actually is this belief that some people's lives are worth more than other people's lives, or that some people are just inherently bad. And I think Trump exploits both of those every single day. The transphobia, I think that they're eating the cats and dogs, was sort of playing on this idea that, of course, those people act like that. And even Trump being a convicted felon, there is nobody in a black or brown body in the United States who could run for the highest office and be a 30-time convicted felon, and that would be okay. But it is okay because for him and his body, it is inherently not bad. And I think that people, I've seen people on the left be like, identity politics, politics and da-da-da. And it's like, if we are not honest about race, I don't know how we move forward. And the Democrats cannot win without people of color. The numbers are not there. So I think the left will kill itself if it moves away from at least being honest about race in policies and in practice.
It's interesting because one of our reporters at NPR spoke to somebody who was voting for Trump, who said, it really bothers me the way the Democrats talk about him as a convicted felon. I am a convicted felon. And I see, and this is me quoting this gentleman, I see his success as my indication of the possibility of redemption.
Yeah, and the Republicans do not support convicted felons being able to vote. Trump is only able to vote in Florida because activists fought really hard to get that law changed. He did not support the change. The Republicans did not support the change. And then when it did pass by vote, the Republicans put in a measure to say the only way to actually get cleared is to be able to pay off every debt that came along with it. The only way Trump can vote today is because activists fought for that, not because the party fought for it.
So we're at Web Summit. Let's talk a little bit about tech. What does this administration mean for tech policy, the tech industry, AI, the media?
Well, I think Elon Musk has already doubled his wealth since last Tuesday. And tech to me, I'm not a tech guy. I don't know what I'm doing here. But tech to me might very likely be the new oil, in that it's going to affect policy because the money is there and the power is there, and we've seen it, firsthand right in front of our eyes. The most important tech person in the world has now become the shadow vice president, and if not more. So I think the tech industry is going to get whatever they want. Are we going to stop monopolies? Probably not. Are we going to regulate? Probably not. Maybe that's great for tech. I don't know. I don't know how good it is for the world and for the country.
Elon became everything that he criticized. He said that Twitter was turning into this place that was ideological and da-da-da, and he turned it into that. I think it'll be interesting to see what Zuckerberg does. He is sort of, he was a
Step
villain.
back, he said, I'm getting out of politics.
Yeah, he was a villain for so long in Silicon Valley, and now he is sort of the sane person left standing, it seems. So it'll be interesting to see what he does with WhatsApp, Instagram, Facebook, these places that are in the ecosystem is not Twitter, seems a little more sane. Threads is now becoming a thing. I know a lot of people leaving Twitter to go to Threads, which wasn't the response when Threads first started. So I think that Zuckerberg will turn into a big player. And what Peter Thiel and Elon do, I think will be frightening, but they will have a lot of power.
Frightening? Yeah.
I mean, is there an advantage, a competitive advantage, a more empowered AI industry from a national security standpoint? I mean, I know where the two of you stand politically. Are there any silver linings for you?
You're looking at me. In the darkest hour, blah, 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 whatever the cliche is, the silver lining for me might be that in authoritarian societies comes the best art comes out of the more compressed artists feel, the more expression they end up having. There's that darkness, that there's light somewhere. And I go to the local, a lot of the people that I've been campaigning with and that I've been talking to and on threads, on text threads, are forming, are unifying together and saying, okay, how are we going to resist this time? How are we going to organize, and how are we going to fight? And I'm hoping that states and local democracy has a reinvigoration, and that's how we protect ourselves. States' rights. There is a reversal. It used to be states' rights is what protected slavery. States' rights is what protected the Republican Party and the right to business and all that stuff. Now we're reversing it. States' rights is what's going to protect citizens from the oppression from the federal government. Sorry, go ahead.
No. I was going to say, and certainly we've seen that to some extent, right? In some of the places that have voted for Donald Trump, where he was won handily, we also saw voters enshrining abortion rights into their state constitutions. And so there certainly is sort of a mixed dynamic that we're seeing on that local national level. Teray, your thoughts?
I think Richard's right. I think states will be the last bastion of the defense that we have going on. When I think about incarceration, 2 million people are incarcerated every day in the United States. Only 200,000 of them are incarcerated by the federal government. The vast majority of people incarcerated are actually states and cities. The police kill 3 people a day, 19,000 police departments in the United States. The federal government controls less than 100. So, it really is states and cities. But I do think this economic piece, in America, 30% of the people live below the poverty line. The poverty line in America is $15,000 for a single person. $15K is not a lot of money.
No.
So when we think about the crime rate, the most stolen items in the United States is food. On the news, you see people stealing from the Gucci store. That's an aberration. People are stealing baby formula. That is actually what's happening.
Yeah, I was
and if
reading.
we don't deal with that.
No, I was going to say, I was reading that there's an increase in scurvy among children because parents can't afford to buy citrus fruit for their kids. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about 16th century sailing diseases. All right, we have 1 minute left. Any final words? Anything you really want the audience to hear?
Well, there's another element to all this, which is that white men that are not college educated since 1980 have seen a reduction of their income by 40% over the course of the last 44 years. The Democratic Party has to figure out how to speak to that particular contingency. You don't win elections without the middle. You just don't. And we've lost our ability to speak to workers. We used to be the party of the working class, and we're not anymore.
Party of the elites,
and
right?
We're being labeled as the party of the elites, the party of the lecturers. We lecture at people instead of understanding to come from them. I live part-time in Montana, and those are Trumpers for a good portion of them. And we have to remember that they're people, and that they will not pass you on the road if you need help. They will come and dig you out of the snowbank if you need help. They help each other, ranchers and farmers and so on, and they have no need for the federal government, which is why they vote the way that they do. They don't think about the federal government. It's county, it's town, it's neighbor, it's state. And when they look at the federal government and what they're doing, with their tax money, they go nuts because it doesn't enter into their equation. They don't need the federal government to come help them out. They have they have each other. So we have to find a way to communicate with that element of society and find a way to create a real coalition in the Democratic Party.
I know we're at time, Jerry. Last thoughts. I trust you to be wise and succinct, knowing you.
I think that what we'll see moving forward is there are a lot of people who have never felt the impact of a failing government. They don't know what it's like when the social safety net falls apart, and I think that they will see it in a hard way in the next 4 years.
All right.
That's a happy thought. Thank you for that.
We'll leave it there. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Out we go.
As always, sir.
Did it.
Thank you.
We did it.
All right, that ends the morning sessions. We're going to do some breakouts now and then return this afternoon with Apple.
Please welcome to the stage your host, Laura Vicente.
Olá, muito boa tarde. Hello. Welcome back to the afternoon sessions of day one of Web Summit 2024. My name is Laura Vicente, and I'm a TV host from Brazil. Yes. And your co-host of Web Summit Rio. Our next event is April 27th to 30 in beautiful Rio de Janeiro, where 34,000 people joined us this year, and it will be even bigger next year. Last week, though, I brought my mom over from Brazil, and we toured a little bit around Europe. So we visited Paris and the countryside of France, and we enjoyed everything that Europe has to offer. We absolutely loved being in Lisboa. We went to Sintra for the first time. I took my mom on her birthday, and we were visiting the Palácio da Pena. I don't know if you've been, but when we get there, there's like a 15-minute walk on a pretty upwards hill to get to the palace. So we tried to get in a bus that was driving people there. And the driver said, well, you need a different ticket for this. So then my mom was like, well, what if I tell you that it's my birthday? And then the driver was like, well, happy birthday. Tickets are sold over there. And we still had to walk. So I hope you enjoy the morning talks, because this afternoon is going to be even more exciting with talks on changing consumer tastes and Instagram, to the creators of Ozempic, to how AI is affecting the media, and closing the day with the creator of the World Wide Web, Sir Tim Berners-Lee. As Casey was telling everyone this morning, Web Summit has meetups that will be happening throughout the event, both during the day, on the show floor, and across the city as part of Night Summit. Invites to these meetups are based off your profile information, so make sure you keep them all up to date. Tonight's music and film innovators are meeting up at Bairro Alto, also an AR and VR mixer, an LGPA meetup, and what I'm sure will be very lively, the American Mixer at Terreiro do Palco tonight. All of this and much more can be found in the Web Summit app. So before we begin, I'd like to think that Web Summit is a meeting place for the leaders of today and tomorrow. And we want to make sure that tomorrow's leaders are joining us here today. So through a special collaboration with the Direção Geral da Educação, we're delighted to welcome 5,000 second-level students to Web Summit 2024, and I want to say hello to these students. Where are you? Hi, guys. Can I get them lights on them over there so I can see them? Hello, welcome. Okay, we're very happy to have you join us, and we hope you're having a great day at Web Summit and learning a lot here at Center Stage. So let's get on with the first talk for this afternoon. Has big tech distracted the world from existential risk of AI? Or can AI be the answer to existential threats like climate change and pandemics? There's still a lot to learn about the potential of this accelerating technology, but are we ready for what it could be capable of? To find out, please welcome Max Tegmark, professor doing AI research at MIT, who will then be joined by author of a new book on AI called Supremacy, Parmi Olsen.
AI, a transformative force, shaping our world, revolutionizing our lives, solving challenges, or creating problems, answering questions, raising concern, a catalyst for change. The power of AI.
Boa tarde. I am an optimist, and I'm going to argue that we can create an amazingly inspiring future with tool AI as long as we don't build AGI, which is unnecessary, undesirable, and preventable. Now, I want you to raise your hands if you want AI tools that can help us cure diseases and solve problems. Wow, that is a lot of hands. Now, raise your hand if you instead want AI that just makes us economically obsolete and replaces us. I can't see a single hand. Now, there are gloomers who argue that we can't have the kind of AI that you wanted without also getting the kind of AI that you don't want. But I'm going to argue that, yes, we can. The kind of AI that you didn't vote for there in your show of hands is AGI. Smarter than human AI that outperforms us at virtually all tasks, which includes tasks like building smarter robots that can build robot factories, that can make more robots, and could turn into a new digital species that we lose control over. So why am I so optimistic then? Well, imagine for a moment that someone tells you, hey, we need to have completely unregulated biotech with human cloning, eugenics, gain-of-function research we could lose control over. Otherwise, you can't have any biotech at all, and you have to die of stupid, preventable diseases like smallpox. What would you say? Well, you would call bullshit on this, because you know that if we have legally mandated safety standards, then companies will innovate and meet them and give you safe medicines. In the same way, if someone tells you, hey, we need to have completely unregulated AGI, otherwise you can't have any of the exciting tool AI that you're excited about here at Web Summit, you would call BS on that too. You should. Because if we have legally mandated safety standards saying that AI has to be controllable, companies will innovate to give you those tools. But, you might say, that sounds good, but surely AGI is just sci-fi and decades away, right? Well, we used to think that pretty recently, because AI used to suck pretty recently. But welcome to 2024. It's really amazing how fast AI has improved. Robots can now not only dance, but fold your laundry. Gen AI went from this to this in just 1 year with the same prompt. And as recently as 6 years ago, most of my AI colleagues thought that AI that could master language and knowledge, as well as ChatGPT 4, was decades away. And they were, of course, all wrong, because we already have it. And arguably, we've already passed the Turing test. And if you look into the future, the momentum is just amazing. In the US alone, we invested much more in AI last year than in the 5 years of the Manhattan Project combined, inflation adjusted. So this is collapsing the timelines on prediction markets from thinking AGI was decades away to just years away. And tech CEOs like Dario Amodei from Anthropic guesses a couple years. Sam Altman says this.
This is the first time ever where I felt like we actually know what to do. Like, I think from here to building an AGI will still take a huge amount of work. There are some known unknowns, but I think we basically know what to go do.
And I disagree with Sam on some important things, but I totally agree with him on this. So we have to stop being confident that AGI is some kind of long-term thing, or we might get accused of being dinosaurs stuck in 2021. All right, but you may say, isn't AGI necessary to do all the cool stuff with AI that we talk about here at Web Summit? No, that's a myth. I'm going to argue that AGI is actually unnecessary for all the things I've heard you talk about here so far at the meeting. Here are some examples. Tool AI can save up to 1 million lives per year on the roads of the world by preventing accidents without AGI. Tool AI can save even more lives in hospitals without AGI. And Tool AI can give us almost free, amazing diagnosis of prostate cancer, lung cancer, eye diseases, you name it, without AGI. Tool AI can help us fold proteins and develop amazing new medicines and even win you the Nobel Prize without AGI. Tool AI can give us great improvements for pandemic prevention, for reducing power consumption, for improving education, democratizing education, and transforming basically every other sector of the economy without AGI. And Tool AI can help us accomplish the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals much faster without AGI. So no, AGI is not necessary. It's unnecessary right now. But you might say, it's surely controllable, so why don't you just shut up, Max, get off stage, and stop worrying? Well, it is not controllable. We have no idea how to control it. And you don't have to take my word for it.
Once these artificial intelligences get smarter than we are, they will take control. They'll make us irrelevant. And that's quite worrying, and nobody knows how to prevent that for sure.
And AI godfather Alan Turing said the same thing in 1951. Expect the machines to take control. Because he clearly wasn't thinking of AI as just another technology like the internet, but as a new species. And then it's natural that the smarter species controls, just like we control tigers because we're smarter. And it doesn't matter if the AI is evil or conscious. It just matters if it's extremely competent and accomplishes goals that aren't aligned with our goals. If you are chased by a heat-seeking missile and you're like, you don't care if it has goals in any deep philosophical sense, you just care if it behaves as if it has goals. And you should not assume that the goals of an AGI will be kind or good just because it's so smart, because if Hitler had been smarter, it wouldn't have been better. It would have been worse. So it's for reasons like these that people like Sam Altman have said AGI could mean lights out for all of us. And last year, a who's who of AI experts said that this could cause human extinction. Now, I do want to commend the AGI companies for spending at least a small fraction of their money on trying to solve this unsolved control problem, but they're nowhere close, whatever their press releases say. The biggest success they've had so far is training large language models to not say harmful things, as opposed to making them not want harmful things. That's like if you trained a serial killer to never say anything that would reveal his murderous desires. Doesn't solve the problem. And worse, it's pretty clear now that the first AGI would not be a pure large language model. It would be some kind of hybrid, scaffolded system which is more agentic, and we have no idea how to control such a thing as it recursively self-improves. But, you may say, maybe we should just want uncontrollable AGI. I know you all, not a single one of you voted for it. You voted against it, but in your show of hands there at the beginning. But there is actually a small minority out there who want humanity to be replaced by machines. Professor Richard Sutton argues that this is just a natural next step in evolution and we should welcome it. Beth Jesus, who created the EAC movement that some of you may have seen on Twitter, says he's fine with us being replaced by machines. And his fan, Mark Andreessen, is excited here on Twitter, saying that the AGI is gloriously, inherently uncontrollable. You know, I think of this as digital eugenics. Basically, wanting to replace all of humanity by some kind of digital master race. And look, this minority of people, they're entitled to their opinion. but so are the rest of us. And I'm on Team Human. I'm going to fight for the right of my 1-year-old son to have a meaningful future, even if some digital eugenics dude feels that his robots are somehow more worthy. Okay, but you might say, isn't AGI inevitable? So why don't you just get off stage, Max, and stop trying to prevent the inevitable? Because humans will build all tech that gives money or power. No. There are lots of powerful, profitable technologies that we've successfully banned, from human cloning to bioweapons. And the first step here is always to stigmatize the tech. So if you bump into someone here at Web Summit who's for AGI, give them a hard time. And remind them that if they have any kind of influence or agency over the future, they're going to lose it all to AGI. Step 2 for stopping AGI is to have safety standards, as I said. Imagine if you walk into the FDA and say, hey, it's inevitable that I'm going to release this new drug with my company next year. I just hope we can figure out how to make it safe first. You would get laughed out of the room. And in the same way, it's no more inevitable that we're going to build AGI if we have safety standards than it is that we're going to release some unsafe medicine. But China, ooh. Don't we need to build AGI anyway, fast, before the Chinese do? No. The framing here is just totally wrong. The greatest national security threat, of course, is not another country, but out-of-control AGI that will be way more powerful than any country has ever been. So I call this global battle to build AGI first a hopium war, fueled by hopium, delusional hope that we can control AGI. Why? Because we're closer to building AGI than we are to figuring out how to align or control it. We're closer to building AGI than figuring out how to control it. So this AGI race isn't an arms race, it's a suicide race, just like in the classic movie War Games.
Strange game. The only winning move is not to play.
The only winning move is not to play. So there's no incentive for any government, including the Chinese government, to play this game and build AGI that could take away all their power as they lose control over it. So, what's the solution then? How can we have all this wonderful tool AI that we've heard so many talks about at Web Summit without losing control of AGI? I really like the very detailed narrow path plan that was put out by OpenAI recently. And here's my vision in summary. On the policy side, the US and China unilaterally decide to treat AI just like they treat any other powerful technology industry, with binding safety standards. Not to appease the rival superpower, but just to prevent their own companies from causing harm and building uncontrollable AGI. Next, the US and China get together and push the rest of the world to join them in an AGI moratorium treaty so that AGI isn't built in North Korea or anywhere else. And after that, we get this amazing age of global prosperity fueled by amazing tool AI like we're discussing here at Web Summit. Because on the technical side, these safety standards drive unprecedented innovation. And I think we're actually underestimating how much and how fast we'll be able to innovate to get safe tool AI. Because we're neglecting the fact that AI itself can help us build this tool AI. As we describe in this paper here, we've had a revolution in AI's ability to produce art, to produce text, and soon code. And we're getting a revolution in AI's ability to produce proofs that the code does what you want it to do and meet your spec. So here's my technical nerd vision for this. You, the human, write down your specification that you want your tool to obey. Some very powerful neural network-based AI that you don't trust figures out how to make the tool, writes the code, writes the proof that it meets your spec, and wait a minute. How are you possibly going to understand this giant AI and the tool it made and the proof? Well, here's the great news. You don't need to understand any of that. Because just like it's much harder to find a needle in a haystack than to verify that it's a needle after you found it, it's much harder to find a proof than to verify the proof after you found it. And it can be done, in fact, with 300 lines of Python code on your laptop. And this is how we can not only make, but also trust really powerful tool AI, even if it's made by systems we don't trust. So in summary, I'm really optimistic that we can have an inspiring and long future of global flourishing with tool AI, as long as we heed the warning from ancient Greece and don't get hubris like Icarus. AI is giving us humans amazing intellectual wings with which we can do things beyond the wildest dreams of our ancestors. As long as we don't squander it all by just obsessively trying to fly into the sun and build AGI. Thank you.
Hey, Max. All right, that was a wonderful speech, and I loved your suggestion that we all give a really hard time to the builders of AGI. So, Sam Altman, get ready for things to get awkward, because the attendees of Web Summit are coming for you. So, on that point, actually, it was interesting to hear you talk about AGI so much just now. And I'm curious, a lot of people actually question whether it's even possible. So you're a professor. Can you quantify for me the actual probability in your mind of AGI actually ever being built?
I think the probability that it's physically possible to build it is basically 100%. I mean, what's powered the whole AI revolution is this insight that our brain is a biological computer. And it doesn't matter whether this information is being processed by carbon atoms in neurons and brains, or by silicon atoms in our technology. Whether we'll actually build it will just depend on whether we, as a society, decide we want to or not. And as I'm arguing, there's absolutely no reason to try to rush and build it now or put ourselves in some weird situation where it's going to be built in 2 years and we just have to hope we can make it safe. That's so backward, right? We should set the safety standards there, and then we can have all these wonderful AI tools. And, if in 25 years someone figures out a way of controlling it, then we can have a discussion about whether we want this.
Yeah, and I totally take your point on that, on putting the cart before the horse and not putting the safety standards in early enough. But I'm still just, again, on the definition of AGI. Because as a journalist, when I think about how people define AI, for a number of years, I think people have sort of capitalized on that word and over-marketed it and overused it and misused it as well, because the definition is so squishy in a way and open to interpretation. I can imagine something similar happening with AGI maybe in a few years. A lot of companies saying, well, we've got AGI now. Might that muddy the waters a little bit? We just won't even know we're there.
That's a very good point. Whenever there's any kind of tech that has promise, people will latch onto it for marketing purposes and put a little sticker AI inside, even if it's just a glorified AI Excel spreadsheet or something like that.
Or just people working in another office signing NDAs in another country.
Exactly.
That does happen.
So to see clearly among all this fog, I think it's best to just go back to the guy who first coined the term AGI, Shane Legg, leader at Google DeepMind. And he defined it the way I define it here. It's just something which can do basically everything we can do. And by that definition, we certainly don't have it now. And people who are trying to dismiss this as weird scaremongering will often falsely suggest that the people warning about it are worried about what we have now. I don't have any nightmares about ChatGPT 4.0 causing me problems. But the same time, it's very clear we could make it pretty soon, probably within years. I think of this actually a lot like, in 1942,
Yeah.
Enrico Fermi, the physicist, built the world's ever self-sustaining nuclear chain reaction, actually under a football stadium in Chicago. And the physicists freaked out when they learned of this. Not because his reactor was particularly big or dangerous, but because they realized that this was the last big hurdle, before we got the bomb. And it took 3 years later, and we had the bomb. And Alan Turing, when he gave those warnings that I mentioned, he said, "Oh, don't freak out now. We have a lot of time, decades and decades, but I'll give you a canary in the coal mine."
Yeah.
It's called the Turing test. When machines can master language and knowledge to the point of fooling many into thinking they're human, that's when you're close. That's
Yeah.
when you should pay attention. So the Enrico Fermi moment for us, I think, it happened last year. And so now is the time to have this conversation.
Now it's just a question of time, sounds like. Okay, so I'm glad you mentioned history. I'd love to just go back a little bit more recent history, 10 years ago-ish. You're a physics professor at MIT, studying the cosmos, the nature of the cosmos, and you decide to start the Future of Life Institute to study research into the existential risk of AI. Why did you do that at that time? And also, how did you convince Elon Musk to donate $10 million to your organization?
I decided to start that organization because I just felt humanity was falling so far short of our potential. I love technology. That's why I'm so happy I can work at a university that has technology in its name. And instead, instead of building a great future with it, we're getting into these political and geopolitical pissing contests. And I felt that the key to a great future with high tech was to win the wisdom race. Win the race between the growing power of the tech and the wisdom with which we steer it towards good uses.
Okay.
So we've done work on trying to reduce the risk of nuclear war, trying to make sure we use biotech for good, not for engineered pandemics, and most of all, AI.
It wasn't just about AI. It was all these other potential threats from tech.
That's right.
Yep.
And how did I convince Elon to support this initially? Those of you who've done a lot of fundraising know that you don't convince people by changing their mind on anything. You just help them understand that you can help them accomplish what they're already convinced of. And Elon was quite freaked out already back then that we would do something reckless with AI. He is a very long-term thinker. That's why he's so excited about making life multiplanetary and having sustainable energy and all that. And I reached out to him after he had tweeted warning that AI could be more dangerous than nukes, and asked if he would be interested in meeting. And I pitched him on this idea that we would organize a bunch of conferences that he wouldn't have time to organize, bringing together those building the AI with people who were concerned, and that we would fund also the first ever nerd research program for nerds to work on making AI safe.
Yeah, that's how you described it, a nerd research program to make AI safe.
And I think that actually helped mainstream AI safety research. And people saw this isn't just a bunch of tree huggers complaining or something. It's actually nerds going to AI conferences and presenting papers. And so that was great. And what's happened since then, though, is that we've actually realized that turned out we had less time than we thought. It turned out to be easier to build human-level AI than we thought. I mean, in hindsight, I feel a bit dumb about this. Should have seen it coming, because we made the same mistake with not just thinking machines, but with flying machines.
Should have seen what coming, sorry,
That
like the advent of the large language model?
That it might be easier than we thought. Yeah, because like if we were sitting here on stage 1895 or 1900 trying to predict when are we going to get the first flying machines, we could be like, well, we aren't even close to understanding how birds work. So first we have to figure that out. So it's probably decades.
Yeah.
Turned out there was a much easier way to build flying machines.
Yeah.
That's how we both got here to Lisbon.
Yeah.
And similarly, we were so stuck on this idea that we wouldn't be able to build machines that could outthink us until after we figured out how our brains work. But it turned out to be a much simpler machine, a simpler way to do it.
Yeah, yeah. So that's probably something that's quite disconcerting for you, is just the speed at which this pace, the pace of change. Is there anything, actually, no, let's just stick with Elon Musk one more time, because now he's likely to have quite a key role in the Trump administration. And President-elect Trump has talked about rescinding Joe Biden's executive order on AI, which could mean unraveling things like the U.S. AI Safety Institute, which is part of NIST, and perhaps some of those standards. And yet, we know this about Elon, that he's got this quite deep, long-time concern about the risk of AI.
Yeah.
Do you think that might actually temper some of perhaps Trump's efforts to sort of loosen the rules so that the U.S. can get ahead of China? Might he have Elon whispering in his ear and saying, actually, keep those safety policies in place?
I hope so. And you asked me about persuading Elon, and it's the same with Donald Trump or Kamala Harris or the Prime Minister of Portugal or Ursula von der Leyen. You don't actually need to persuade them that they shouldn't want to be replaced by and dominated by some new weird machine species. They are already against that. It's just a matter of education. And I'm definitely hoping that Elon can help Donald Trump understand that this is just not in America's national security interests, that American companies build something that we lose control over in 2 years, and that the real path to prosperity in America and even strength is to build AI tools that can be controlled.
Yeah. Okay. You also mentioned in your speech about the AI pause letter that you organized last year. More than 30,000 signatories, including Elon Musk, Yoshio Bengio, and a number of other big thinkers, Andrew Ng, in the AI community signed that. I'm not sure there really was.
Not Andrew Ng, though.
Oh, okay, sorry. I'm not sure how much of a pause there really was as a result of that. But here's another question. Another thing I'm hearing, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that apparently the research and the capabilities of large language models starting to get some diminishing returns. We might be hitting something of a plateau. If you really want to pause, maybe we're going to get a pause because some of these models just aren't growing as fast and are becoming as capable as they were before.
Those are great questions. Let me say two separate things there.
Sure.
First, about the pause letter. My theory of change with that was not that I thought we were going to immediately get a pause. My goal was just to make it socially safe for people to raise concerns.
Yeah, fair.
And that really worked remarkably. There were a lot of people who just had a lot of pent-up angst about this and were afraid of speaking up for fear of seeming like Luddites. And then after the pause letter and the extinction letter, nobody felt afraid of talking about this anymore, when even Jeff Hinton and Joshua Bengio and others and the AI CEOs had signed these things. So that totally worked, and that in turn catalyzed all this political activity we're seeing now with international AI summits, AI safety institutes, and so on. But in terms of actually getting a pause, no, we certainly don't have one. And unfortunately, sorry to pour a little cold water on this, even if the training of pure large language models which start showing diminishing returns, which I think is still debatable, that's in no way going to slow down the speed with which we're approaching AGI. It's more like, since you like history, look at how many articles have you ever read in your lifetime about, Moore's law is dead, whatever.
Yeah.
Missing the point entirely. Moore's law was just one particular aspect of the progress, how densely you can pack transistors on a chip. Before that, you could have written articles about how punch cards are plateauing, et cetera, et cetera. We went through about 5 different technological paradigms that each plateaued and got overtaken by a new one. Now, if pre-training of large LLMs starts to plateau a little bit, we're already seeing a new paradigm where you get enormous benefits by post-training instead, like ChatGPT 4.01, who's used that. It gets much more powerful because instead of just forcing the LLM to output the next token, the first one it's thought of, it's allowed to have a lot of internal deliberation before it outputs something, which is what you do and I do. That's why I sometimes pause a little bit when I talk.
Reasoning capabilities.
And we're going to keep seeing, and another huge new thing is we're training LLMs now to not just output words, tokens, but to use tools. We're training the LLM to use calculators, databases, to be able to write Python code and execute it, and so on.
Act as agents.
Yeah, so this comes back to that history trend I mentioned. Yeah, a lot of little individual things will, of course, plateau after a while, but there are so many other things which will keep us steaming ahead. And I actually think Sam Altman was right when he said that at this point there's no really, you can kind of start seeing a path to get at least to human level within the next few years.
And last question, if you can answer it very quickly, because we're almost out of time. Any thoughts on just the growing concentration of power in AI? Because we've seen some of the most promising AI startups acqui-hired by Amazon, Microsoft, and Google, and so much of the innovation and control and wealth is being concentrated among just a handful of enormous companies. Does that worry you?
Of course, of course. I think I'm very against power concentration, and that's why I like this very democratic approach that so many people have here. And I want to remind us there are two ways you can get horrible power concentration. Either in the hands of one small tech company or big tech company that decides to dominate for everybody else, for unelected tech bros, or we somehow lose power to machines. That's going to be the worst power concentration possibly imaginable.
It could get worse.
I want the democratic future where it's everybody here in charge, and that's why I want to have these safety standards so level a playing field, and the big bully companies don't have any more say than the rest of us. And can I just end on a positive note again, so we don't end on gloom? I think after 13.8 billion years of cosmic history, we've never, ever had an opportunity to get so empowered as a species before, as with AI. There's so many things we would love to do, but just haven't figured out how to do, like prevent our loved ones from dying of diseases and safeguard our climate and so on and so forth. And if we can get this right with tool AI, we can have a more amazing future than we ever dreamt of.
Okay, great to end it on a positive note. Max, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The sheer scale of the obesity challenge is staggering, burdening the lives of hundreds of millions of people and placing an unsustainable economic and social burden on societies and health systems all over the world. This chronic disease is misunderstood, overlooked, and highly stigmatized. How can we tackle this challenge, help people affected by the disease, lift the societal and economic burden, and increase disease awareness? To talk about tackling the obesity epidemic, please welcome Global News' Catherine Ward and the VP Obesity Therapy at Novo Nordisk, Nuno Couto.
Nuno, so great to share the stage with you today.
Thank you so much, Catherine. It's a delight to be here.
When we talk about obesity, can you quantify the problem for us? What do we know? This touches every corner of the globe. How do we put this into numbers of who is affected?
Yeah. And first of all, you might be wondering why I'm here in a suit. And I'm here to talk about a fresh perspective on obesity. To my knowledge, it's the only disease we put all of the burden on the people that live with it. But you asked about some numbers, so let me get to that. So the first thing is, we know that over 1 billion people live with obesity in the world today. Think about that. That's 1 in every 8 people. And the number easily doubles if we add overweight people who are at risk of getting obesity. So altogether, we're talking about 30% of the world's population. So I'd risk saying that everyone here in this room, each and every one of us, has somehow been touched by this disease, either through ourselves or through our loved ones. Yet, hold on, yet every time I engage in this conversation, many people still come and ask me about, is it the lack of willpower? Is this self-inflicted? Is there something to do with the person's motivation? And we know that the science behind that is that obesity is a multifactorial disease. Our genetic and our metabolic DNA has something to do with that, but also there are psychological factors and also socioeconomical factors behind this, right? Think about access to good quality calories, think about affordability of those calories, think about the cultural differences that we have today.
And all of that is wrapped up in a very thick layer of stigma. And so I want to ask you, when you're thinking about this problem from both ends of the age spectrum, you know, we have adults and older adults who perhaps find themselves in this scenario, and then we also have children, very young children, you know, children under 2 who might be considered part of this category. How do you think about the problem when you're looking at age now? What concerns you?
Yeah, there's a great deal of things to unpack here. So I've just gone on about how obesity is a multifactorial disease, which means it affects gender and age equally across, right? And so if we think about the adult population in 2022, there were roughly 5 billion people in that category, and in 2030, that number is set to grow to 5.4. That's about an 8% growth. Adults living with obesity, on the other hand, have gone from 800 million to a projected 1.2. Those of you that are good at math, that's 50%. That's 5x. So we're also not doing a great job at prevention or education with our children. I'll give you another number. 400 million kids and adolescents are living with overweight and obesity today. We haven't cracked this. You know, I'll share a personal story with you. I grew up in South Africa. I was an overweight child, and I was the captain of the tennis team, of the soccer team, had aftermurals including karate, so I was doing my sports. Mediterranean family, we had a good diet at home. But still, there was something in my genetic profile added to a very naughty cultural sense. We had sugary cereals from the 80s. You remember those?
Of course. Those brightly colored boxes, hard to resist.
Hard to resist. And normally we have those with milk, but my friends taught me how to have that with fizzy drinks, with Coca-Cola.
Oh, wow.
And they do that every day, right? So you can imagine the problem that was growing up. And so, you know, coming back to this point, it's what we have today when we educate children and we talk about prevention is in itself quite stigmatizing. So that problem that I had when I was growing up, you know, how my teachers, my parents, my loved ones spoke to me was very stigmatizing, and this is still quite an important issue today that we do not have good solutions for.
I wonder if we can touch on how the landscape is changing when it comes to therapies, because there's, as you said, needs a multifactorial approach. What can you tell us about those therapies?
Yeah. So the good news is that we today have therapies that are a very important tool for doctors to help people with obesity improve their health. They are not meant to help people achieve a number on a scale, right? And I say this again, it's about improving health. If you have a friend or a loved one or yourself have gone through, going through a journey with obesity, you will recognize the story I'm about to share with you. Inevitably, there's been a moment where someone living with obesity has almost achieved their target weight loss. And they'll describe that. I was there. I was doing the exercise. I had the perfect diet. I was motivated in doing my hobbies. And slowly but surely, they saw their weight regain. And sometimes they see that multiple times. This is what we know as the yo-yo journey. This happens very frequently. We need to understand the root cause of this. The root cause is that our body sets a set point of what it deems to be healthy weight. Now, it's early on in life that happens, much earlier than what you think. It's as early as 2-3 years old when our body establishes that set point. And then, life happens. We change school, we change country, we get a new diet, maybe mom and dad get a divorce, or there's a life event. And that set point goes up very easily. But it's super difficult to go down. To understand why that's the case, we need to go back to when we were hunters and gatherers. And, when we were hunters and gatherers, there were largely 2 reasons why we lost weight. The first one, scarcity. The second, illness. So we have programming in our hypothalamus that says when you lose large quantities of weight, you are in danger. So we're fighting ourselves. We're
fighting our biology.
We're fighting our own biology. And that is why diet and exercise alone, that's important for every single individual sitting here in this room, but it is not the answer alone to the obesity epidemic.
So how do we go about, and what are the trends that you see as we change this conversation around obesity, that it's not something that is necessarily within our control, that there are so many other factors at play? What do you see in that space?
Yeah. For those of us here that are in technology, and you're the experts on AI and apps and big data, this is a tremendous opportunity. What happens when a patient is on medication is that yo-yo journey. Many times they describe that as, so what the medicine does is that it helps cope with the feeling of hunger. It's an appetite suppressant. That means there are less calories that are ingested. And it might give the patients a feeling that they're starting halfway up the mountain. This is a virtuous, positive cycle. So the ask to those around the room here, how can we help patients go from the roller coaster and the yo-yo to cruising around the Portuguese coast from Lisbon to Cascais in a car that is, giving us the indication there's another car on the left, you're over the speed limit, you're crossing the line. How can we make this more about the day-to-day of the patient, giving them these signals and helping them stay within this contained cruise through the coastline? And it's so important we do this. If we don't embrace the premise, this perspective on obesity, and follow the science, we're going to end up developing more apps that are better versions of exercise plans. We're going to end up, looking at better ways to keep people on diets, and we're not addressing, that's just for the yo-yo, we're not addressing the root cause of this. The science here has many unanswered questions. We could be looking at what biomarkers do we need to understand to start predicting cravings. If a patient is asleep and 2-3 o'clock in the morning there's a glucose spike through our wearables, we can pick up on that. Is that a craving? Is that someone that's gone to snack on something? That's a meaningful intervention we can then have with that patient.
And very specific, right? And it's
specific.
pinpointing that moment and finding something to address it in that moment, as opposed to this whole other set of tools that might not work.
Absolutely. And if you think about it one step further, you could actually recommend another action. You could start to anticipate, if you're waking up at 2-3 o'clock in the morning, what measures could you have? What could you do instead of, going to the fridge and taking that snack? That's meaningful and important. Yeah.
So, we are at Web Summit, so we do need to talk about the technology. Can you tell us about some other tools in this field that are coming up that you find useful, that you think are helping shift this conversation?
Yes. There are a number of tools. I'd say at the moment, they're probably geared towards the lifestyle intervention that's needed. And this is really the invitation for us to think a little bit beyond. If we are, again, in the field of providing a more balanced diet, this is fundamental. It's important. But we're not addressing the biology. And so inevitably, people living with obesity will go back and will move away from the current system. It applies as well with gym memberships. People come in, they're motivated, they go.
January 1st.
January 1st, let's go, New Year's resolution, right? And they move away from it. So there's some good solutions out there. They help the patients with the here and now. I think there's opportunity to look at these discrete signals and helping people through their day-to-day life. And we can only do that with deep understanding of the data, how to pull this together, and then making it meaningful, personalized for that patient. And it's really about integrating the medication into this. It's about understanding the patient's previous attempts at weight loss and their habits. And the only way we can do that is through the power of large data sets, and I haven't yet seen a good example on that.
Interesting. So that's a call out to anyone here, potentially. Yes. As we were talking about backstage, I love data. I love numbers. And as a health journalist, oftentimes we start with the people. But I think it's really important in this conversation, talking about the obesity epidemic, to talk about the dollars and cents, the economics of this problem. Can you articulate a little bit of that for us? What do you see that's concerning? What are the trends?
Yes, it's according to McKinsey Global Institute, it's the $2 trillion question. So roughly, this is what McKinsey estimates the cost of obesity to be per year, $2 trillion. To put that in context, that represents just under 3% of global GDP. It's the size of the Italian GDP a few years ago. This is a big area of cost for the world. What we don't always realize is we tend to value the weight management component in the treatment of obesity. But obesity is actually linked to 200 other diseases. So we need to start valuing more the components beyond the weight loss, beyond the weight management. And many people will say, okay, I recognize there's an association between diabetes and obesity, but what many still don't know is equally important, there's a deep connection to heart conditions. There's a deep connection to many types of cancer. And all of that means that treating obesity could potentially help with the 20% of all healthcare costs stemming from this one condition.
I feel like you and I could talk for hours about this, and it's hard to believe that our conversation is coming to a close. But we started the conversation, talking about the stigma, talking about the people involved. How are you going to measure success in the future? Yeah. What are those metrics going to be? And what do you want people to walk away from this conversation thinking about, given that obesity touches everyone in this room?
Yeah, thank you. It's really about a fresh perspective. And today, only about half the credit is due because we only value the weight management component. There's so much more. But tomorrow, the success for me, in my mind at least, are threefold. First, that we start to see obesity rates drop across the globe, both in adults and in children. Secondly, we stop putting the blame on the person living with the disease. We stop stigmatizing the individuals that are doing everything they can to live healthier. And thirdly, we start to integrate medicine and technology so we can get to this deep understanding of what the patients need on a day-to-day basis. The medication alone will not be enough. The technology alone will not be enough. There are real challenges here. People with obesity have lower life expectancy, they have a poorer quality of life, and we owe it to ourselves to find a solution. We have an opportunity in our hands to change the world. That's how passionate I am about this. We have an opportunity to change the world. So I'd invite all of you to think about this fresh perspective on obesity and leave here embracing the science.
Nuno, thank you for that spark, and I wish that it ignites a fire in our audience today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. Next up is a company known for its innovative and exciting products. Accessibility is a core value at Apple, infused into all of the company's products, services, and operations. With us now is Apple's Global Head of Accessibility, Sarah Herlinger, to talk about the innovations that have been driven by designing for users with disabilities, how AI and machine learning are powering new experiences for disabled users, and why Apple believes that accessibility is a human right.
So how can AI simplify tasks of daily life that non-disabled people take for granted? How can disability spark innovation? How can accessible technology change society for the better? These are the types of questions that my team and I ask ourselves every day, and I hope you'll start asking them too. My name is Sarah, and I'm thrilled to be here with you today in this beautiful city of Lisbon to tell you a bit more about the journey we've been on with accessibility at Apple. At Apple, accessibility is a core value. We believe that accessibility is a basic human right, and this is not something that's new to us. Our first Office of Disability started in 1985, which is 40 years ago, 39 years ago. And for context, that's actually 5 years before the Americans with Disabilities Act even came to pass. So our commitment to accessibility has never been because somebody regulated us to do so, but because we've always believed that accessibility is that basic human right. And that is still our philosophy today. At Apple, we want everyone to be able to use our products in the way that work best for them. And it's our mission to make technology customizable to the diverse needs of all of our users. We strongly believe that technology plays a powerful role in helping people to be more productive, creative, collaborative, communicative, and at the end of the day, to help people live out their dreams. Now, this number is what keeps us grounded. The World Health Organization estimates that 1.3 billion people experience significant disability in the realm of vision, hearing, physical motor, cognitive, or speech. That's 16% of the world's population, or 1 in 6 of us. And we're all likely to age into disability. The number of people over the age of 65 is expected to double by 2050. This is the largest minority that anyone can join at any time. And disability is also a universal part of the human experience. Almost everyone will temporarily or permanently experience disability at some point in their life. So here at Apple, we designed with accessibility in mind from the start. and build it into the core of all of our products. We don't rely on third parties to do it for us, and we don't bolt it on as an afterthought. It is a part of our DNA that as we design our products, we try and think about how anyone who wants to use them would have the opportunity to do so. And to make those features built in so they're available right out of the box as soon as you turn a device on. With this approach, we're able to create a cohesive ecosystem. So if a customer learns how to use one of our accessibility features on one device, they can use that same feature on another device. And because we work in the realm of both hardware and software, we're able to integrate accessibility across all of our products and platforms and infuse accessibility in ways that other people may not even be thinking about. And this enables us to innovate in radical new ways. And by continuing to iterate year over year with these principles in mind, we've created a wealth of accessibility features to support a wide range of user needs. So over 40 years, we've learned a few things, and I want to share them with you today. First, accessibility makes an impact. Second, accessibility drives innovation. And third, accessibility drives down or disrupts stigmatization and isolation for people with disabilities. First, let's talk about how, at its best, accessible technology makes a real impact on people's lives. We all know that recent breakthroughs in AI and the incredible innovations that AI promises for our collective future. But at Apple, we've been using AI and machine learning in our accessibility features for years. In fact, it's one of the most important tools in our toolkit, and it's helping us make giant leaps in positively impacting the lives of people with disabilities. For example, eye tracking. Now, third-party eye tracking accessories are an incredible tool for users with physical disabilities requiring an alternative to touch. But we also know that they can be expensive and unattainable for many users around the world. That's why this fall, we built eye tracking directly into iOS and iPadOS. So now you can control an iPhone or an iPad using just your eyes, right out of the box in a private and secure way. Let me show you how it works. Now, eye tracking is powered by artificial intelligence, works across iPad OS and iOS apps, and doesn't require additional hardware or accessories to set up. For users for whom their eyes may be their only way to use technology to connect with others, this represents empowerment, independence, and dignity. Another AI feature, sound recognition, uses on-device machine learning to listen for certain time-sensitive sounds and notifies you when they're detected. We worked with deaf and hard of hearing users to understand what sounds are important to them, and that's reflected in the product. Sound recognition can send alerts for doorbells, smoke alarms, sirens, coughing, and even a crying baby. You can also train devices to learn for custom sounds unique to your personal environment. So, for example, the specific beep of an appliance in your kitchen. And this year, we brought sound recognition to CarPlay. So the drivers who are deaf and hard of hearing can receive critical alerts for sounds like sirens or horns around them. For people who are deaf and hard of hearing, this is real impact. And then there's Apple Intelligence. Apple Intelligence harnesses the power of Apple Silicon to understand and create languages and images, take action across apps, and draw from personal context to simplify and accelerate everyday tasks, all while protecting users' privacy and security. And like everything we do, Apple Intelligence was designed with accessibility in mind. It's an incredible set of tools built for a wide range of users in terms of vision, hearing, cognitive, speech, and physical motor disabilities. For example, writing tools. Now, writing tools are great for everyone, including those with a wide range of disabilities, to express themselves at work and school. You can proofread your text, rewrite different versions until the tone and wording are just right, and summarize selected text with just a tap. And for those with neurodivergence, such as ADHD, tools like priority notifications and reduce interruptions can help minimize distractions by getting summarized alerts that are time critical. And in Photos, the Memories feature now enables users to create the movies they want to see simply by typing a description. In addition, natural language can be used to search for specific photos, and search in videos gets more powerful with the ability to find specific moments and clips. Excuse me. Now, this is a great feature for all users, but it can be incredibly valuable for users who are blind or low vision. And we've used AI and machine learning to enable Siri to better recognize atypical speech. Again, this can represent independence and dignity for a range of users with disabilities that affect speech, such as a stutter or dysarthria. Now, beyond just making an impact, accessibility also drives innovation. We believe that when you design with accessibility in mind, you make a better product for everyone. And throughout history, you can find countless examples of this. Technology once developed for people with disabilities being used everywhere. With the introduction of Apple Watch 10 years ago, we started on a new journey to empower people to be at the center of health and live a better life. We made sure Apple Watch was accessible from the start, including VoiceOver, our built-in screen reader for the blind, so that even without any sight, you could access all of the watch's features. But then we faced another question. How does somebody with one arm navigate Watch? So our team went to work. And in 2021, we introduced Assistive Touch, a comprehensive alternative to touch for interactions and activities with Apple Watch. Just by clenching or pinching your hand, people with limb differences or other disabilities could tap the display, press and turn the digital crown, swipe between screens, or really do any of the things that you can do on an Apple Watch. We also made it customizable, like so many of our accessibility features, to make sure the feature worked in the best ways for each user who needs to use it. Assistive Touch uses the built-in sensors on Apple Watch and machine learning algorithms to respond to the movements in your muscles and tendons in your arm to tell the watch how to respond. Now, you can see this accessibility-driven innovation across the Apple ecosystem. Today, users with and without disabilities control their Apple Watch with one hand using double tap. And with things like Apple Intelligence, you can type to communicate with Siri where you can't or don't want to speak using Type to Siri, a feature that's incredibly important for users with disabilities. Accessibility can also birth all new types of experiences that have never been there before, like vehicle motion cues, which can help reduce the effects of motion sickness when looking at an iPhone or an iPad in a car. Please only do this if you're the passenger, not the driver. That's new in iOS 18 this year. So vehicle motion cues is so simple but powerful, using animated dots on the edges of your screen that move with vehicle motion. This works to address the kind of sensory conflict that you feel when using a device in a moving vehicle, and it can help reduce motion sickness just by turning on this feature in the accessibility settings. Or there's music haptics, a brand new feature that offers a whole new way for users who are deaf or hard of hearing to enjoy music. Thanks to the power of the Taptic engine in iPhone, Music Haptics plays music through taps, textures, and refined vibrations. So deaf and hard of hearing users can dance, can exercise, can literally feel the music right on the device that they carry around with them every day. In addition to the deaf community, we're actually getting great feedback that so many people are loving this in iOS 18. And that's innovation for everyone. Finally, in addition to impact and innovation, accessibility has the power to disrupt social stigma and reduce isolation. There are 1.5 billion people in the world living with hearing loss, and most of those have mild to moderate hearing loss. But global research shows us that hearing loss often goes untreated. According to our own large-scale Apple hearing study with the University of Michigan, 75% of participants who are diagnosed with hearing loss do not get the assistive support that they need. So where do we come in? Well, for starters, we've been supporting hearing accessibility for decades. Going all the way back into the 80s, we had things like visual alerts built into our computers to support deaf and hard of hearing users. And we've always been committed to ensuring that our products not only support, but embrace the needs of users who are hard of hearing. And that's why we were pioneers in the use of Bluetooth LE for audio, creating the first LEA protocol to support connecting a streaming audio directly from a hearing aid to a cell phone. And that was more than 10 years ago. Since then, we've introduced awareness and hearing accessibility features such as headphone audio levels, headphone accommodations, and Conversation Boost, all of which support hard of hearing users to customize their hearing experience across Apple devices. All of those features also work seamlessly with AirPods Pro, which is the best-selling headphones in the world. Now, we know people already rely on AirPods Pro 2 throughout their day to listen to their favorite media. So we thought, what if we combine the powerful foundation of the acoustic technology within AirPods Pro 2, our groundbreaking health initiatives, plus our long-standing commitment to accessibility to do something about this huge issue? Well, that's what we did. And that's why we're thrilled to be introducing a first-of-its-kind end-to-end hearing experience with AirPods Pro 2. These features are focused on 3 pillars of prevention, awareness, and assistance, with loud sound reduction, a scientifically validated hearing test, and a clinical-grade hearing capability as well. So let's start with prevention. Now, loud sound reduction helps to prevent exposure to loud environmental noise. Then with hearing test, you can quickly take a clinically validated hearing test in about 5 minutes in the comfort of your own home. Finally, with hearing aid, we brought together years of learnings and powerful team of software engineers, designers, clinicians, acoustic engineers, and more to build a first-of-its-kind regulated hearing aid software feature. Like all we do in accessibility at Apple, the hearing aid feature is personalized and customizable. And by building hearing aid into AirPods Pro 2, alongside features to promote awareness and prevention, we're offering all the assistive power of a clinical-grade hearing aid built into a product that millions of people already own and are already comfortable wearing. That's fantastic for being able to mitigate that social stigma. Now, these features are already available in more than 100 countries and regions around the world today to help users prevent exposure to potentially harmful environmental noise, bring education and awareness to their hearing levels over time, and assist them in better connecting to the world around them. Now, this is what we mean when we say accessibility is a core value at Apple. And these are just a few of the many Apple accessibility features. We believe deeply in the disability community mantra of nothing about us without us, which means that in everything we do, we center the voices and experiences of people with disabilities. We don't build for a community, we build with a community. And we work closely with the disability communities, both inside and outside of Apple, and look to community organizations for deep collaboration. 2024 has been a fantastic year for accessibility at Apple. And as we look ahead at our 40th year of doing accessibility at Apple, we continue to build upon that commitment of accessibility for vision, speech, hearing, physical motor, and cognitive. Because at our core, we believe that accessibility is a human right, and that the world's best technology should respond to everyone's needs, including people with disabilities. Thank you.
Silicon Valley has been one of the driving forces behind American and global economic growth. However, much of this growth has not been sustainable or equitable. To find out what the Valley has gotten wrong and how to make the economy fairer for all, please welcome in conversation with Kenneth Cukier from The Economist, Professor of Economics Emeritus at the University of Massachusetts, William Lazonick.
Bill, the title of the session is Why Silicon Valley is Wrong About the Economy. Those are 8 loaded words, and I suspect you have a very hostile audience. Explain.
Okay, let me start with the economy. It's not good because for 40 years, maybe 45 years, income has been concentrated at the top. I'll give you one statistic. In 1990, of the top 0.1% of households by net worth, 15% of their assets were in the stock market. Now it's about 45%. So the reason it's being concentrated at the top is because of the stock market, and tech is right in the middle of that. I'll come back to that. At the other end, there's about maybe 50 to 60% of the American population is living from paycheck to paycheck. This is not the American dream. The American dream seemed to be fulfilled coming into the 1980s, at least for a lot of people, because large corporations basically didn't hire and fire people, and they didn't try to maximize shareholder value. They basically ran the companies for their products and their people, and shareholders did fine. They collected dividends just for buying and holding and selling shares if they wanted to get a capital gain. That all changed in the 1980s and beyond because of, first of all, an ideology that I saw emerge when I was at Harvard Business School in the mid-1980s called maximizing shareholder value, which said that companies should not be run for their products and people, but for their shareholders.
Okay, so let me stop you right there. Shareholder value is the philosophy. Now, most people, I think, looking, particularly in this community, would look at the idea of shareholder value and welcome it. They would think that financialization has turbocharged not only innovation, but the economy as well. Now, it's also created, it might have created inequalities, but it's created such huge wealth that that people who might be living from paycheck to paycheck are also able to buy televisions for 1/10, maybe 1/100th, not 100th, 1/10 of the price as the past, that they'll have cars that work better, that don't need to be as maintained, that other basic inputs, food, is much less expensive. So help me out and understand, if shareholder value is the problem, make a case for why it's actually done some good before you beat it up.
Yeah, so what you're talking about is not shareholder value. You're talking about innovation. Innovation is something which occurs when, as many of the people out here probably know, there's someone who has a company. They have what I call strategic control. They understand, they hope they understand what they're trying to produce, the technologies and the products. And then they say, how are we going to implement this? And to do that, you have to have learning. If you didn't have learning, it wouldn't be innovation. And that learning is collective and cumulative. There's lots of different people with different capabilities who learn, and they learn over time. Okay, now you need money to do that. But there's a big myth in the US economy that the stock market funds innovation. It does not. Historically, the stock market has been just a way in which people, like you, if you get your company to an IPO, can separate ownership and control, can get your money out. So actually, venture capitalists call an IPO an exit strategy. Okay. Now, so the money is important, but that's where the stock market ends, and the company as a publicly traded company begins, and that's where the problem occurs.
That's what you have said is true, but it misses another element to it. The company also owns its treasury shares. It has an asset with which it can buy other companies. Cisco does not need to be innovative. All they need to do is be smart enough to take their highly priced share price and their stock and buy other companies with it and remunerate your managers, your paid managers, with options. Yes, it might be grotesque feeding at the trough, but it's also allowing people to improve their skills and have a competition for talent.
Well, I didn't cue you on this, but I'm happy you mentioned Cisco. Because with a colleague named Marie Carpenter, we've written a case study, History of Cisco, and how Cisco became an innovative company being founded in 1984 and one of the fastest growing companies in history in the 1990s by making profits on enterprise networking, reinvesting those profits, using their stock to acquire other companies, and building capabilities. And they had a great capability at that point to integrate those companies through a learning system that was really essence of their growth. Okay, but then they became the highest valued company in the world in March of 2020, and the stock market went down. And by September of 2021, the Cisco stock was 15% of what it had been in March of 2020. Now, this wasn't because Cisco was doing terribly. In fact, it wasn't really changed that much. But when the stock market went down, Cisco says, well, how can we get, or John Chambers, the CEO, the stock market up? So they started buying back their stock. Okay, now since October of 2021 to the present, basically, they bought about $160 billion worth of stock back. It's about 100% of their profits. Now, what you have to then say is, what else didn't they do? They didn't try to become a carrier class equipment supplier. Basically, they didn't become Huawei, which they could have become. They're the only American company, maybe they could have combined with others, to become a Huawei, which is a highly innovative company that's not only a leader in the world in infrastructure equipment, but in enterprise networking. It has a large share, and of course, in devices.
So I'm going to accept that share buybacks are very questionable and maybe even toxic for capitalism and for the markets. Let's leave that aside, because I think to make that case will require too much time. Let's go back to the topic of the session. What Silicon Valley gets wrong about the economy? Crystallize that for me. What do they think? Why is it wrong? And what should they think? Or what is the economy?
Okay, well, what is wrong about it is that once these companies became successful, by being innovative through a model of strategy and organization, using finance to become innovative companies, they started looting themselves, or they were pressured into looting themselves, and that's where the buybacks come in. Buybacks are different than dividends. If I hold shares in a company, I get dividends, and everybody gets the same dividend for holding shares. Buybacks are companies going into the market. They tell their broker to buy back shares, and basically manipulating their stock price so that those people who want to sell shares, the share sellers, can get more. Now, who are they? They're the top executives with their stock-based pay. We go into that for hours. There are hedge fund activists, the Carl Icahns, Nelson Peltz's, Paul Singers of the world, who are constantly going in these companies, have nothing to offer these companies other than to say, get your stock price up, we're going to sell the shares. It might take them a few years to make their money. Sometimes they lose. Okay, that pressure is immense. Let me just give you another example. Apple, you just heard about Apple. Apple is the biggest looter of the corporate treasury in world history by far. Okay, since October 2012, under Tim Cook, Apple has bought back $726 billion worth of shares. They did 95 billion last year. They had almost record profits of 94 billion. Okay, why are they doing this? Because Tim Cook wants to keep his job. If they weren't doing this, the hedge fund activists would have been in there and looted the company for them. One of the people sitting on the board, he's now retired, but he was on the board until last March for 21 years, was Al Gore, Albert Gore Jr., former Vice President of the United States. He came there in 2003. Apple was not doing this. It's not paying dividends, not buying back shares. In fact, Apple, between 1985 and 1997, after Steve Jobs was ousted, was buying back stock, paying dividends, and almost went bankrupt, had to be bailed out by Microsoft. Jobs came back, he put an end to that nonsense. We don't know what would have happened if he had lived beyond 2011, but he handed basically the company over to a guy who was the outsourcer of their manufacturing, and he's now basically overseeing the largest looting of any company in corporate history.
You said it's the looting of the federal treasury. Why so?
Why that? Because, okay, who is that money going to? It's going to basically people, okay, I'll tell you who it's going to. I'll give you an example. Warren Buffett. Okay, Warren.
But if Buffett sells his share, as he did, he sells his shares, he earns income. Okay. He pays some of that income to the federal treasury.
No, but okay, Warren, let me start with, I'll give you two examples. A guy named Carl Icahn, you might have heard of him, a corporate raider, been around forever. Summer of 2013, he bought $3.6 billion worth of Apple shares on the market. I don't have that money, you don't have that money. He had it. Okay, not 1 cent went to Apple. He was not funding anything in Apple. He was just buying shares on the market. He then tweeted out that he had had dinner with Tim Cook, told him to do a $100 million buyback. Apple, under pressure from other hedge fund activists, had started doing this. They then did record-breaking buybacks in 2014, 2015. 2016, Icahn sold the shares for a $2 billion gain. He figured the game was over. Warren Buffett had a different idea. He started buying shares, 10 times the amount. 36 billion, it ended up being 38 billion. Okay, not 1 cent went to Apple. Warren Buffett said, I love buybacks. He said, basically, I can share of Apple can go 5 to 7% to 7% without having to lay out his dime. Now, Warren Buffett has profited from his Apple shares. It's about $168 billion. Okay, $168 billion. Not 1 cent went to Apple. He put no effort, management effort into it. What did they do while he held the shares? They did an average of about $60 billion of buybacks per year. Okay, now what that means, first of all, that...
But Bill, hold on a second. But Apple then holds more of its shares with which it can buy other companies. It can remunerate...
No, it retires those shares. First of all, it doesn't need those shares. Yeah, it can do that.
It's a deeper, richer capital market that more people can enter and exit.
Okay, yeah, sure. You can say that it would do that, but it could also pay all those tens of thousands of people, maybe 100,000 of people, it's probably tens of thousands still, of people in Apple Store, 20% more. That would up the ante in every country they're in to what you had to pay college graduates who were doing pretty routine jobs. Okay, Apple could have invested in a fab. Okay, the United States, this is a U.S. problem. It's facing South Korea and Taiwan, who are doing the state-of-the-art fabrication. Intel's fallen behind. Intel was offered the Apple contract. They were doing tens of billions of buybacks at the time. They did $145 billion before the current CEO, Jack Gelsinger, came in over the previous 2 decades. Apple could have invested at a fraction of what it was doing in buying back stock in a state-of-the-art fab in the United States. It could have been a spin-off. Okay, Apple outsourced its batteries. It's outsourced its batteries to a company that's connected with CATL, which is the world's leading EV battery producer. It's a bigger story than just Apple. I'm just using them as an example. But the United States does not have a major company in producing rechargeable batteries for EVs.
So the meta point here is that by the financialization of big tech. We have focused on simply pumping up the share price by taking our profits and buying the shares and not actually making stuff for the future of innovation. So if that's the problem, what's the solution?
Okay, so the solution is ban buybacks. They're unnecessary. They were a result of the Chicago School of Economics capturing the Securities and Exchange Commission in 1981 when Ronald Reagan got elected. They adopted a rule called 10b-18, which basically says that a company can buy back 25% of the average daily trading volume of its shares over the previous 4 weeks. For Apple, that's about 4 to 5 billion a day, day after day after day. For Microsoft, it's maybe 700, 800 million, million a day, day after day. Okay, it was a license to manipulate. It was called a license to loot. It was done without any public comment. It's never been vetted by Congress. Based on my research, there is legislation that was introduced originally in 2018 by Senator Tammy Baldwin in Wisconsin to ban buybacks and to put workers on boards. It's called the Reward Work Act. So there is something that can be done about this, and it would be an easy thing to do.
Most people in the world would look at America and see it as the engine of innovation globally. And whatever the problems are, please don't fix it because we don't want to ruin a thing that's working.
Well, I'm sorry, but the United States is falling behind. And in critical technologies, I mean, we could go outside of tech to Boeing. I've written on the Boeing crashes with a colleague named Ert M. Sackins. We wrote right after the second Boeing crash about this, and they had done $43 billion in buybacks since January of 2013, including the week before the second crash, an Ethiopian Airlines crash in March of 2019. They had a record peak in their stock price on March 1st of 2019 and had just increased the dividend by 20%. I can go example after example.
So what's the downside? What's the risk if we ban share buybacks? Are we giving up anything that we don't want to?
Well, first of all, in the United States, we're addicted to this. Even The Economist, after I published my article in Harvard Business Review in 2014, they had something about it being addicted to cocaine, which I used there. I didn't get much of an acknowledgement, by the way, but anyway. That was, it's an addiction. And if you try to just ban the buybacks right away, it would crash the stock market. By the way, Joe Biden was a big fan of this article that I wrote in 2014. Got a lot of publicity on buybacks, prosperity, when he was vice president. But once he became president, his advisor said, don't touch that stuff or don't go.
Bill, to hear you speak, you have unorthodox views about economics and innovation. My final question to you is, are you an idealist or a romantic?
Okay, so basically I'm just an academic. Okay, and so I've been doing this for a long time. I want to know how the world works. I come out of economics that's being taught by economists, by economists, a bunch of crap, basically, I'll put it that way. Because they don't understand the first thing about how companies work. They don't understand the first thing about innovation. They don't understand generally the first thing about financialization. So having become someone who has looked at how these things work, I would say, in terms of your terms, I'm a myth buster. That's what I've become, but a myth buster who knows what he's talking about, I think.
I appreciate it. Join me in thanking William Lazonick. This was lovely. Thanks. You've got a fan club. Okay.
Traditional media has been struggling to come to terms with the internet for decades, and AI presents a brand new challenge. But adapting to and adopting new technology is nothing new. It's been happening since as long as humans have been innovating. What chances will the evolution of AI bring? And how can society protect truth and journalistic integrity in this new area? To discuss how AI is transforming the media, please welcome the CEO of 3 of the biggest media outlets in the world: Time, The Atlantic, and The Independent. Jessica Sibley, Nicholas Thompson, and Christian Broughton.
AI, a transformative force, shaping our world, revolutionizing our lives, solving challenges, or creating problems, answering questions, raising concern, a catalyst for change. The power of AI.
All right. So we have here today CEOs from 3 journalistic institutions with 300 years of combined history among us. That's not us as individuals, that's the titles we work for, just to clarify. But I don't think any of us will argue against the point that AI is the biggest transformation in that period, potentially, for our brands.
We had a very hard time with images, but go on.
Images was a big one, yeah.
And we're 300 years, but we still got it.
We still got it, yeah, exactly. I'm not saying it can be not necessarily be a bad thing, but it's a big change. It's going to change how we reach our audiences. It's going to change our business models. It's going to change the nature of the journalism we do. It's going to change how well we know what's true in the world. So I guess we have 17 minutes left, so let's cut straight to it. We just had a massive news event. Obviously, the election in the US and a huge year of democracy around the world. The big one happened. Next up, 4 years' time, we're going to have 4 more years of AI innovation by that point. Let's look ahead. What do you think will be different? What do you think will be better? What do you think might be a challenge? Nick, do you want to lead us off?
How AI will change the news ecosystem?
Well, what is it going to look like when we're all there in 4 years' time, we're reporting on an election? Yeah. I mean, I'll give you one, just to get this conversation flowing, that we had somebody who, in our newsroom, when the Trump was shot in the ear, the news desk were working very fast to keep up with his story, and we were all watching it on the TV screens, and somebody said, this is real, right?
Okay, here's what could happen. It could be the case that really good product managers, inventors, people who run social media companies will figure out ways to change the core algorithms and will use AI to get people out of filter bubbles, to get people to have better conversations. You can imagine AI being an incredible tool, and there have been a number of academic papers that show how that can work. You can also imagine the opposite, where AI is just used to create facts that map up with whatever magical realities we create. And then you can also, the scenario I worry about the most is that AI basically turns the web to garbage, right? The enshittification process of the internet, where it becomes so easy to create low-quality content, and where search breaks, you can't really navigate it, and it's all a mess. So those are all forks in the information ecosystem the next 4 years, or paths, and God willing, we'll take the best one.
Well, look, there's really no way to put it other than AI is changing everything and will fundamentally change the next election in 4 years. Disruption in media and in mediums is nothing new. And while we're 300 years, we've lived through this. We've lived through this with our brands, with our businesses, and our own personal, professional careers. And when you look at the election, I think what's so fascinating is that putting AI aside, it's not just the media, but it's the mediums that we're studying now that have fundamentally changed the course of this election and who won. But again, this is nothing new. So when you look back, especially here at Time, we're a 100-year brand. We've covered this in our 100 years of history. We cover it today. TV, going from radio to TV changed the election with Kennedy and the Kennedy legacy. Obama leveraged digital, the internet, and mobile to galvanize audiences, to reach people, young people, new voters, first-time voters, first time in America. And then when you look at what's happened in this recent election, it's podcasts,
Joe Rogan.
memes, social, as Nick points to, and mainstream media just wasn't as important as it had been before. But this was not a surprise to those of us who live in traditional media. And so whether it's tech disruptions or consumer behavior changes, and I think what was so interesting and so, in a way, inspiring was to be able to use different platforms, different products to reach audiences not at scale, to reach audiences that were engaged with individuals, independents, that had their own podcasts, that have their own followings. And I think that is even bigger than what we may have experienced recently with AI, but what we may see change in the next 4 years.
I hate that phrase. It's such a put down, the mainstream media, but it's an interesting, we are the mainstream media, right? We've all must have led innovations in our newsrooms. We put things out there, the way we interact with AI companies. Nick, I know you've had Atlantic Labs, for example.
Yep.
I know you've got some stuff that you guys are working on. We're working a lot with Google Gemini at The Independent. Yet I get the sense generally from our industry that the newsroom isn't the first entity to embrace the opportunity of working with AI. I mean, there was a headline that, for full disclosure, Nick is very happy for me to discuss this, but headline in Nick's own title that was after you did your deal with OpenAI. I think the headline was something like devil's bargain with OpenAI. So probably safe to say that the newsroom went right behind you in that moment. How do we encourage adoption? Are we sure it's the right thing to do to lead adoption of AI in journalism?
Yes, we are sure of that. I mean, there are many facets of it. There's a question of whether journalism companies should do deals with AI companies, which is complicated and hard. I think you should do good deals and not bad deals.
You both have both your organizations have a deal with OpenAI, is that right? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So do good deals, not bad deals. There's the question of whether...
Tell us a little bit more. What makes a good deal? What makes a bad deal?
So what the AI companies offer is that there's some combination of they will allow you to help shape their products. They will shape their products to bring you new readers, and they will pay you for either training on data for basic training or for RAG, right, for inference or for training. And you will be offered different prices. There'll be different legal contract, right? And so you will evaluate all of those things versus the costs and versus the risks. And you can imagine that we've negotiated lots of potential deals, and we've signed one major deal. We've gone in partnership with ProRata too. So small number of deals that are good. So that's part of the question. Second part of your question, will newsrooms and will journalists embrace AI? I think absolutely. And they will use it not for writing. The ethical way to use AI is never to write, right? But to help you do your reporting, to help you figure out stories. There are ways that innovative and smart journalists will do that. And then news organizations that embrace AI in smart ways will do better. That's what we're doing with Atlantic Labs, which you should all try at labs.theatlantic.com, where we are building tools for our readers. We are putting them on a test site, and then we'll put them on the main site. Last thing, yes, Newsroom did write Devil's Bargain, and what we proved there is that the newsroom and the business side are totally independent. I don't tell them what to write, and I still make the decisions that I think are best for The Atlantic, regardless of what they're going to write.
So, Nick, that's an interesting distinction you make, that you're happy for AI to be involved in the sourcing of the facts in the first place and the working out what the story is, but you're uncomfortable with it assembling the language that's used to convey those facts. Is that something you would agree with, Jess?
Yeah, I would say, again, big disruption, lots of change, nothing new. Different is, number one, the collaboration. Nick and I sit on a lot of calls with hundreds of other people in our roles, incredible journalists, icons, and we try to work together. We want to get this right as best as we can for our businesses. So I think that's really different and really important, and we try to share information to help the industry overall. Number two is there's three options: litigate, negotiate, or do nothing. And do nothing, it's game over. Litigate, some publishers are pursuing that path. Negotiate, that's where we come together and we're trying to negotiate deals that work. And what I've done my whole career, which is different from Nick, is I've never been a reporter and I've never been a journalist, but I've always worked on the commercial side, on the revenue side, to support independent, objective, rigorously reported journalism. These companies, these businesses need to be commercially viable, and they need to be sustainable and profitable, period. So that leads us to revenue opportunities, and we are pursuing, and anyone here, we're pursuing all ways that we can keep time for the next 100 years to be resilient and to play a place in the ecosystem and not outside of it. And I would say the last thing is we want the best talent, we want the best tools, we want the best technologies to make us smarter or better. So I've been really inspired and hearing again Jeff Bezos talk about how important writing is. Writing is thinking, and that really can't be replaced. I don't know intimately, but I've read a lot about the 6-page memo around Amazon. So I think writing is thinking. It's so important. It's a critical skill, and it starts there. But how can we make it better? Translate, audio. We can take a 26 interview that we got with President Trump and make it 6 bullets and make it 6 minutes, or put it in audio version. We could make it a 5th grade version, a 3rd grade version, all of the above. So I think there are ways that we can explore new formats that can keep our businesses viable and relevant, and not have what happened with many others that were legacy media companies in one format, in one platform, that weren't able to take risks and experiment and try new things that are no longer here.
I certainly agree with you, Nick, that there are many different roads ahead that we could end up going down. And I do believe that the more journalists are involved with AI at this point in time, the more likely we are to get an outcome journalistically in the future. If we just kind of sit back and recoil, and if journalists fear getting involved with AI, that way that future is not one that I think will do as well. And I really agree with you, Jess, that it's important to look after the business because the business looks after the newsroom. We have to have successful businesses in order to preserve our titles into the future.
It's true.
And I think people overfixate on, when these deals are reported, everyone kind of goes straight to the money and everyone starts speculating about the money. I think the engagement with the AI genius, brilliant work that's going on at so many companies at the moment is the exciting part of that. But behind the checks, and let's face it, in previous media disruptions, we've had other entities, social media companies, for instance, giving journalism money for a period of time. And then one thing about those is they tend to stop those periods of time. So perhaps important to create off the back of this, really to build and to incentivize and to scale the financial ecosystem around information. Yes, LLMs can report, they can, as you say, they can take a story and they can summarize it, they can put it in audio, they can do all that. But fundamentally, somehow some new information has to go into that system before all that proliferation can happen. And I think rewarding the discovery of the new is a really, really important point. How do we start to form that? Is that something that worries us? Do we think that has been established? Is it possible to establish that? I mean, traditional trademarking of facts wouldn't work, for instance. You can't copyright a fact, right? You can just report it.
Well, I do think that one of the things that is happening in these negotiations is that everybody on the media side is seeing that the value of training data is decreasing and the value of inference, meaning of sort of new stuff that search models can be trained on, is increasing, right? It is clear that the AI companies want new information so that if somebody goes in and says what happened in Lebanon today, the AI model, which may have a training cutoff, doesn't answer that. It relies on a trusted and established source. And who knows how big a role in the economic infrastructure these AI companies will play, but the economics of the industry change the mechanics of the industry, and so you can imagine media companies realizing what's happening and then more of a premium being put into original fact-based reporting. In fact, I would think, as a media executive, that what you want to do is to make and create the stories that are hardest for large language models to create. So stories with new facts based on human reporting that are written with style and that are complex. And over time, the journalism industry is massively going to train. And if you are doing something that is replicable by AI, you will get wiped out. And so you have to do things that are not replicable by AI itself.
And that's where I think trusted sources, like the ones that we're so privileged to represent and oversee, are going to be critical, because we'll be opted into the ecosystem. For us, it's also not just our current reporting, but it's our archives of 100 years. And when you think about what we have with Time for Kids, news literacy, and now a lot of education is focused on what are those sources that are coming up and where are they from and how viable they are. So I think that's another really critical point. I also think we want to be first movers, and we want to work with the top people at these companies. I got introduced to Sam Altman like the week of the launch of ChatGPT, and started talking to him about time and understanding what this meant and how we could find a way to partner together. So working with these companies, working with the executives that are leading them and growing them is also really important to our future.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a big shift back towards news gathering rather than just news reporting, because that's supporting what this new media age really requires. And yet that determines us to be able to sift the truth from the fake. And that's something that's getting harder. I mean, I give that example at the start, slightly glibly perhaps, but it was a real thing that somebody actually said, like, has this shot really been fired at Trump? It's kind of, you see so much now that you want to just pinch yourself and make sure that's true. How do we sift truth in an age when there's going to be so much AI gen out there? Are we going to have AI models to catch the other AI models? Are we going into an arms race here?
Totally. You need a good guy with an AI to stop a bad guy with an AI. I mean, absolutely one of the tasks for this generation of media companies and journalists is to use AI in the best ways possible to help people figure out what's true. And that's partly why I don't think you should use AI to write, right? AI has lots of problems with hallucinations. AI can be very good at a certain set of things and very bad at another set of things. And you have to use these models and understand what those two things are. But building, I mentioned earlier that AI models, and there's a whole bunch of research papers about how AI models can help people who believe in conspiracy theories get out of those beliefs. AI models can absolutely also help determine veracity and truth, and they should be implemented at every level of kind of the information networks. That is one of the tasks for the next 5 years, and it is essential.
We've also seen in our reporting and with our AI 100 list, 2 years in, where we've identified the 100 most important influential people in AI today that are making a huge impact, that there's emerged a lot of activists in AI. One of them that I met recently who's on our AI 100 list is a 15-year-old. She's in the US, and she was part of a deep fake pornographic AI situation that affected her and her classmates. Screens all around her school, and now she and her mother are active in Washington, D.C., making sure that this does not happen to young people, to anyone today. So there's a whole group and a community that are trying to make sure that we work on the progress, but mitigate the perils.
So to wrap it up now, because we are 1 minute out, so speed answers, please. As you've implemented AI in your organizations, what's the mistake you've made and what did you learn from it?
We went too slow. We didn't do enough.
Right.
We can never do enough, and we can never move fast enough without breaking anything.
And how did you accelerate? Did you put a team on it? Did you just prioritize?
Mark Howard, our COO, mark@time.com. Easiest email, he's here, he's leading that. It starts with the C-levels. Disclosure, we're owned by Mark and Lynn Benioff. Our co-owners are co-chairs. Mark's the CEO of Salesforce, and we watch everything in AI, and we need to not just write about it and cover about and talk about it, we need to do it ourselves.
Yeah, 100%. Nick, what did you get wrong? How did you get it right? Really quickly.
I mean, I think our deals have been absolutely right, and I think that the way that I sold the staff on them probably could have been more productive, as evidenced by the headline you quoted.
Right. And I would say from our point of view, I think we went out there with a really strong idea, which we're about to launch in Q1, and what we should have done was allow other people to start the ideas. So actually, hack days really, really work for our newsroom, letting people determine what they want to do with it, because actually the best people to tell you how to use AI in the future of journalism, in my view, are the journalists.
That's true. It's true.
Great. Thank you very much. We're over
Great
time
wisdom
already.
at the end there. Thank you, Christian.
Thank you, Christian.
All right.
Great, Nick.
Thank you, Jessica.
Yeah.
In an increasingly politically divided world, liberal democracy seems to be on the retreat. From Putin's Russia to Maduro's Venezuela, autocrats are gaining ground while populists in Europe and the US echo sentiments not heard since the World War II. To talk about standing up to autocrats, please welcome in conversation with Ann Curry, the chair of the advisory board of the Anti-Corruption Foundation, Yulia Navalnaya, and opposition leader of Venezuela, Leopoldo Lopez.
Yulia Navalnaya, Leopoldo Lopez, welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. You are much admired, Yulia, for your courage witnessed even before your husband died in a Russian penal colony 9 months ago after being threatened and poisoned, arrested, incarcerated, and tortured. Alexei would not back down. But you want more than admiration. You say Putin cannot be defeated in old traditional ways. You want innovation, but not the kind of innovation that can be used to help autocrats. So what kind of innovation are you asking for?
Thank you so much for having me and for this question. It's very important. You know, we are living now in very difficult situation. People who are anti-Putin's Russians and anti-war Russians, we very much need a kind of, very often, advices from this community. That's why I'm here, because it's not very easy to do anything like inside Russia. Of course, inside Russia, it's very important, but also for people who are in exile, because they are anti-war, because they are anti-Russians, and they are in this situation that they need any help. And it's very important sometimes even to bring the information, because a lot of social media are banned. Leopold will share with me these thoughts. Are banned in Russia. Everything like YouTube works very slowly, or just from VPN, and Instagram, everything. And you know, then in these dictatorship regimes, and it's very important to share with the information and to find these supporters and this community with people who share your thoughts from such of social media, because we don't have any newspapers. We, of course, don't have any television, because there is no independent media now in Russia at all. All independent media are in exile. There is no television at all. So we have very difficult access to any people who are sharing with us our views, and it's very important to keep and to support these people. That's why any thoughts, any innovations, and are very important for us, and any advice.
So you're calling out to what,
Absolutely,
about what,
yes,
10, 14, maybe 15,000 innovators in this room, that you need their thoughts, their innovation, their ideas to help move forward, because you have said in the past that Vladimir Putin is not a politician.
He's not. He's probably, we call him a politician, but still the main thing is about him. He's not a politician. He is a mafia boss who created a crime regime in Russia, who starts the war with neighboring country, who poisons and kills his political opponents. Of course, in this way, we are not able, and we mustn't, to call him a president of Russia and a politician. He is mafia boss.
So in that way, then, the innovation needs to think about it that way. Go ahead. Leopoldo, as the leader of the opposition against Maduro's repressive autocracy in Venezuela, you yourself have been targeted, you have been shot at, you've been taken hostage, assaulted, imprisoned, and exiled. And so connecting with Yulia is important to you because you say that among the innovations, we need a global movement, a movement that you say needs technology.
Well, let's put it this way. Today, we are living in a very dark moment of democracy worldwide. 10 years ago, less than 40% of the world population was living under autocracy. Today, it's more than 70%. Year by year, over the past 20 years, we have seen more autocracy in the world.
70% of all human beings on this planet are living under some kind of autocracy, is what you just said.
And that's 5.7 billion people in the world today do not have the same rights that most people have in this room. That means they cannot speak out freely, they cannot move freely, they cannot own their property or their intellectual property, they cannot pray freely, and that's a reality that has been growing over the past 2 decades. And that comes with the fact that autocrats are working together. So Putin is not alone, and I agree with Julia when she says Putin is a mafia boss, but not only of Russia. Also, a global alliance of autocrats is working together to keep people from living in free societies. We have seen that in Venezuela. We have seen the influence of Russia, the influence of China, the influence of Iran, the way they work together, and the way they support the autocracy in Venezuela. But this is also true for Nicaragua, for Cuba, and for many African countries, and for Asian countries as well. So we need to understand that this is happening. Whether we like it or not, autocracy is getting more terrain. Bad guys are winning. And technology plays a very important role, because technology is a tool for autocrats to control people.
Do you see a connection between the rise of autocracy and the rise of technology?
Well, I think that there is. I think that autocrats have become more efficient with the use of technology to do the things that they need to do, which is to keep people from spreading their ideas, controlling and keeping people surveilled, and from limiting the possibilities of different movements to exist. So there are many examples of how this is happening.
And you talked about this morning, earlier today, Yulia. So I wonder now, as we think about your call for technology, for innovation that actually helps people, helps build people power, allows people to connect, organize, and strengthen in the face of this onslaught, what your reaction is now to this news just 1 week ago that the United States, in a highly consequential US presidential election, has voted for someone who is pretty chummy with Putin?
Well, first of all, I want to say to Leopoldo, what a big admiration I have to Venezuela opposition. You guys great, you did great elections, and I think that we need to applaud to Marina Corina Machado, who did a great job, and I'm asking for everyone to applaud to her. It's very important, and I spoke with her probably 2 weeks ago, and she's hiding from all these consequences of these elections because she could be imprisoned. But still, I think she needs our support. And coming back to US elections, well, we'll see how it works. I still do believe, and I think that it's very important to remember that the United States have very, very strong democratic institutions. They don't have, like in Russia, just a president, that's it. They have a lot of people and a lot of politicians who have very, very long period for having democracy. And I think that if they will feel some kind of very dangerous threats, they will be fighting like we do. And they will probably one day come to us and ask to share with us, to share with them our experience, and we will help them in some ways. But we'll see.
But you're also concerned, I'm thinking, both of you, about the impact on the world. Is that true or not true? His influence on the world and the fight against autocracy. Do you have any thoughts about that?
Well, I think that we need to, when we talk about autocracy and democracy, I think it's important to try to at least keep it simple in a very complex issue. So there are different circumstances. One, in democratic countries, the US, European countries, and other, when you have polarized politics, that it's the rule today, it's about how to make democracy better. Then you have countries that are losing to autocratic systems or to autocratic practices. Venezuela 15 years ago, you can mention some European countries, some Latin American countries that are moving towards autocracy. And you can say it's about, that conversation is about how to save democracy. But then you have the largest part of the world. We want to insist in this. The largest part of the world lives in societies that are not democratic. And the challenge there is how to make democracy a reality, how to conquer democracy. And that's what we are fighting for in Russia, in Venezuela. That's why Alexei Navalny, who is a hero for all of the freedom fighters, for all of the democracy defenders all over the world, because he gave the ultimate sacrifice for an idea. And what's that idea? That idea is freedom. So for me, it's a great honor to be here with you today and to tell you that the memory of Alexei Navalny will always be present, because that's what we are fighting for that idea that we know very well when we come from autocratic countries what freedom is, because we don't have it. I actually learned what freedom is when I was in a solitary confinement in a prison cell. That's when I knew what freedom was about, because I knew what was not. And that is something that we would like to share with this community that might not be thinking about these issues on a daily basis. But I can tell all of you who are innovators, who are funders, who are thinking of how technology can create things easier and more simple for people, think about freedom. Always try to think about freedom. Think about how to give tools to individuals, even in autocratic countries, how to allow them to communicate more effectively without censorship, how to overcome financial apartheid. Because we were talking before we came into stage, our organizations in Russia, in Venezuela, are forbidden. We cannot have bank accounts. We cannot have formal registration in our financial systems. So how can we use technology like Bitcoin, like stablecoin, in order to provide an alternative for transactions and for saving and getting resources to our movements? So there is a lot that can be done, but we need to put the heart, the minds, and the commitment to this idea that might be abstract, but it's actually not, which is freedom. Freedom is something we should all be fighting for.
Okay, so
what he was talking about, just you're sitting here, and most of you are from free world. And I just want to say you that just don't take all this for granted. It's very important to remember that every day could change everything and help us. It's very important to understand and to remember that there are a lot of people who, in our countries, in Venezuela, in Russia, in many countries, Belarus, who are sharing these views. And your help from innovators, from the free world is very important. And coming back to you, free world is very important. And coming back to your question about what helps me, a lot. I love my country. And it's all about justice. I love my country. I want to live in my country. I want to come back to my country. I know that my children love our country. We want to live. Why to give this country to Putin? It's very important every day to fight to get our country back.
As you know, Ukraine is also fighting, and I wonder what you think the world should do about Putin or Ukraine.
Is not also fighting. Ukraine is fighting. But still, I want to remind you that it's Vladimir Putin's regime starting this war, and we need to support the Ukraine, and Ukraine defends their own Russians who are some kind of courts where people are imprisoned because they said something against the war.
You have said that you want Putin to be held accountable for the crimes in Ukraine, and you've just said that you want him to see a future of Russia that will be free. And so I'm wondering, you know these are words that he doesn't want to hear. So how confident, may I ask you this, how confident are you in your security in announcing that you are running for president? I'd like to also ask you how confident you are in your security as well. And you don't have to be specific.
It's how the social media, even in free world, works. I never said it, but I don't want to refuse because I said that I will participate in elections. I think, and of course, I have like political ambitions. I will pretend on a kind of leading roles if I will come back to Russia. I don't think if I feel safe, or I don't want to think if I feel safe or not. This life, watching from one side to another, you don't have to do the right things. So I just know the right direction. I want Russia will become peaceful, democratic country, and I'm just moving to this direction. Probably it could be dangerous. Probably it could be very dangerous, but it doesn't mean we need to stop. And it's very important for me to show this example. Yes, it's very difficult way. And my husband sacrificed his life for fighting for this regime. And it's very important for me to show people that after what happened in our family, in my personal life, I don't afraid. And I ask all the people in Russia not to, and all the people all around the world, not to afraid of dictators. I think such a big audience, but I know that my husband was a great innovator. He created a lot of things to become the very famous politician under dictatorship. He never had any access to television. He never had any access anywhere, but he became one of the most famous opposition politicians, not just in Russia, in the world. And I think he would ask you the same. Just don't help in any ways dictators, even there don't help in any ways dictators, even there through technologies to keep their dictatorship. Help us. And you are innovators, and we want to do something good, new for our countries. Just help us in any way you can. Thank you.
You know, to do that, you have to think about what is motivating your decision to create a technology. Why am I creating this technology? What are the consequences of this thing I'm innovating? And it sounds to some degree what you're saying is be motivated to create something that actually can be useful in creating people power. And specifically about people power, Leopoldo, autocracies fall. And despite Maduro's rule and his grip on power, you say his grip is no longer sustainable. Now, why would you say that?
Well, I say this because he just lost an election. 3 months ago, Maduro lost an election.
But he's still in power.
He's still in power, but I say that it's very clear now that the people are against him. And this is a trend that we need to understand that it's happening. It happened a couple of weeks ago in even what we believe is that role, because to overcome censorship, we need technology. To overcome all of these limitations that people have, we need technology. And that's we ask to all of you to think of freedom. Put it into products, into your marketing, into your worldview. I mean, what is the world that we are looking forward in 25 years, in 30 years? I believe that it should be a free world with all the diversity that it's among us, but we should all be respected as individuals. I believe that that should be the type of globalization for the 21st century, not the globalization among states, but the globalization of individuals, that individuals can connect, can communicate, can transact, can work freely across borders. And you can do a great deal of that in many different ways, but always think of freedom.
Leopoldo Lopez, Yulia Navalny.
Thank you.
Moral clarity, ladies and gentlemen, and courage.
Thank you.
Today, people and brands are bending over backwards to fit whatever current cultural narrative exists. Brands are especially desperate to stay in the margin, scared of the vigilantes that trail them, and terrified to make mistakes. But it's boring, it's predictable, and the result is that we've become more rigid and precious than ever. Most brands have become vanilla. They're shook. How do we help brands move past this? Can we all break out of the precious predictability cycle we found ourselves in? To discuss here on Center Stage, in conversation with Business Insider's Lara O'Reilly, please welcome the Chief Strategy Officer of Sylvain, Joey Kamara, and Global Head of the Consumer Marketing at Meta, Eshan Ponudare.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. Today, we're going to be talking about innovation in marketing, but we want to be a bit provocative. And I want to talk to these guys, these very, very intelligent, very anti-digilantes, about, about the meaning of the word shook. What does shook mean when it comes to marketing in this day and age? Perhaps, Joey, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I mean, on a fundamental level, it is the idea that you are experiencing the world around you, and suddenly being unsure what to do and sort of frozen in place, right? There's that idea of like fight, flight, or freeze. And I think a lot of it has to do with just being stuck, unsure what comes next.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, if you think about shook, you're shaken. What happens when you're shaken? You're unsure and you're nervous. And I think that is definitely something marketers are experiencing today of this, how do you represent your brand? How do you represent your product in a world where it can go a million different ways conversationally?
And do you think brands are kind of more or less shook than they once were? Like, what's been leading up to this?
I mean, the end of free money, as the end of ZERP, all of a sudden, right? Like, there are consequences, right? Like, the loans aren't free. The world is changing. There's been a global pandemic, inflationary bubbles, wars, things of that nature that are happening. Things are on shaky ground, and all of a sudden, that question of what do I do, what do I say, where do I want to go next, there is this sort of time horizon crunch that's happened as a result of all of those things, and so it's easier to look at tomorrow than to look a year or 5 years into the future.
Yeah, I think definitely you have to recognize the last 4 years, we went from being outside to inside and outside again. And that's definitely had its impact on culture. And I think there's this interesting tension between consumer marketing and cultural marketing. And this desire to be inside culture or be a part of culture has maybe resulted in people forgetting the fundamentals of marketing. Your audience, who your brand is, the value of your product, things like that.
Mm-hmm. So are we talking about two different things that have kind of come together at once? We've got this idea of being very risk averse and not wanting to put a step wrong, but then also kind of, as a part of that, kind of following the crowd and the flock. Like, how does it actually manifest itself? Do you have examples?
Yeah, I mean, I think it can manifest in a lot of different ways, right? Historically, when you ask someone what brand is about, on a fundamental level, it's about trust, right? An expectation that you can anticipate what someone else is going to do. And so brands often were building towards a future that would allow them to build their portfolio in new and different ways, expand and do new versions of products, enter into a new market, whatever it was, right? There was some ability to build anticipation because someone understood what you were trying to build towards, some core set of values, but the speed with which culture, information systems are working, and all of these other sort of economic factors have people saying like, well, let's just focus on tomorrow. What's our next tent pole? We have a thing in 2 months that we're going to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think there's some parallels, right? I think I'm old enough to remember the 2000s when everyone was trying to go viral, right? Yeah. And then we shifted to this stage of like, how do you be part of culture? And I think that has distracted us from maybe the fundamentals. There was a session last night about culture and commerce, and I think it's led to brands looking to just be part of something, but forgetting who they are. Yeah. And a great example this summer was Brat Summer. I'm sure everyone heard the album, everyone loved the album, but every brand was trying to play into it.
Yeah.
And that made sense for some brands, it didn't for others. It ends up in this whole participatory marketing exercise of, oh, everyone's doing it, we should do it, but at the expense of actually understanding what your brand's about and real value to the consumer.
Right. On a fundamental level, when that happens, when you're doing this participatory culture, right, you are not leading a conversation. You're not sort of orienting to where you want to go or build or create a different future. You're saying, like, I showed up. I'm here. I'm in attendance,
Well, you see it a lot in the comments, right? I think this is where as soon as you kind of explained to me both the idea of kind of shook, I thought about a time when I was being told by a platform, don't worry, it wasn't a Meta one, but how brands were being very brave by showing up in the comments. And I was just kind of thinking, well firstly, like, that's not brave. Heart surgery or running into a burning building is brave, or some of our earlier speakers are very brave. A brand selling toasters getting in on Brat Summer is not, like, brave is not that.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that is what's happening, right? You've got this participatory, maybe because there are so many channels right now. But I wonder, like, what does that actually mean? How does it actually benefit the brand in any way? I mean, I guess it's lowish cost, but to what end?
Yeah. I mean, I think when you're seeing these participatory things, right, you can get a quick hit, right? There's probably a dopamine orientation to this, right? You show up and people are saying like, oh, did you see Nutter Butter was participating in Brat Summer? That's weird or funny or something. You get this quick hit, but it's not long lasting. It is not sort of building your business. It is not sort of orienting you in some place that you think will be meaningful. It's orienting you to have to catch the next one, right? Like after Brat Summer, what is the next thing going to be? And you have to be sort of on the lookout, staring again directly in front of you.
Yeah, I think the crux of what you're getting at is that by being participatory, brands have maybe broken themselves into not so fun places, and then the result of that is maybe boring work or work that's not exciting. But I think at the heart of it, I think as a marketer, you need to remember the fundamentals of what you're trying to do. Who's your audience? What is the value of your product to that audience? How do you present that product in an attractive way to them? And then on top of that, then it leads you to places of like, where can we show up? What can we be part of? But I think we've jumped straight to like, what can we be part of? And molding your brand and your product to that conversation, forgetting the fundamentals of what your brand's about.
Right, they're trying to be shapeshifters.
Yeah, if you're thinking about like a traditional marketing funnel, going back to fundamentals, right? Like you're hitting awareness constantly. You're just hitting the awareness button that you are showing up in this type of way. You're not drilling down. You're not adding value either through, traditional marketing was about saying, where is there a market that we can sell something to that would add value to their lives? And so that conversation about building something meaningful that could have a positive impact in someone's day-to-day isn't happening. It's saying, how can we show up in their feed, or how can we, be like viral, to bring it back for a moment, but not how are we making a change in their life? How are we showing up in their day-to-day more frequently in ways that are sort of things that you would actually appreciate as opposed to just recognize?
So did things like when Duolingo turned up to Brat Summer, right? They turned up to a concert and a bunch of people dressed up as the owl, and Charlie XCX showed her out. Like, does that make sense because their whole thing is around unhinged marketing and the green and what have you? Or is that still bordering on shook?
I actually think Duolingo do this really well, right? I think they know what their brand is about. They know what their product is, right? In the context of they've consistently sort of been like out there, avant-garde, sort of this outspoken, the owl is the brand maybe, people know the owl, maybe not the app logo. And so it's consistent. And I think fair play that there's consistency there versus all the rest of the brands, the Nutter Butters or wherever else, everyone went green this summer. Arguably that owl has been green for a number of years. So, so I think they did a good job.
Yeah, I mean, I think like that idea, it's not to say you would never do anything like that, right? But that it has to be sort of complementary in the same way that performance marketing is a complement to building a brand over time, right? Performance marketing is about finding a person in a moment and delivering something to them, a message. Brand marketing is about saying, okay, culture is moving in this direction, the market is evolving in this direction, there are expectations for our product that we should evolve in X number of ways, and so we need to be building in such a way that we'll be able to meet the market, not just today, but in the future, right? In 5 years, there will be a generational shift, or we know a group that we're talking to today is going to be facing different problems in their life, and how do we change our product and the way that we present to the world that can be effective. It doesn't mean don't do fun things. It doesn't mean don't show up at a Charlie XCX concert, right? But it means like do something else that has a little bit more meat.
I think at the heart of it, as a marketer, your job is to grow your business. And that could be growing the number of users, growing revenue, selling product. I got to believe the people at Duolingo understand that, hey, there's an audience that is following this album or this artist that is attractive to us.
Yeah.
How do we cut through as a brand to them in service of growing the app or users? So I think we've also lost that part of like, what's the job of a marketer? It's to grow your business versus show up in fun ways. And I'm sure people are thinking that way. Yeah.
But on the other side of that, is it not that marketers are so worried about growing their business, or actually in saving their jobs? The tenure of a marketer is at its lowest ebb that it's been at for some years, something like four years. This is the average for the Fortune 500. You've got Wall Street pressure every quarter, not just to meet expectations, but beat them.
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got like all the stats out there showing that the CEO and the CFO doesn't trust the marketer. So if you can just edge things up a little bit more every 3 months, job done, you keep your job, you keep your team's jobs.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot spoken about, right, in sort of evolving to meet, right? Like, I suspect likely there will be a new, like, chief AI officer role added to the C-suite. There are, chief HR officer, chief technology chief innovation officer, chief information officer. Like all of these roles have expanded, but like on a fundamental level, what you said is like Peter Drucker said, there are two roles within a company, R&D and marketing. Marketing is about going out, meeting the world, and evolving the way that your business shows up, both feeding back to R&D, but also meeting the market. And I think that's still true. Whether that responsibility is distributed over many different roles, there has to be an understanding that those roles then need to participate in that, right? It wouldn't be unusual to have your chief product officer, your chief marketing officer, and your head of sales collaborating to solve a problem, right? You need an integrative approach, but if you're not meeting the market, like at the end of the day, your business is failing.
Yeah, I think what you described almost is like what I call the playing not to lose like approach. Yeah. I think playing not to lose, eventually you're going to lose. Yeah. I think you've got to play to win, and I think those, if you think about those who are successful, the marketing teams, the companies, the departments, the CMOs that are successful, they're playing to win. And they're playing to win and by growing their business. And I think there's a big difference. And I think one may get you through a little bit, one will last you a lifetime or a long time.
Yeah. I mean, there was a study earlier this year by Work where it said the cost of dull advertising and meeting the market in dull ways is basically increasing the bill 50%. You can get the same amount of efficacy, it's just going to cost you 50% more. That's expensive. That's going to kill your business over time, right? You can't keep rolling that out with no cost.
Yeah, I also think there's something to what you're saying of like the way, maybe over the last few years, the way to be exciting as a brand is to play into culture. Again, I'm old enough to remember there was a way to do that, and it was called an insight. Yeah, and just having a really sharp insight about your brand and your consumer could lead to like really breakthrough creative. An example of us, like I'm sure everyone uses WhatsApp here. One of the brands I work on is WhatsApp. It's largely ubiquitous, but not in the US. But there's a whole conversation in the US about green bubble versus blue bubble, and we played into that. It's not, and that's interesting and exciting for the consumer, but it's also not alienating for anybody in a way that some other cultural plays could be. So there's ways to do it, but an insight is equally powerful, not just culture.
And a little swipe at Apple as well at the same time, without saying as much. So how do brands kind of set themselves up for this kind of success? And I mean, how do you do it at Meta? You were just talking then about R&D working with marketing, working with sales. I mean, is that what actually happens in practice?
Absolutely. I think, look, tech companies are very good at understanding innovation and where is the market moving. But in the near term, who are the right audiences to grow with? Who do we need to win with? And both in the short and long term. And that's definitely an approach for us. And as I think about the teams that I support, we're very clear on who our audience is and who's critical to the future growth of the company and what we're trying to achieve. And that's the heart of it. And then you're working backwards versus here's an idea. Ideas come from that understanding versus the other way around.
Yeah, there have been key moments over time, right? Like the birth of planning within advertising, or when design thinking became a thing. Like on a fundamental level, both of those ideas were just about go talk to the people that you're building something for and use their opinion to help inform a product that you want to give them, right? Like it feels like there's sort of a need for that to happen again, where you're sort of allowing people's voices to come back into companies. And to the idea of the past 4 years when it's been hard to go out and talk to people because dealing with a global pandemic, for example. Like, I think the voice is missing inside that gives you that liberty to say, actually, our people like it when we do X, Y, and Z thing that is provocative. You have an informed way to be more creative that doesn't necessarily have to be an activistic position. It's just like, do something interesting in the world.
But if anything, what I hear is that we've got more data than ever. We can go out there and do surveys online. We have all this information coming to us, be it from Meta telling me the ROI of my ads, through to my research agencies, through to there's an abundance of all that stuff. And when you talk about it on stage, it all sounds very simple and very logical. Like, what's getting in the way of that?
I think for me, it's a true understanding of the consumer and like.
But what is that? Because I feel like I understand consumers.
Yeah, I think there's a difference. I think marketers. It's easy to know your consumer as a couple of numbers, right? Versus like your consumer as a human, and maybe that's what's getting in the middle of it. That to your point, there is tons of research and data, which is very, very important and critical. There's also just actually having met somebody or some people and hearing from them about how they either don't like your product, love your brand, don't love your brand. And I think that's missing. How do you marry those two together? Then you get great marketing. And I think those two things, that's what's in the way in my mind.
Yeah, I think when you have an integrative approach, there have been, things swing back and forth. Like sometimes you're working with a big tech company on my side and you go into the engineering department and they're like, oh, that's marketing shit. Like that's fluffy, like I'm not interested in that, right? But the reality is we're trying to inform, right? Like, so you take creative ways to do it. You bring people into the room, right? Like take a bunch of engineers and put them in front of a group of people who have accessibility issues, and all of a sudden they are seeing how they're touching something, how they're interacting, right? Like that's like a very baseline example, but I think it matters in all of it. Like you have to get out, have a conversation, and not develop for segment B that is 49 years old and looks like this and makes this much money. That's not a real person. That's like you said, it's a couple numbers on an Excel sheet.
Do you think there's been an over-reliance on just kind of so-called performance marketing too, and the numbers telling you that you put this in and you get that out, so you just keep doing the same thing?
I feel like, I don't know, but I think there's two things that have happened. I think there's either highly data-driven marketing and there's highly cultural marketing, and then you sort of end up in this weird space with each other, where there's like, it's called consumer marketing for a reason, right? And it sits in the middle of those two things. And I don't think it's an issue with performance marketing. I think that is really important. But I think that sometimes the term can lead to like, that's boring marketing, that's very data-driven. It doesn't need to be. It can be also really human-centric and consumer-centric and insight-driven and highly effective.
Yeah. I mean, I think performance marketing in some ways is about where do you find someone, right? Could I find the person that I wanted to talk to?
Yeah.
The question of what do you say to them in that moment once you found
what's your
them
prompt?
is entirely different. But sometimes I think the pendulum has swung so far of like, oh, I can find them, I can put something in it. I'll A/B test something to death in order to like fine-tune a message. But, coming back to something you asked earlier, the human brain is we're increasingly understanding it as like a quantum computing engine, right? Like your intuition does something that you're not going to find by just running a model over and over again. You have to make some kind of leap.
Yeah. I also do think all marketing should be performative. Like it has to have a value. And and I think that's also the way to think about it. And I think that if you think about it that way, then you get to a better outcome. Yeah.
One thing we haven't touched upon that I wanted to is this idea of brand safety, which I know can be a catch-all for all sorts of things. But this idea that your critics are closer than they ever were before, and they're more than willing to tell you about it if you put a step wrong, or particularly in this kind of politically charged time, if you've offended one group over another. Do you think that is also what's causing some of this kind of stasis and risk aversion with marketers? We saw the Bud Light example, where the marketer was fired over it, and the company is still trying to regain its sales at the same time. How has that kind of affected how marketers are thinking about this kind of day and age?
For me, I think the symptom of that is maybe not knowing your brand, right? So I think I read a lot of stuff about how does my brand play in culture. I think it's the inverse of like, what is the role my brand has in culture, and where does it actually make sense? And I think maybe where people find themselves on like rocky ground or a bit of trouble here is the former and not the latter. And I think that is an important nuance that people need to embrace, because it will keep you out of maybe troublesome waters, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I think like the Bud Light example was not having a meaningful conversation. It was sort of patronizing a group of people, being like, hey, we put someone that we're trying to get a new audience in front of you that weren't having any sort of real conversation, and it happened that it was making a different group of people upset. I don't think it was on a fundamental level good marketing, right? Like they weren't sort of interacting with somebody in a meaningful way and sort of, like you said, knowing what you're about and sort of meeting them in a certain moment. It was just like, hey, what if we talk to these people by getting someone they like?
Yeah.
And just to end on, I mean, you guys work for really cool brands. Sylvain works for some of the best-known brands in the world. That stuff's easy, right? You've got a budget, you've got like people you can blame it on, you've got, you can afford to fail. What about as a startup and you're just getting out there and trying to get your brand into the world for the first time and align your brand with culture? any advice you can give people about kind of setting up and taking those first steps?
Yeah, look, this is something we talk about in Meta, that the brand is not the advertising, it's often the product. And I think if you're a startup and you won't have that, the budget, so to speak, the product is the brand. And think about every surface, every Nux, every motion, every part that the consumer touches is a point to build the brand in my mind.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why we do brand and innovation work, I wish I could say it was intentional in the beginning, but I think the reason that we're good at both of them is because we do the other. When you're developing a new product, you're trying to think about how it's going to fit into someone's life, and vice versa. When you're working on a product that maybe isn't connecting particularly well, you realize it's going to come back to how the product is performant, right? Where is it failing people? And I think that's 100%. And so for a startup, what I would say is like, be in front of your users early and often. It's not rocket science. That's not like an original idea, but there's a company that we were working with called SecFi that was a startup that was helping like early stage startups fund people getting exiting early from IPO, before companies IPO and things like that. And one of the things we found from talking to their users and figuring out how to fix their brand was that actually they trust you so much, they want you to be doing more things in their life, like wealth management and helping them like figure out a deed on their house. And so when the pandemic hit, we had informed, like, you guys should be starting to build these things. All of a sudden, IPOs crashed. No one was going to do that during the pandemic. And they're like, okay, we're going to go build this. And all of a sudden, they were ready to do it because we were just asking people that they work with, like, what else would you want from them? What do you like? Why do you trust them? And it saved them over that hiccup of IPOs cratering.
And very quickly, just kind of quick fire, which are the brands that are executing really well at the moment and people can take some really good examples from?
Oh, jeez. You go. On the spot. I think you just said, I think in the context of if there's a desire to have a cultural role and be exciting with your advertising, I think some of the, Duolingo is a great example. But I also think there is, I think if you think a lot about AI startups right now who don't maybe have the marketing dollars, they're very clear about their product value and what they can get out there, and I think they're all doing a very good job, whether it's Anthropic or OpenAI. There are good examples. I think that might be relevant to this audience versus big brand with big budget.
Yeah, I mean, I think, a lot of sports leagues, like we work with the NBA on developing the in-season tournament, and that's a great example of like going out, talking to people, understanding why they wanted to be more relevant earlier in the season, and then developing a product that would fit that. And so it comes back to those same fundamentals, right? Talk to people, build something for them.
Fantastic. Some great examples there, hopefully really helpful for our audience. If you'd like to give a big round of applause to Esh and Joey. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Same way we
Thank you.
Okay. So, to close day one at Web Summit 2024, we bring out the founder of the World Wide Web to talk about how to make it better. Over 60% of the world's population is expected to use digital wallets regularly by 2026. Let's hear from the inventor of the World Wide Web himself on why this moment is a pivotal opportunity for businesses to embrace change, enhance privacy, and help share the next era of the web. Please welcome in conversation with CNBC's Squawk Box, Karen So, the CEO and CTO of Inrupt, John Bruce, and Sir Tim Berners-Lee.
it's nice to see a packed crowd for Tim. Thank you so much for joining us. So Tim, it's not lost on anyone here that you were the original creator, the founder of the World Wide Web, something you gave birth to 35 years ago. It feels like we're at an important juncture yet again for the web. Just express to us how you think about this moment in time as we look forward to artificial intelligence and all the changes it could bring.
It's really interesting. It's a really important time. Maybe this year, in some ways, is more important than any point. Looking back over the 3 decades, obviously, there's a whole lot of stuff out there which is exciting and to be proud of. You all know of the ways in which the web can be toxic and noxious and polarizing. But in general, we're at a point where there's an elbow in the web that we are fixing. We could fix the algorithms which polarize. We can, and now with Interrupt and the power of solid wallets, then we can actually build things which are suddenly pro-human again.
Yeah. We were just musing backstage that we were here at Web Summit a few years back, and we were talking about your comments that you wanted a new contract for the web and you're working on a concept, a solid protocol. And here we are today as we talk about commercializing that, taking that to the market. Just explain to us why you are so interested in digital wallets or data wallets, however you want to describe them, and why they align with your concept for the web.
Well, my concept for the web is that it should serve individuals. John always wants to make sure that the organizations profit from it as well. But for me, the fact that a lot of people now are just stuck on one social media, they're very disempowered. The way social media take advantage of you, and a lot of people get the feeling that they're trapped in a system which is not actually working in their best interests. But we are developers. We can code. We can build new stuff, and we are building new stuff. And that new stuff respects people, and so it's very much more powerful as a developer. I know I want to have that power, and I know I can get it by coding myself. But as a developer, also I know all of the people who do not code deserve to have the same power that I have.
Yeah, and we've been talking about wallets forever. We just didn't know we were, actually.
Well, exactly, to the point. This is not something we're talking about that you carry around in your wallet or you carry around virtually just for your money. It's a much broader concept than that. So just explain how you see a digital wallet today and into the future.
Yeah, so the way we look at wallets today is almost like when I was a kid, we had a rotary phone in the house made of Bakelite, and it was a phone. But now when I drag that thing out of my pocket, it's still a phone, but the capability of it's massively different. And the way we look at it, wallets today are like that Bakelite phone was, which is good news in as much as there's a lot of development ahead of us. But the wallets we all carry, probably everybody here today has used a wallet. We used it to get our coffee, or we got on the train with it, or we got on our boarding pass on the plane. But that's a very transactional experience. Solid wallets don't just take transactional data, which is great, shows utility, but it takes your private data as well, and publicly available data that we're all used to on the web that Tim invented, and brings it all together. And bringing it together in a solid wallet, then we start to head towards a similar experience to the iPhone, in as much as now we can get real utility out of the combination of transactional data, private data, and publicly available data. In those overlap areas are the real potency of wallets. And that's what we built.
Some of this idea was based on the idea that you wanted to address privacy concerns. Some of the big technology companies not doing that to the best of their ability in your view previously. But if you're centralizing absolutely everything about yourself, from your identity to your financial details to medical records, how dangerous is that? And how sure are you that this cannot be breached by hackers, Tim?
If you're going to put all of your eggs in one basket, if you're going to have, in fact, people will have more than one data wallet, probably from different, just like you have more than one email address, but still, if you're putting everything in there, it better be pretty secure. So, we have Bruce Schneier, who was on stage earlier, who's if you want to talk about how, are these things going to be secure, then he'll tell you how to make them secure. So the stuff we build is enterprise-grade, scalable place where, there's going to be really lots of important data there, but there's going to be the Solid Protocol with one interface. Everybody will try to crack the Solid Protocol data wallets, but on the other hand, the whole world also will be defending that. And you could argue that it's actually safer than having your data in all of these different, with this social network, with this pizza joint, sort of all having different bits of your data is actually more risky.
Investors and clients no doubt ask you the same thing, John, but the reality is if you're trying to, say, insure against that type of risk, there must be extreme reputational and company damage if this were hackable.
Nothing like the reputational damage you get today, actually. That's why Bruce and I were talking earlier today to some folks here, because you get the benefit of all the secure. I mean, the joy of having one of the best cryptographers in the world as our CISO, it helps. So when we architected it, we did it in such a way where it takes advantage of all of web security that exists today. So all the technologies that we're used to, we get that anyway. That's a given. But along with that, we now get a construct that says, okay, well, instead of existing in a massive database of 10 million credit cards, that is a very lucrative target, and as a consequence of which, some very sophisticated hacks can be run against it. I mean, it can be staked out for weeks, very capable resources can be sent to try and take down that database, because it's got great value. But if you trade that in for my wallet, I'm not going to suffer the same kind of attacks. It's almost like the difference in a bank robbery and the kind of sophistication that can go after a bank and all of that contains, and a mugger on the street that's going to come after my wallet. It's a very, very different attack profile, which is why Bruce is so keen on it. I mean, Bruce describes it as the way security should be run on the web. So
it's a great example. I want to turn to AI because, Tim, no doubt people want to hear your remarks on where you think AI is going and how disruptive you think it's going to be. And if we consider the privacy issues here and how much fake news is out there, how much fake content on social media, just as we have all of our data stored with these social media giants, how are you thinking about the evolution here and the threat to us as individuals?
So you wrapped up together fake news, whether AI will take over the world. There's a lot of the first thing, 5 or 6 years ago, I wrote a piece about Charlie. Bob is fed up with Siri and Alexa because they work for different companies. Charlie, I wrote about Charlie works for Bob. Charlie works for the user. So I imagined and wrote up this. He was having this conversation with Charlie, and Charlie, you work for, who do you work for? I work for you, Bob. So that's why you've given me all your data, because there's a trust relationship. So I think it's really, really important that we have an AI. I have an AI that works for you, and you have an AI, I have an AI that works for me, and you have an AI that works for you. And that's the sort of thing we're used to. We legislate about that with doctors. When I have a doctor, it works for me. When I have a lawyer, it works for me. So we know how that works. So one of the first things I wrote about 5 years ago, I never imagined when I wrote about Charlie as AI that works for you, that we would actually build it. Now now we've built it.
Yeah, we have.
Because LLMs sort of were a thing. But the concept is the same. Look, obviously, the Solid Protocol, having my data in a wallet I completely control, is a really key part of that. So the demos we've done, you have all your data inside your wallet, you run the AI on it, and it does not bleed any of your personal data outside, but it does give you very much enhanced, tremendous replies because it understands you from your own personal data.
How does this work with social media sites that do want to retain our data? I mean, it's this whole freemium model. You get something, you get access to a site, you get to use everything that they have, all the services that they spend millions and millions or billions of dollars building, and as a result, you have to hand over your data or you have to pay a subscription. So are you saying with your service, people have to pay for the subscription to one of these other sites because you own the data?
No, well, that's certainly not our experience so far. I mean, it's like the web as is, which is to say there'll be all kinds of business models. And in some regard, you might get it for free from your bank, your government, any one of a number of folks who will distribute wallets. And then there might be other environments where you'll pay for maybe a highly secure wallet. We'll see what happens as the web evolves. But I think the point you make about the incumbents is an interesting one. I mean, they're hugely capable business. They're very agile, and I worked for IBM for a wee while. Actually, they acquired a company I'd founded, and when I was on IBM, I came to understand they'd been a high-tech business for over 100 years. How on earth do you stay a high-tech business for over 100 years? Answer: you adapt, you take your resources, and you evolve. And so I can imagine, you know, the large incumbents who might resist the notion of you having control of your own data, they'll adapt. I mean, it's a question of having to.
Something that jumps out to me with the rise of AI virtual assistants is that they can do the heavy lifting for you. Some of the interoperability issues that we have as humans, having to constantly re-enter our data, trying to get access to sites, doesn't some of that get conquered by virtual assistants taking away the motivation to adopt the Solid protocol?
Well, the good news is if you use Solid, you only do it once. So if you use Solid and you have all your details in your profile, in your wallet.
But this is the same with a VR assistant, with a virtual assistant, isn't it? An AI assistant. They do it for you, so you are only doing it once.
Except they take it away to do it, and they populate multiple databases to do it. And that's real. I mean, it's just like the world we're living in today, where you exist in hundreds of databases. Now, instead of you needing to enter the data, it's done for you. But the principal problem still remains. You exist in all these databases, and not a single one of them has a holistic view of you. They've all got a very narrow and very myopic view of you. If we invert that, and that's what we're doing, where you have a very holistic representation of you, and the AI then that comes up, instead of taking you bits of you away, it asks you questions. It can inquire of you things that are important to you and interesting to it, and the resultant goes back to the inquirer. That's a way more efficient way to operate.
Tim, come in on this, because there's been a discussion point here. The more widespread our data is, the more fragmented or scattered our data is across the web, the more AI in future can learn about us and our preferences and send more marketing and commercial product our way. So does your technology stop that?
Yeah. Basically, if you put all your stuff in a data wallet, if all of the apps you use the data wallet, then you have total control. By default, everything is just private to you. In fact, people come to this. You know, we all talked about privacy. A lot of people here are worried about privacy. The governments are worried about privacy. People come to the Solid protocol and Solid wallets because they're worried about their privacy. But when they arrive and they've got a wallet which has got maybe they've got their clinical data in it. Maybe they've downloaded their genome. Maybe they've got a whole lot of phenome data. They've got their data about their lifestyle, and now they want to volunteer to be maybe part of a clinical trial. And they're suddenly in a tremendously powerful position because they can go and help people find drugs because they've got they've got what sort of person they are and their lifestyle connected to their genome, which is sort of golden for finding drugs. This is privacy is in a way it's a hygiene thing. You don't want harm to happen. You don't want the bad stuff to happen. But the power of the Solid protocol, the power of Solid wallets, is to collaborate together to solve problems using the data. Just as at the moment, I was just listening to people chatting on the bus. Somebody was saying how the calendar, it saves their life because they have a calendar on the Mac, pulls in calendar just from all over the place. Calendar's neat. It's runs across all the different things that they do. And in a way, yeah, calendar protocols are pretty good because you have authentication, you have access control, and they're interoperable. And then with a solid wallet, actually, everything else becomes, you have the power to collaborate with people like you do with a calendar right now.
Can you talk about the environment that you're bringing this technology to? Because there is so much AI hype out there. I can imagine just about everybody in the audience has mentioned AI in a sentence at some point today. Can you talk to that? Can you talk about the AI hype out there and what you make of it?
I think yeah, there were some people when the AI suddenly, at Davos, every building was covered with blockchain 1 year. And then so blockchain didn't sort of change the world as much as some people said it would. And then the next year, every building is covered in AI. And people are thinking, is that just going to be a... So actually, but no, AI is not a hypercycle. AI is real. We've been, in different ways, all of the work we've been working with the web of data has been trying to make systems a thing, always trying to make the machine do things that so we don't have to do them. And all of that work, a lot of that work, which we're into things like Siri or like Wolfram Alpha, for example, a lot of people putting a lot of work into just trying to make the computer be able to do things like it. Then, obviously, when LLMs come along, bingo, there's a whole bunch of things things they can now do. So in some ways, it's great, and it's real. It's not going to. There is some AI hype out there, but basically this is real. We've been waiting. Some of us who read Asimov when we were kids have been waiting for this for a long time. We're surprised. I think almost everybody I know is surprised how rapidly it did come. But now it's here. We're determined to give you really powerful tools that work for you.
Is super intelligence around the corner?
That's not my... I'm not an expert on that, but I have been thinking about it a lot. Yes.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I think so. That's my conclusion.
Interesting. I want to pick up on the landscape too from a different angle with you, John, because there is a really interesting sort of backdrop to this, where in Europe there's an approach to the marketplace around digital IDs, the European Commission working in that direction. In the United States, much more fragmented market when it comes to the States, but some believe that allows innovation to flourish. What do you think? What is the better backdrop for this? Is Europe actually the gold standard here, where you can build something that is workable because the system is the same? And does the US need to catch up to Europe in this context?
In a lot of regards, yeah. I mean, I think the EU has done a pretty good job, if not a very good job, of coming together when it comes to broad-scale regulations. GDPR is just a standout example, right? But in a way that the folks in the US have not. But inversely, there's a lot of things in Europe that still are fractured, and in the US, they're not as fractured. So the good news, I believe, is that we stand at the right side of being able to bring all this together. There's an interesting project, more than one, but the principal one in the EU is the ID and the data wallet, standardization on a data wallet, and we're very involved in that. There's another one, which is the Open Wallet Foundation, which is being run out of Switzerland, I think, now. So really good European-led initiatives to standardize as early as we can on a data wallet, on a digital wallet.
Let me give you a chance to talk about AI too. It is coming at pace. Where do you see the landscape in terms of what you're creating and how it's going to work with AI?
It's made all the difference, actually, because having said we've been talking about wallets for a while but didn't realize it, I think the world at large has now changed the vernacular. Now the description of a digital area that you get to use for your utility, we're calling a wallet. I think it subdivides into transactional wallets versus the solid wallet as we perceive it, and that's what we're able to show to folks. But AI does the job of integrating the interoperability bits. So if you think about those three big principal areas, transactional data, private data, and public data, think of it as a Venn diagram. It's those overlap areas that make it really potent. But if you, as an individual, were left to do it all yourself, we're really no better off than we are today, where we use Google for one thing, we have applications for something else, we have our digital wallet for getting our coffee, and so on. And we do all the heavy lifting. But with AI, it can do it for us. So in those overlap areas, those potent areas of that Venn diagram, AI can bring out the value for us, as long as it's done properly. To Tim's point, it's only worth doing if you can keep your data pertinent to you and expose it when you need to get the value of the LLM.
We've got about 2 minutes left, so let's just talk about milestones for Interrupt, milestones for digital wallets. Where are you going with this? Do you need more adoption? What would suggest that this has been a success for your business and a success for the concept?
Yes, I think now we can look back and see it is a successful concept. We've got, and yes, we've got, it's live for everybody in Flanders. When they interact with the government online, then they do it through a digital wallet. And using the Solid protocol, that's live. We've got a 3-year contract with the Flanders government to run that. So this thing is demonstrably functional. There are people all over the planet and all walks of life. It's partly other governments, sectors of governments, big companies, travel agents, insurance companies are realizing that the way they want to treat their customers best is they want to give them the power of a solid the Solid protocol accessible space. So it's very, very exciting. There's a lot of momentum. We don't need everybody to jump off the social networks. We're happy for them to, bit by bit, create spaces as we learn about the best way to use this stuff, and it accelerates. So it's very exciting. It's taking off. We don't need everybody to suddenly jump off the social networks now. It'll happen bit by bit.
And John, finally from you, what are the milestones you're looking at now?
Yeah, well, I think the way we talk about it, the original web was driven, its adoption was driven by browsers. And then the version 2 of the web, version 2.0, was driven by applications and the adoption of applications. And now the way we see it, and in Tim's words, it's about wallets. And so the conversations we're having with many corporations who've got applications now are looking for the next way to give experiences to their customers, and they're looking at solid wallets to do it.
John, Sir Tim, thank you so much for your time here at Web Summit.
Thanks so much. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for having us. Web Summit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What a day. Okay, it's good when you finish with the inventor of the internet. So thanks to all our speakers, and most importantly, thanks to you as well for being here. We're back tomorrow with a robot demo. Some of the world's leading generative AI companies like PixArt and Runaway, and 10-time NBA All-Star Carmelo Anthony will be here. So I'll see you there. Tchau, pessoal. Até amanhã. Ugh.